We'll call to order this meeting, Monday, December 9th, 2024, regular BCC meeting. Can I have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
All right. Pledge of Allegiance. Stand up, everybody. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and is the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
I acknowledge that the county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homelands of the Tiwa people, who know it as Oga Poge Owinge, White Shell Water Place. And now we will have a moment of reflection from James Martinez.
Good afternoon. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decision and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hansen.
On November 2nd, a longtime friend of mine, but also a friend of many in this community, Nicholas Potter, passed away. And Nicholas Potter was somebody who I knew from the 70s. When we all first came here early on, there wasn't a whole lot of us wild young hippies here. And Nicholas Potter came here and he opened his bookstore, and he was one of a group of us that in those days, Ramona Shoulder and Fritz Shoulder spent a lot of time having parties out at their house in Galisteo, and it was a really unique time, and Nicholas Potter and his wife Tamina were part of that, and I was very sad to see and hear of his passing. He really cherished and loved books. I love books. I consider myself a reader on a regular basis, and I know that he was always happy when people came into his bookshop and were always picking up his books and walking them out. He felt like they found their home, and they were like part of his children. And he was a great contribution and contributor to our community here. And so with that, I would ask that we take a moment of silence to remember Nicholas Potter.
Okay. Everybody be seated. Approval of agenda. Manager Schaefer, are there any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We do have two recommended changes to the agenda as presented. Before I get to those, I would just note that the initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, December 3rd, and that the final amended agenda was posted on Friday, December 6th, 2024 at approximately 1:55 p.m., which is more than 72 hours before today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. With regard to changes, Mr. Chair, staff would recommend that we look at the very brief presentation relative to salary or compensation commissions, which is under Agenda Item 7C, at the same time that the board considers the resolution concerning elected official pay, which is Item 6C. And then secondly, we would like discretion to consider Item 6P, which is the resolution updating the strategic plan at about 3:15 p.m. When we'll be joined by Cindy McKee, who will be available to lead the discussion and answer any questions relative to that item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is maybe a slight problem here. I've been requested to hear presentation 7A before 7:45, that's going to be a little difficult while hearing 6P at 3:15. Can we hear 7A at 3 o'clock, perhaps?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, the suggestion was to have the presentation 7C as in cat when we discuss elected official salary in conjunction with item 6C. And then the only other request is if we could consider 6P when Ms. McKee is able to join the meeting. That's not as important, but it just would allow us to be efficient with her time. But we can get to that in the ordinary course, and I believe that she would be able to stick with us throughout today's proceedings. So I hope I addressed your question, Mr. Chair.
No, we have to address 7A, which they want heard before 3:45. So we'll have to do that at 3 o'clock, I guess. That make sense?
So if I'm understanding you, Mr. Chair, you'd like to approve the agenda with item 7A being heard at, being presented at 3 p.m.?
Yes, and your changes as well.
Okay. No objection from where I sit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there a motion on the agenda?
I'll move to the. It's your last. Come on, make the move. I'll second you.
Move to approve the agenda with the mentioned amendments.
Okay,
And I'll
motion by
second.
Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Help me keep on track. Thank you. Next, we have approval of minutes. Request approval of November 12th, 2024 minutes. Do I have a motion from the board?
Mr. Chair, move to approve the November 12th minutes.
And I'll second that.
Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes. Now, November 15th, County Canvassing Board meeting minutes.
And move to approve the November 15 canvassing minutes.
And I'll second as well.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, second by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Proclamations. 3A, request approval of a letter from Board of County Commission to the U.S. President Joe Biden, U.S. Secretary of Interior Deb Haaland, and U.S. Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack, Commissioner Anna Hansen, and Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you very much. I unfortunately am locked out of my computer. Luckily, I have a copy of my letter. So I want to state that I have been working on protection of the Caja del Rio since day one of my commission seat 8 years ago. And before that, for sure. It is one of the most special landscapes in New Mexico. It goes from the La Bajada to Diablo Canyon, to the Rio Grande, to the Sangre de Cristos in some form. It is incredibly special. It is a wild horse protection area. There is BLM land, Forest Service Trust land, private land, state land, and it is a place where so many people come together. Our tribal members believe that it is, sacred land. It is their church. Our Hispano family and friends and traditional communities relate to it as their sacred land also. We all find specialness and sacredness of this piece of land that is special to all of us. We have this one special opportunity to request before President Biden leaves office for a national monument. It is a huge, heavy lift, but everyone has come together. Of course there are some distractors, but in general there is a huge groundswell of all of the tribes. Many of the traditional historic communities have come together to recognize how important this piece of land is to all of us. And by that means, it needs protection and it needs our care and love. And before I go on, I want to let Commissioner Bustamante say a few words also.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for the opportunity to interject on an effort that had been very much inclusive of the traditional communities. But I want to read something that's very important. There's still a concern, and there are those whose lives will be encroached on. There are potential threats to those who have been permittees on what is now U.S. federal property. And I will start by saying that preservation of the Caja del Rio is critical for the conservation of the land-based cultures, the Native American and traditional Hispano communities. Protection and access must not be compromised for either, not for power lines, development, or displacement of those whose livelihoods of sacred ritual and livestock management have relied on the Caja for countless generations. There are those who will frame this issue in terms of identity politics, but let us not forget that the two cultures who for 300 years prior to Anglo arrival traded, lived, developed, and shared common values for the land and each other. From the native ancestors who taught how to survive in this unique and arid landscape was born a common reverence for the wild and the protection of the land. This land has fed our communities and provides sustenance to the two neighboring cultures. Survival would have been difficult, if not impossible, for these collaborations. For those whose identity politics seek to drive a hardened wedge between the cultures of the traditional communities and the native cousins, either you ignore or choose to forget those from Hispano communities whose grandmothers were from a pueblo, or for those whose grandfathers died defending pueblo communities when raided by the non-pueblo tribes who sought to steal and create upheaval in the pueblo and traditional communities. Arrival after 300 years will not serve to change the experiences of people who survived the early brutalities of European colonists, drought, raiding tribes, and most recent go westward, young man, colonization that seeks to drive this wedge between the native and traditional communities. There have been generations of negotiations and agreements between the native and traditional communities for over 300 years. Unfortunately, there are those who seek to drive this divisiveness, a modern-day colonization that fails to acknowledge how and where two cultures have come together, still maintaining unique traditions. The failure to understand has been prevalent in our region, the city, and Santa Fe County. The Caja is a place where our values are shared, providing a commons for generational bicultural use. The Caja del Rio must not be split by recent interests by new arrivals to assuage ancestral guilt. The management of the monument must include the will of the traditional communities as well. We must protect the ancient paradigm of living with the land, protection and reverence for tradition and the livelihood of its people. Now is the opportunity to preserve the Caja del Rio for future generations as part of our American landscape. Let me be clear that anything put forth that asks for only tribal management over the Caja del Rio will not be accepted by the traditional communities. These traditional communities have generations now of blood and work on that land. And respectfully, I ask for support for the protection of the Caja del Rio as a monument, as a use for the traditional communities and our native cousins in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante, and I believe that this letter states exactly that.
Respectfully, the letter has a reference to the act that was passed by the tribal communities, the Pueblos, which calls for a carve-out of 19,000 acres.
No, it does not.
The referenced document does.
I didn't reference it in here.
It's called out in the first paragraph, on the bottom paragraph. You'll see it, and I did receive a call to make sure that I addressed that at that time.
Okay.
So that's the important effort that we need to make in recognition of any calls for full dedication of that land to be exclusive to any one culture. The bottom of the All Pueblo Council of Governors have adopted resolutions declaring the Caja del Rio as cultural, historic, archaeological, and it is that which is insinuated to be referencing the call for the 19,000 acres. So that is what we're addressing through the traditional communities.
Okay. But I think the letter is fairly.
I do. I completely agree that the letter as it stands, and I explicitly stand to the language in here. I want to make sure that I stand up and say that clearly there is a traditional interest, is lightly stated, but a traditional value that through generations, many generations, have found value and have learned to work together with this land. So any concerns or references to the resolutions that were adopted by the All Pueblos Council are acknowledged and accepted as being present, but also want to make sure that the language that I provided is also a part of what we're considering as we adopt this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I think it's very important that we have as much unanimous support as possible, because this is a big, heavy lift that we are asking. And as soon as we get this letter passed, at least, we will send it off to the respective partners. So with that, I would like to move to approve this letter.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it passed unanimously.
Thank you very, very much.
Very good.
Commissioner Hanson, everyone who worked to bring this to a common ground, thank you all sincerely. I see people in the audience who worked very hard, and thank you sincerely.
Okay, that takes us to item 6B, resolution establishing the purpose and activities of the Santa Fe County Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Advisory Board. Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. When we, in my first year and the first year that I attended the NACO meeting in Travis County, it became very apparent that Travis County, which is where Austin, Texas is located, has very much benefited from its relationship with South by Southwest. We both attended, and Commissioner Hanson, part of the Arts Committee, or the Arts Council with NACO. Is that there a council?
As the Arts Commission, the Arts and Culture Commission, and I was the vice chair.
The vice chair of the Arts Commission, and it was outstanding to see how Travis County benefited and how South by Southwest benefited. If you haven't heard about South by Southwest, I'm inviting you to step up and Google it outside. because everybody knows about South by Southwest, and it has been an absolute economic boon on top of a cultural benefit to the communities, surrounding communities, and frankly, a national gem for entertainment and celebration, quite frankly. Attending that meeting, it became important, and I'm grateful for the conversations that Commissioner Hanson and I had with regard to how we would bring this together, and have assured that it was put into this year's strategic plan for 2025 so that we may pursue what it really means. We are an arts community. We have long been an arts community. There is opportunity for arts, culture, and the creative economy in Santa Fe County that has worked all on its own for a number of years, but we really haven't taken it to the next level in a manner that will really allow us, will very much allow us to have the both economic benefits and the cultural connections that these types of events bring. The question on the table is exactly how will Santa Fe County proceed with this? And this resolution asks that a commission of individuals, we can call them a commission, an advisory council, whatever they will ultimately be, but in the resolution we're calling them the Activities of Santa Fe Council. We're calling them an Economic Advisory Council to help inform our Economic Development Department as to how to move forward. I'm grateful and understand that we have a consultant who's been hired by the county to work to this end, but quite frankly, we have a lot of really well-informed, multi-generational and collective arts, multiple arts areas in our county who I would consider have the expertise in how to promote the arts in Santa Fe County. And this council will work to inform both the consultant as well as our department and the county so that we can best leverage all of our efforts and celebrate the place that has long drawn people to move to Santa Fe and do art. Or, I'm doing this because my great-grandfather did it forever and did it right down there. Or this is the tradition of my tribal community and this is what we do. How do we celebrate that? How do we make sure there's a place for us to get together that's close to home and safely go to a concert and go back home safely? And not spend a couple of hours driving to and from. And it does turn into several hours when you're in line going to a concert in Albuquerque. Trust me, I just saw a concert there. I don't tell you about it. But the point is, how do we get all this done in a way that makes a lot of sense for a community that has long enjoyed the benefit of being an arts, culture, and frankly, a creative economy community? So that is the point and purpose of this resolution. Anything that you would like to share? I wanted to make sure that this got through before Commissioner Hanson, who has been not only a supporter of the arts, but who is also an artist. So Commissioner Hanson, anything further that you would like to share?
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think it's important that we draw on the incredible resources that we have in this community. There are so many artists here, including myself, who have multiple different skills that they can contribute and help us in developing this Arts Council, developing programs that we as a county can support. It has been something that I have worked on from the beginning of my term, and I just needed a few more commissioners to be on my side. And thank you, Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Green, who I also know cares and supports the arts and recognizes that this is something counties do throughout the United States. That is part of the reason I served on the National Association of Counties Commission of Arts and Culture, because throughout the United States, counties have arts cultures. They have They have buildings, they have programs, they have supportive systems to help artists. And I think that it is really important in a community such as Santa Fe that has such a wealth of artists that we take time and make sure that we're able to recognize them. The traditional historic villages are filled with traditional artists and contemporary artists and photographers and painters and musicians, and all of them we need to recognize and contribute to their benefit. And so I'll let you make the motion, Commissioner Bustamante, I think,
If I may,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Commissioner Bustamante and to Commissioner Hanson. We're not allowed to have 3 people on a bill, so I would have easily been a third if I was allowed to be. But just as a point of support and a point for all of us in the near future, that when we, generally in support of this, and recognize that Santa Fe is an arts and cultural hub, and that we need to put our efforts and energy into cultivating that, and not stagnating and resting on our laurels, but actually building on the shoulders of others that have been here for years and generations before. The one thing that I do want us to, for the 3 of us that will remain on the commission in the new year, with the opportunity to appoint some folks to this and to the new incoming commissioners, I hope we really try to appoint the people that are artists in their own right, but also people who work in the industry, both in a multi-generational thing, so that we have new, medium, and young, old, and medium. Multimedia, so we're not all just working in one specific medium, but that we do have performing arts and music represented when we have fine arts and maybe some traditional arts typically overweighted in here, and then also multicultural, so that we address that, we directly make sure that we have at least some tribal representation, some traditional Hispanic representation, and some modern Anglo arts and fine arts space as well. But that we look at the pool that we work with to make sure that we have some folks that are artists, but also some organizers of events and the things that actually make our community thrive with this, whether it would be somebody from SWAIA or somebody from the symphony or somebody from the opera, just to know that these people that actually put on these events are also represented. So it's not only artists, but people that are actively supporting the arts as well. So thank you very much. And
Thank you, Commissioner Green. Clearly, this is long overdue, so are we ready for a resolution?
I'd like to make the motion to approve the resolution to establish the purpose and activities of the Santa Fe County Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy Advisory Council.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. That moves us on to the consent agenda. Is there anything that...
Mr. Chair, would you like a resolution number?
Oh, sure, we'll get a resolution number.
2024-167.
167, okay. Now, is there anything on the consent agenda that someone wishes to pull? If not, what's the pleasure of the board?
Sorry, I will move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair, the resolution numbers, 4A is 168, 4B 169, 4H 170, 4I 171, and 4J 172.
Thank you. That takes us to item 6. And 6A, Chief Black.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This afternoon, the Santa Fe County Fire Department is before you today requesting to consolidate its current structure of 14 volunteer fire departments identification numbers into 4 regional fire department identification numbers while retaining the administrative fire department identification number, or FDID. This consolidation aims to streamline operations, improve efficiency, and stabilize ISO scores without losing the district culture and community within each individual district. Currently, the fire department operates with 15 FDIDs, 1 for each volunteer district and 1 for fire administration. Prior to 1997, the formation of Santa Fe County Fire Department, each volunteer department had its own FDID. In 1997, all volunteer departments were brought together to form Santa Fe County Fire Department into one department. Each individual department became a volunteer district and retained its own FDID. At the time, this structure was beneficial for funding, grants, and supported the general operations of the department. However, currently, having 14 individual FDIDs has introduced administrative, logistical challenges, particularly surrounding and maintaining favorable ISO ratings. ISO rates each district and bases their rating off of 3 main factors. 1 is the performance of the fire department. 2 is the available water source. And 3 is communications via our RECC. Some of the challenges that our department is seeing regarding ISO scores is responders from a specific FDID. ISO requires 4 responders from that specific FDID for all fire calls. If 4 responders do not respond, it has potential to negatively impact the ISO score and cause a complete regression of the district's ISO score. A potential example of this within Santa Fe County is if a fire were to occur in the Turquoise Trail District and 8 regional and La Cienega members respond in a timely manner, but only 2 responders from the Turquoise Trail respond, Turquoise Trail ISO score may negatively be impacted. Furthermore, the structure also has challenges with our water supply and performance based on our water availability. Regarding our water availability, our local water systems are outside of the fire department's control. Thus, a single underperforming system may have a negative impact on the district's ISO score. Additionally, the current structure creates an administrative burden. Managing separate ISO scores for 14 FDIDs increases the burden not only on administrative staff, but district volunteers, as each FDID is subject to an ISO inspection every 5 years. The current cycle requires as many as up to 7 districts to be inspected in a single year. Now, Santa Fe County is not the only entity in the state that is facing these challenges. Consolidation of FDIDs is occurring throughout the state, so much so that the New Mexico State Fire Marshal's Office has created a policy specific to FDID consolidation for the purposes of improving ISO scores. That policy has been included in your packet materials.
So let's take a pause there and see if there's any questions, because I think we all understand this very well. Any questions?
You want a motion?
I want a motion.
Okay, I'm happy to give you a motion. I'm sorry to cut you short, but we have a long meeting, and we support this and believe that this is incredibly important. And so I want to make a motion to consolidate fire district identification numbers for insurance services offices effective while maintaining fire district for regions.
Motion by Commissioner.
Second, and under discussion?
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion.
Just a very brief comment. Apologies for cutting you short, but I want to acknowledge how difficult it is to make in this kind of change. I mean, sometimes our strengths are also our weaknesses, and the fire department has is a fabulous family that's steeped in tradition, and that makes it very hard to make changes, even when the changes are for the better and for really good reasons. And it can take a long time. And I think this coming up now after a couple of years of Chief Black really working with several people who are from the department and in the audience that are both paid staff and volunteers, to work through it with everybody and get to a point where everybody is very accepting of this. And it's something that's behind the scenes and that has been both a matter of contention in the past and strife, but could also, when it's turned around, be a matter of ability of working together and improving the situation. And I think that's what Chief Black and all the firefighters that are in the audience have achieved. And I thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. And sorry to cut you short, but I'm going to cut everybody short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may just point out why we understood that we would be done with this meeting before the flowers actually droop. So I hope that everyone will keep that in mind and we will move on accordingly.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2024-173.
okay. Item B, approval of a 2.5% cost of living COLA for all employees except employees employed in a position that are part of NMPCPSO. Anyway, this would be Valerie Park and Greg Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. What we're requesting is formal approval by the Board of County Commissioners for a 2.5% cost of living adjustment, or COLA, except for county employees who have recently received or will in the near future receive negotiated pay increases as part of collective bargaining agreement negotiations, or will have their salaries adjusted to reflect those negotiated CBA agreements in order to avoid compaction. Further, we're requesting approval to adjust our group health insurance benefit tiers by the amount of the COLA, so to ensure that individuals aren't being pushed into a higher bracket simply because of the cost of living adjustment. In coming up with the recommended amount, which is within budgetary resources, we looked at the same index as we use under our so-called living wage ordinance, which is the Consumer Price Index for the Western region for urban wage earners and clerical workers. We looked at the monthly increases and decreases from February of 2024 through October of 2024, which was the last month for which data was available, and we made the assumption that there would be a further cumulative increase in November, December, and January of 0.4%, which is how we arrived at the 2.5% recommended COLA. I'd be happy to stand for any questions, and again would emphasize that if approved by the board, these actions would go into effect the first full pay period in January of 2025. Thank you.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll move to approve item B, the approval of a 2.5% cost of living adjustment for all county employees except for employees employed in A, positions that are a part of the New Mexico CPSO and SFCDSA and IAFF 4366 bargaining units, and B, other positions that are eligible to participate in Municipal Police Plan 5 or Municipal Fire Member Coverage Plan 5 retirement plans, and 2, a 2.5% adjustment to the county's group health benefits insurance tiers.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 6C. Do you want to do 7C first, or do we want to save this until later in the agenda?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I think we're at this order of business, so if we could pull up presentation 7C. I can just briefly go through the concept of a independent compensation commission and what some of the considerations may look like should the board decide to pursue such a commission. So by way of general background, both this action item as well as this presentation are in front of the board due to voter approval of Constitutional Amendment Number 4 during the November general election, which amended Article 10, Section 1 of the Constitution of the State of New Mexico to provide plenary authority to the Board of County Commissioners to set the annual salary for local elected officials. Staff's recommendation as we move forward to implement this new constitutional authority is that the board consider creating a compensation or salary commission, either to make recommendations or make decisions relative to elected official salaries. The purposes and goals of such an independent compensation commission are to set or recommend salaries, to reduce or eliminate perceived conflicts and bias, and to reduce or eliminate political considerations surrounding compensation decisions. You know, our preliminary research, indicates this isn't a new idea relative to what we're proposing. Compensation commissions have been used in some shape or form, both at the state and local level, and we provided some further reading opportunities in the presentation, the last slide of the presentation, which is on board docs. Here in New Mexico, in addition to this recommendation being made by county staff, looking at the packet material that is going to the Board of County Commissioners for Bernalillo County for their meeting tomorrow, at which they will take up this issue. As I read it, county staff for Bernalillo County is also recommending use of a compensation commission after initial decisions relative to local elected official salaries are made. So some of the considerations that would ultimately have to be made should the board pursue this path in the new calendar year are, to define the scope of the Compensation Commission's authority, whether it's just a recommending body or whether it's an approval, independent approval authority with or without some form of override in the Board of County Commissioners or otherwise. The board would want to consider what, if any, parameters or areas that it would like the Compensation Commission to consider. This could include, incentive pay, like that which is already provided for county assessors by state statute. You may want to define comparable positions and markets, as well as think about if there are any budgetary restrictions or constraints that would be triggers to preclude implementation of a recommended increase. Certainly, the board would need to consider the membership of any such compensation commission, as well as who, if anyone, in addition to the board, would make appointments. Qualifications such as knowledgeable in personnel and compensation management terms, as well as terms of office, as well as potential removal from the commission for cause or otherwise. I think in setting up any such compensation commission, the board would also want to define, how frequently recommendations or decisions would come forward. Given the staggered nature of terms in New Mexico, as well as the prohibition on midterm salary changes, it makes some intuitive sense to have the commission act meaning either make decisions or make recommendations in each odd number year, so that those who might be interested in running for local elected office would know by the next year what the salaries for the office they might seek would be. And then finally, considerations such as the type of meetings as well as their frequency and what staff might support such a commission. So again, here's some reading on the general topic of compensation commissions, which are presented here for additional ideas as well as resource to the board should we want to further explore this idea. So thank you. You can take down the presentation. So, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I started there because that is staff's recommendation, and at a meeting when this was first brought up, there seemed to be some receptiveness, as stated during that public meeting by the board, to the idea of a classification or salary commission. And so what is contained in the staff memo relative to this topic, are recommendations or options to help guide thinking relative to the initial decision before the board. And they're all premised on the fact that the board would be pursuing the establishment of a classification commission and tasking that commission with coming back with a decision or recommendation during calendar year 2025. So at the broadest level, the three options that were presented by county staff in the memo before the board was option one, do nothing and allow the salaries to remain as they were established in 2018 while a deeper study is performed by the classification commission to be created or otherwise. Option two would be to adjust those 2018 salaries by all cost of living adjustments that were given to county employees in the AFSCME 1782 bargaining unit and non-union positions, beginning with January 2019 through the one that the board just passed unanimously for January of 2024, and adjusting the salaries of all local elected officials by those COLAs. That would yield a salary for county commissioners of $46,907.55, for county assessor, county clerk, and county treasurer, an annual salary of $103,907.68, for the county sheriff, $108,360.21, and for the probate judge, $45,717.65. Option three would be to provide a COLA-based adjustment to the salaries of county commissioners, and then adjust the salaries of the county clerk and the county treasurer to the midpoint of range 14, which is the range assigned to the vast majority of county department and division directors. That would yield a salary for those two elected officials of $140,733.32. Under option three, county staff's recommendation is just to address those elected officials that the board can actually influence or affect at this point in time, since notwithstanding the constitutional amendment, the prohibition on midterm salary increases remain. So nothing that the board would do here today would impact the salaries of the sitting county sheriff or the sitting county assessor or the sitting probate judge or the two sitting county commissioners whose terms will extend beyond January 1st. So staff's goal in presenting options were to provide a range of potential options, each of which would have a rationale relative to the decision made, but they all are premised on the fact that we would be moving forward in 2025 with the establishment of a compensation commission. The resolution that was included in the packet was blank with regard to new salaries. And so whatever direction is given by the board relative to the salaries of the elected officials would be added to the resolution before it is finally approved. And with that, I would be pleased to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I need to abstain from this since it does affect my salary since I start a new term in January. So I would like to consider the clerk and the treasurer, but I don't care about the county commissioners. I'll remain silent on that. But what is the pleasure of the board, or what questions do people have? Mr. Green?
No, I just, I like both the idea of studying this deeper, but also appreciate the moment that we're in, that we need to address this now for the new terms of commissioners, and more importantly for the professional elected officials at the clerk and the treasurers. So I'm generally in support of this. I look forward to discussion about this. I think my first take is that from my experience, everybody has been very professional and able to and should be at that midpoint of folks from our professional class of department directors. And so I think that's where I start, but I'm happy to listen to other folks in regards to this.
In other words, option 3 is what you're...
I think so. I think I have a little added kicker of the concept of giving them a cost of living adjustment based on the fact that they are forced to actually be Santa Fe County residents, and that somebody else, if you were a department director and chose to live in Sandoval County or in Bernalillo County or in Rio Arriba County, that they might be able to, not have quite the high cost of living of Santa Fe County. So I could support having a little adjustment for Santa Fe County factors as well. Thank you.
Other discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur that I do have that the problem of having to, I don't want to call it a problem to have to live in Santa Fe. Nobody said that ever once. But the opportunity to live in Santa Fe is quite expensive, let's just face it. And to have elected officials, this isn't so much as it is an evaluation of a job description as it is the expectation that people who actually live in this county would be able to run for office and be able to live and afford a home to live in. And with the two, and this goes for any elected position, frankly, in the state, because these conversations are happening at the legislative level as well with some regularity. But that being said, the concern that I have with regard to a midpoint from the director's position, other than being required to reside within the county, because there are directors who reside within the county, is somewhat of an expectation that they are also working at equal par in a different type of scenario altogether, and coming in on a limited term and having to make sure that pardon the metaphor of the bus, but make sure that all the wheels are on the bus, the engine is working right, and being accountable to the citizens at large. Not that the directors are not accountable to citizens at large, but they work with a team of staff who are and have been solidly working within that particular area and working with them. To be in an elected position has some nuances with regard to understanding the job and making sure that I would say in the case of the clerk, and frankly the treasurer as well, is that to be able to do this in a timely and accountable manner, given all of the new technological issues that have come up for for all of it, as well as not considering the simple fact that we are in an inflationary time. I think that above midpoint would be appropriate in recognition of the work that these individuals have to do. And again, outside of any one particular individual, but given the course of what that particular job is and how a person carries that out over time in being accountable to the public. So those are my thoughts. As rambling as they might have sounded, there is some logic to, wow, it's expensive to live here. How do we make sure that people who live here are able to run and be accountable to the communities in which they serve and actually get an income that is not commensurate to a director in a department who frankly has the comfort of an annual review and continuous work over years of time, but works very much on a very tight schedule that says, you've got these first 4 years, there will be a second if you're lucky, or if you're deciding you're going to run for it, or whatever the case may be. But it's just a totally different perspective. So those are my thoughts.
Commissioner Hamilton.
So it's, some of the difficulty in this is that the constraint of the time delays that are inherent in not being able to change salaries at midterm. Because on the one hand, so I don't disagree with anything that's been said. My only thought is that in the bigger picture, well, I mean, an additional thought is that in the bigger picture, having a commission is a really well-conceived idea, partly because nobody takes more guff. It's a good alternative word for proposing salaries than elected officials proposing their own salaries, right? That's a really difficult position to be in. And so from my perspective, having a commission, which is a separate discussion from what we do with the salaries right now, is to some extent, is a really good idea, because you can, it becomes their job to essentially look at comparables and do all that stuff and make the, bring the data upon which decisions can be made. So in my mind, I have sort of two questions that I wonder if you guys could also reflect on. And they kind of go in opposite directions, because one of them is, if you decide to set a salary level now at like the midpoint, not out of the ballpark, what does the commission do? I mean, you're sort of taking some, on the other hand, if you just do COLAs, what do you do for, like, in an ideal world, the commission would be set up early in the year and come to some decisions within the year. But then people who are just started their new term January 2025 now would have to wait for 4 years. And so that's where I'm stuck in, you know, like, data is really fabulous. I love data. Commissioner Hanson loves data. It doesn't make decisions for you. It just gives you backup for it. So those are the two questions I'd appreciate some discussion on before we move ahead.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, so I thought about this. I definitely, since we have a limited amount of time, we only have this short time, and this is our last meeting of the year. We do need to make a decision. Do we go with 2 or 3 in the increase? I think that they're both reasonable, but I also would love to have the data, which we will not have, and so we will not have that information. I was thinking about this, and you know, we have 103, and then we have 140. So it seems like a large disparity somewhere. What if we did 125? And then that would be something that then when the commission comes back with the salary, we probably would be a little under. But, you know, I'm not caught on that. If I only had one choice, I would go with option 3. You know, so, because I do think the clerk works really hard. I think she has done a good job recognizing and using NACO as a national platform to help educate people about elections. And we are coming into a very turbulent time. It is not going to be easy for county clerks throughout New Mexico and throughout the United States. The mere fact that the Democrats didn't say, oh, there was something wrong with the election, doesn't prove that we don't have a problem. You know, I think there's a lot of issues with elections that need to be looked at. And I know in New Mexico, I know in Santa Fe County, that our election is secure and that we run a really good election and that every vote is counted. And I have 100% faith in that. I can't say the same for Louisiana or Mississippi or some of the other places because I don't know. So I think we have to think about this time that we're going into. I also think that we have to think about living in Santa Fe County is expensive. There is no doubt about it. So I'll leave it there for the moment.
Okay, well, I hear sort of a consensus around option 3. Some a little less, some a little more, but is that the way we want to go? Does someone want to make a motion to that effect, or do you have a different idea?
I'll make the move. So I will make a motion to, is everybody ready? Yes.
I'm somewhat ready. I don't know that we're going with option 3 at the base amount that has been recommended. I do believe that option 3, which is just the COLA, without acknowledging the cost of living in Santa Fe, and is not comparable even to the city clerk's rate of, I believe, $138,000 a year. So if we're going to be competitive, and I do agree that we do need the what is this called, a commission?
Well, option 3 gives the clerk 140.
Right. It's not just the COLA.
Not just
Right.
the COLA.
That's correct.
Right.
Option
It's 140, but I think it should be slightly above the 140, given that that's midpoint for the directors, and I don't find that as appropriate. But if that's what people want to concur with, I'm willing to go that way. I just think midpoint at the director's level isn't really the right way to identify exactly where this effort is measured. But I just feel prepared to fight for just a little bit more in recognition of what it takes to live here. So, you know, I'm apt to, and I've sat and played with the numbers and trying to get to something that I will say honestly is somewhere between 140 and under 145 at 65%. In that, we're looking at approximately 142,932. But I'm not trying to murky the waters. I just think that when we are able to provide more in this interest and move forward with a commission that will evaluate these moving forward, then so be it. But I'm not the kind of person who's actually very shy about making sure that people get compensated for their efforts. So I don't have a concern with making the recommendation that the salary level be more in the range of 142 for those two.
I will take that under advisement and turn it into a motion, if I may.
It seems that there's
No.
discussion. I mean,
No, you were going to carry it forward. I was just going to say that, confirm unless I misunderstand this, that even with option 3, that's not the, I mean, that's not the end of the story. We'd still impanel a commission that then looks at that and
Yes.
looks at cost of living and stuff. And
Yes.
so I'm not sure that we're not quibbling over, small things because,
No, but this is for the two who are,
yeah,
the two
yeah.
positions who are incoming.
Very true. I
We would
know,
have that
I
new
know.
commission, and then we
Okay.
would afford.
I think let's let Commissioner Green make his motion and we can,
You can debate it
vote.
afterwards. Okay, wonderful. So I will make a motion to adopt the resolution providing salary increases for elected Santa Fe County officials, and in this case specifically for the county clerk and the county treasurer, to be set at $142,500, just as a round number, with the additional money in above the midpoint in consideration for the aspect that they have to live in Santa Fe County and the high cost of living.
I second.
you need to,
Question?
commissioners.
And, okay, well, I was going to make a second motion for that afterwards because we had covered that so far, but I'm happy to include in the motion then that we will include the county commissioners, the incoming county commissioners, to have the fee, their pay adjusted to $46,907.55 per year based on the Plan B COLA version of this. Thank you.
Okay, second. Is that clear to everybody? Motion by Commissioner Green,
Or to include and assure the development of this commission that will review these salaries.
I think that's in the resolution.
That's in the resolution.
And that is now in the resolution. That is a friendly amendment to the resolution.
second
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I abstain. So that's 4-1, or 4 with 1 abstention. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, we're going to take that direction just for clarity and put it into the resolution, including language relative to directing staff to create a compensation or bring forward to the board a compensation commission action in the new year. And if it's okay with the board, we'll bring that back for a final vote just to make sure that we've captured it all correctly.
Okay, sounds good.
Should we wait on a,
Today.
may I hold,
Today.
Absolutely.
may I hold the resolution number? Should I hold the resolution number procedurally, or should we move on to another resolution number?
I would hold it procedurally. That makes sense to me.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think then we're timing-wise moving on to presentation 7A.
7A, and if you can get us back on track as much as, because we want to consider 6P around 3:15. So I hope this isn't a long presentation. What? 7A. Because they want to be in. They had to be ready before 3:45. I don't know. Go ahead. 7A.
Chairman, Commissioners, good afternoon. Ann Ryan on behalf of the Community Services Department. Thank you so much for this opportunity. This brief presentation is before you today because it was clear from your strategic planning summit that greater clarity is needed about the implementation of the National 988 Crisis Line and its interface with and among the state's New Mexico Crisis and Access Line and our local crisis line, along with 911. As a result, Director Lujan and I were asked to put together a BCC presentation that outlines this structure. Our answer to that request was that we agree greater clarity is needed. However, that the county neither owns nor has any influence over the entity that operates the National 988 Crisis Line or the state's crisis lines, both of which are now operated under an organization called Protocol, Protocall, which specializes in crisis lines. In reaching out to protocol, however, they were more than gracious in acknowledging some of the challenges with the rollout and the interface, along with their dedication and plans for greater community outreach in the new year. We're very privileged to have them with us here today, and I'll now turn it over to Claire Carmody and Rosella Sanchez with Protocol, Kate Field with New Mexico Solutions, and really the house mother of La Sala and our crisis line there, and of course, Director Lujan. Thank you.
Somebody step up.
Hi, everyone. So 988 rolled out in the summer of 2022, and at that time, us at New Mexico Crisis and Access Line, which is operated by Protocol Services, we began to take all of those 988 calls. At that time, we also began taking chat and text interactions through 988, so we take both of those. Up here, you'll see a representation of the calls we got from Santa Fe County in 2023, which was 2,344 total calls, and of those total calls, there was 1,886 calls where someone had some type of risk or was looking for in-the-moment support. And this is a graph you'll see of the outcomes of those calls where people were looking for in-the-moment support. So as you see, most of them are stabilized over the phone. And then the 6.2 of 911 interactions includes any time we connect to 911. So that would also represent when Kate's team is responding with a mobile crisis response. And you'll also see some examples of when folks can call, but really we encourage people to call whenever they need a little help or want someone to talk to. It's important to us that we allow folks to determine what their crisis is. You know, if they're in crisis, really they're the ones to know. But we're happy to take calls from anyone who's struggling or has questions about mental health. When folks call in, we will greet them to the call. We're gonna get a little bit of demographic information, and then we're gonna begin to talk about what they're going through while we're doing some assessments, and then we're gonna refer them out to ongoing supports. And so all of our services are ran through a contract we have with the Healthcare Authority.
Hello. Santa Fe RACC receives calls from 988 call takers when there is imminent threat to life safety or the potential for immediate danger to others. RACC will gather as much information from the 988 call taker and also speak directly to the patient if possible to ensure the safety of the patient and the responders. 911 dispatchers are not trained in crisis or mental health counseling and therefore will never transfer calls back to 988. And here's a little infographic that we shared on our social media regarding when to call 988 and when to call 911. As you can see, obviously for 911, if there's an immediate threat to the public, to the caller, or to anyone involved in the situation, you should call 911 immediately. Both 988 and 911 are free and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. 911 will address active suicide threats, self-injury that needs medical attention, and apparent drug overdose. 988 is used when someone is thinking about suicide or harming others, talking about harm to self or others, and to address any depression, anxiety, or other mental illness symptoms that they want counseling or special services for.
Thank you, Commissioners. I represent New Mexico Solutions. My name is Kate Field, and I represent the Santa Fe County Mobile Crisis Response Team. A little overlay here to our team configuration. We respond anywhere within Santa Fe County, of course, to law enforcement or public safety agencies that request our team, 24/7, 365. We are able to provide immediate therapist contact and assessment, de-escalation, and then we do the real work after the call, which is navigation, case management, bridge therapy, etc. We have the luxury of being able to go on scene and create an individualized plan for our clients, and we also are able to support and sometimes educate first responders and law enforcement on scene in the moment in order to address the crisis in the most compassionate way. One of our main directives, of course, both for mobile crisis and for La Sala, is to facilitate ER and jail diversion wherever appropriate. And here's a little bit of how the three agencies collaborate and work together and what we're able to accomplish because of how we work together. We exist on different levels, but we all interact at some point, and it's important that we all exist with our individual strengths. You're going to get quicker, more comprehensive answers with all of us involved, effective identification and efficient resolution, automatic support to fire and law enforcement, as I mentioned, across the community, immediate telephonic or on-scene intervention, which is a wonderful thing to be able to offer in behavioral health, and of course the navigation to stabilizing services. On the opposite side of that, you'll see these are the areas where we find untreated mental health concerns or urgent needs that crop up for every agency who's involved in behavioral health. Of course, those that are unable to get timely access to care, which is fairly common, and that increases and causes a crisis. Complex dual diagnosis cases, where we have very limited services available in our community, and individuals experiencing psychosis or severe symptoms who don't meet criteria for inpatient care and don't also have the functional capacity to access outpatient care on their own. Certainly unhoused individuals and the elderly or isolated community members who don't have support. Obviously, every agency evolves, particularly around behavioral health, as all communities are trying to build stronger infrastructure. We are in dialogue frequently with each other, and we continue to talk about how to work better together, solutions, partnerships, and we are all always open to feedback and input. Thank you. We can now move on to any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Green?
Thank you. I do want to give a shout out to any group that can get a 92% response rate that doesn't elevate something to a more stressful situation and sort of de-escalates is a pretty good record. So that's a really good number there. My question is there a sort of a follow-up protocol and an enrollment opportunity for people who, might be in these situations, but, yes, it's anonymous. If you want to stay anonymous, that's fabulous. But if you don't want to stay anonymous and you want to either connect with our, no pun intended, with our Connect program or whatever services that Santa Fe County or the state has, is there a way to get people, once we know who they are, is there a follow-up protocol on these calls?
Yes, Commissioner, absolutely. If mobile crisis response makes contact in any way with the individual, we immediately institute follow-up protocols. So we will work either to go to them or to bring them into our center to ensure that they get to the best service for them.
What happens if it all just stays on the phone?
That would be a question for our 988 partners.
Okay, great.
So we have a couple different options over the phone. One is that we can always give people referrals, so we give them numbers to call where they can initiate services themselves. We also are able to submit a referral on their behalf through open beds, which the state pays for different providers to be in. And then we have a couple of digital platforms that we can offer them for more support. So what we do is we try to make that immediate plan with also a plan for them to reach out to ongoing services.
Okay.
And if I could just add, we also have a peer-to-peer warm line. So as a follow-up, our counselors, that's our call takers, they're actually counselors, they're certified. degree leveled, but they will also make a referral to our peer-to-peer warm line, so people can call and talk to a peer support worker, certified peer support worker here in New Mexico. And we get a lot of frequent callers where they call and they talk to peers and they just want to talk about what's happening with their day, maybe celebrate a success in regards to addressing some of their anxiety or depression, or they want some further assistance with resources and referrals to support within their county.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that making sure that people are aware of what's available to them, it's a tough phone call to make when you call 988 or something like that. And if somebody's asking for help, give them everything you got, right? Give them, they may not be ready for it, but you have to make them aware of it. And that follow-up call can sometimes be the opportunity to say, oh, okay, the anxiety is over, of the crisis of the moment is over. It's never a one-time thing. It's going to come again. And so you want to make sure that people know what's available to them. Thank you. Thank you. Love what you guys do.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand, or I believe, maybe I'm wrong, that this presentation is a result of a conversation that we had during strategic planning when I brought up a situation with regard to a call that I made to 911, then 988, then 911, regarding an individual who was, it was cold out, it was wet snow. It was last winter. This individual was naked with just a soaked blanket outside of the Entrada Contenta area in South Santa Fe. When I made the call, the answer was, is he a threat to himself or others? I said, he's sitting in the snow and it's raining and he's yelling and shouting at people as they walk by. Does he appear to be a threat to himself or others? If not, please, we can't, there's nothing we would be able to do. I said he's sitting in the snow and he's not wearing anything. Nothing was done at that time. And then I called the 988, and I'm just going to say, in the interest of full disclosure, very excited at the time when 988 was being developed, because I'm the former director of NAMI statewide. So I understood very much what NAMI was going to have access to be able to call people for mental health situations. This is not an individual who needs anybody to grab him and throw him and handcuff him in a car, but needs some gentle support. And we just didn't receive it that day. He stayed outside. These types of things are serious, all right? I'm not saying something that, that you don't already know. I appreciate the presentation, but I really need to understand how and where. It felt like an absolute disconnect between the 911 and the 988. Quite frankly, if he's not a threat to himself or others, and I think that sitting in the snow without anything on in a drenched blanket is a threat to oneself, but it didn't qualify, ne'er the two should meet. And no one's gonna, that's not the definition of warm line, right? So I'm looking for an answer here. And I say that, but more in the interest from where we're sitting and what we would have to do within the county, working with Director Ryan to strengthen our support for individuals, because we have a number out there with mental health issues who are not in a position to, unless they're going to take a knife to someone, they're not going to get any assistance. And that's essentially what happened that day. He would have been better off stepping in front of a vehicle so that he could get someone to help him. And I felt very helpless at that time watching all of this and talking on the phone, knowing I cannot approach this individual. And maybe at that point, I could have said, yes, he's trying to harm me now. But that's not reasonable. So I'm really looking for what does it really take for this to work in a manner where we don't have a disconnect between someone who's going to hurt themselves and others and a mental health crisis that they just need to talk to someone. I'm sorry I'm sounding a little flip, but it really felt like we were right there. It's like, wow, nothing's going to get done about this, So help me understand those circumstances, and if we were to say yes and because I do understand that 988 is relatively new enough that maybe there are protocols that haven't been identified or ways to ensure that the system is there to take care of those most vulnerable among us.
Commissioner, I couldn't sympathize with your frustration anymore. Being a third party to this particular scenario, I could offer a little bit of general behavioral health background. The protocols are based generally on the resources that we have available. And a scenario like the one you're bringing up is an issue across the country. There is no community that is handling those particularly well in a comprehensive manner. The question about harm to self or others is largely based on whether we're going to involuntarily intervene and remove that individual's rights. And so there's some very careful consideration, both for EMS, law enforcement, any behavioral health provider. If we didn't find that individual was requesting help or meeting criteria, we might not be able to do anything. That doesn't mean that there aren't other avenues. We're behind the ball in behavioral health and community outreach across the country, right? So I think that the development of additional comprehensive services that are not constrained, something like the alternative response unit that the city runs, they have a great deal of flexibility. Mobile Crisis has a great deal of flexibility when we're called and when we can obtain that there's a behavioral health issue. Without question, there are a large number of people that fall in the gaps. I would say outside of knowing the specifics of that scene, that would be a general answer. But it is noted that it is a concern.
I appreciate that, and I guess it's my hope that even just discussing it today, that our awareness just goes up. That we are aware that this type of situation has happened, and something would be done at that time. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, if I could, I believe Director Lujan had a follow-up point to Commissioner
Go ahead,
Bustamante.
Director Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Commissioner Bustamante. Relative to that incident that you're speaking of, I'd have to do some more investigation as how the whole call went down and the interactions that occurred. But it is our standard procedure to ask before responders arrive if the subject is an immediate harm to themselves or others, so that we can inform. That is the first question that the responders are going to ask us. Are there any weapons seen, even if they're nude? That doesn't mean that they're not hiding a knife. Or, we encounter situations where we talk to someone and they say that there's a nude guy in the middle of the road. Well, do you see any weapons? Well, actually, he's carrying a crowbar. So, that's why that question is asked, just to clarify that on the dispatch and the 911 end. But I would definitely like to investigate that further to see if no one actually responded to that situation, because it is either a welfare check or a medical situation where we do have standardized questions that we must ask, which include harm to self and danger to others.
I appreciate that, and I totally understand why one would ask that question. That's not my issue. The issue was that question was asked, the answer was given, he's completely naked with a wet blanket, and maybe he had a knife hidden somewhere, but it was the rest that is the concern. I understand the reason for the question. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. What is your name?
Kate.
Kate. So, Kate, I was at Consuelo Place when you did a presentation with Councilor Alma Castro, and I wanted to tell you how much I appreciated it. And I would like to see that presentation done more often, because I felt like it was really valuable. And I'm sorry I didn't remember your name. I recognized you. And I felt like giving that presentation, for me, a commissioner who knows at least a little bit more than the general public, was incredibly valuable. And so I just want to encourage to do those kind of presentations more. If commissioners ask to have you do a presentation at some town hall or something they're doing, please join them, because I think that it really helps the community to understand the benefit that we are providing. So I just wanted to recognize you for that, and also thank Roberto for everything that he is doing at the RECC. I know how hard you work, and since this is my last meeting, I'm taking that liberty to recognize you and thank you for your hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. part of that dialogue and education is part of our responsibilities and roles. So we're always happy to share that time.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we appreciate to see how this has evolved and continues to grow, I think. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much. It's time for a break. It's 3:30. 3:29.
Commissioner Hughes, Mr. Chair, did Cindy McKee need to have a certain scheduled time?
Mr. Chair, if we could follow on with our ordinary protocol, so take a break now, matters of public comment at 3:45, and then Ms. McKee after that, that would be great.
Okay.
Can we please do Reunity Resource? Can we please do the next item on the agenda, Reunity Resources? I don't think it will take very long. It's number D, isn't it? That's where we're at on the agenda. Yes.
Are we ready? Okay. We'll go to matters of public concern. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to address us? In other words, anyone in the chamber who wishes to come forward? What?
Good afternoon.
Yes, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I thought I had registered this morning, so if that matters. My name is Darren Munzberg. Pertenezco a La Bajada. Mr. Chair and esteemed county commissioners, I am aware that you are working hard to do the business before you on behalf of 150,000 tax-paying constituents. I'm speaking to you now to respectfully offer a precautionary advisory. Please be aware that in the letter that passed earlier today, there is a reference to the most recent resolution of the All Pueblo Council of Governors contained in the first paragraph of the third page of the county commissioner's letter. I believe that the APCG resolution referred to was passed on November 21st, 2024, not November 29th, 2024, as cited in your letter. If I'm incorrect, please provide me with a copy of the November 29th APCG resolution. I sincerely hope and I sincerely pray that there is a more recent one that does not express advocacy for a further taking of public lands within the Santa Fe National Forest by the Pueblo de Cochiti. I want to believe that the Board of County Commissioners is not so desperate to establish a national monument that they would support forfeiture of, quote, over 19,000 acres, unquote, of national forest land that makes up a large portion of the area needing national monument protection. I support permanent protection of the Caja del Rio and La Majada. I support co-stewardship and co-management by all traditional communities, and that includes our Pueblo cousins. However, I cannot let you be blindly co-opted into advocacy for an agenda that has historically led to exploitation and misuse of lands that are sacred to me and the traditional Hispano-American community. Our sacred connection to the land does not begin from, quote, time immemorial, unquote. For me personally, it begins with the slaying of my 13th great-grandfather while defending the Tewa Genízaro Hispano Pueblo de Abiquiu from attack by Comanches and Utes. Please be more diligent in declaring your support for anything but keeping public lands in public hands. Future generations of Americans from every ethnic, religious, and socioeconomic background are depending on you. They expect advocacy from this body of elected officials to be in the interest of all tax-paying constituents of Santa Fe County, not the few who already have government-to-government access in Washington, D.C. In other words, ponte bien trucha. It is time now to extinguish 177 years of historical grievance and work toward harmonious governance of our public lands.
Thank you very much.
Going forward, I lost my time?
Yes.
Darren, I just want to let you know that the letter on November 29th, 2021 is the...
I'm not referring to that one, Commissioner Hanson.
That's what I'm referring to. I did not reference...
No, you did reference...
No, I did not. I purposely did not reference that letter.
I need to have my wrong copy then, and it's I printed it off of the exhibit from the background portion of the agenda. It's the first paragraph on page 3.
It says the All Pueblo Council of Governors on November 29th, 2021 passed a resolution recognizing the Caja del Rio Plateau as a traditional Pueblo landscaping supporting its long-term preservation. The resolution also addresses the history of inadequate consultation between the federal government and the tribes and commits APCG to working with the Department of Interior and other key stakeholders to ensure the landscape's conservation. So
Thank you very much for
I did not
clarifying
reference
that.
that resolution that passed on November 21st, 2024.
Thank you for clarifying that for me.
Okay.
And I appreciate that because I did support that resolution because it was a good one.
Yes.
That one was not calling for a national monument, though.
No,
That one was calling for permanent protection.
Okay,
Thank you.
enough discussion. We're not really supposed to discuss what you come forward to say. You were just clarifying, yes.
I appreciate the clarification, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you.
Buenos tardes, de Dios, Julián González from La Ciénaga. I'm here today representing the Caja del Rio Majada Cooperative, which are cattle allotment permittees on the Caja del Rio. And I just want to let you guys know, we support protections of our traditional way of life. How it ends up in the end, I really don't care at the finish line. As long as we're our way of life and the traditional way of life of wood gathering, piñón gathering, hunting, fishing, and running cattle on that beautiful place we call the mesa continues. It goes back generations. In my family, the hunting, they tell the stories of this, that, and the other, of the cattle movement and cattle trailing up from La Bajada all the way up into La Ciénaga, up into Agua Fria, and so on and so forth. But I just want to let you know that the co-op supports protections of traditional way of life, which is the cattle grazing that belongs there and has started with the Spanish when they came up. That's what I want to say. And Darren,
Thank you very much.
that's it.
Okay, other person in the room, come forward.
So Andrew Black with the Caja del Rio Coalition. Thank you all for having me here today. And first and foremost, I of course want to thank the commission for unanimously passing a letter to President Biden calling for the Caja del Rio to be a national monument. Thank you for that. And I especially want to thank Commissioners Bustamante and Commissioner Hansen for their hard work, for their vision, for taking steps to ensure that responsible stewardship of the Caja del Rio is not only occurring for this generation and for who's in the room, but for future generations of New Mexicans. I'm a dad of a 4-year-old, and I want her to be able to enjoy the Caja del Rio and the integrity of that landscape as it is now for many generations to come. I think the steps that you all have taken today is about stewardship of a truly remarkable landscape that has shaped the history, the culture, and the spirituality of not only this state, but our entire nation. Unfortunately, as you all know, the Caja also faces major threats of illegal dumping, poaching, unlawful shooting, wildfire, illegal OHV use, desecration of sacred sites, and of course, major threats of development. I think it's easy to be against something, but it's hard to stand for something. And standing for a national monument means resources for protection and education, as well as trying to stop some of the major threats that are impacting the Caja del Rio. It also means more landscape level scale planning and opportunities for the communities to have input about how that landscape is actually managed as opposed to kind of how it currently is, kind of a bit of a Wild West free-for-all. I think, Commissioner Bustamante nailed it right on the head, though, that any designation, of course, must protect in perpetuity the traditional land uses of grazing, hunting, piñón nut gathering, firewood gathering, and of course prayer and pilgrimage. As a Presbyterian pastor that serves First Presbyterian Church of Santa Fe, we use the Caja del Rio for our Easter sunrise services. It's an incredibly sacred and important area. We have, over 80 to 100 people come out at 5:30 in the morning and recognize that place as an enormously important place to celebrate not only the beauty of the creation, and the resurrection of Jesus on that day, but of course the opportunity to realize how important it is to steward creation. And so I speak from that perspective as a spiritual leader that this is an area that needs stewardship. And it is incredibly important to steward this area, not only for its cultural and historical and archaeological values, but also for its wildlife values. This area is home to elk herds and deer and eagle and bear. And it's important that we protect this area, not only for the people and the communities around it, but also for the wildlife values of that area. And so I speak from that perspective of this is also about responsible stewardship. And I know 400 plus thousands of years of history around land ownership in New Mexico is conflictual and bloody and difficult. But I think if we stay on that stewardship level, that we can find real common ground as communities and cultures around this area to really work together and to come up with ideas and visions for this landscape that are going to be really good for the future of all of our communities and the land and the water and the wildlife of New Mexico. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers who wishes to speak to us?
I just got here and you sent me up here right away. Good afternoon, commissioners, staff. My name is Carmichael Dominguez. I'm here to speak about the Caja de Rio. I've been a part of that coalition now for about 2 years. I'm trying to catch my breath. For about 2 years. I know that there have been previous efforts before that to try to protect the Caja de Rio. And I can tell you that over the last 2 years, there's been a number of op-eds, a number of radio interviews, a number of public events where everyone has been invited to attend to provide their input on their thoughts about what it was like or what it means to protect the Caja de Rio. A number of resolutions were also approved, including from Santa Fe County. And I don't think that anyone has clearly articulated that they do not want to protect the Caja de Rio. The question has always been how. What are the specifics and what are the mechanisms to get that done? And through the last 2 years and beyond, we have gone through many processes where we've tried to obtain that input, and we have tried to resolve little issues or issues that may come up. And in the end, as I said before, I don't think that there's anyone who does not want to protect the Caja de Rio, not only for this generation, but for future generations. It's one of the last parts of Santa Fe and northern New Mexico that is relatively untouched. And with all the speculation that exists out there in the world today, I don't know if that's going to last much longer. I imagine a developer would be interested in the Caja because it's flat. There's not a lot of engineering that needs to be done. If the power line gets approved, you're going to have power, and all you'll need is roads. And so little by little, there have been threats that continue to pop up. And I don't think that those threats are going to stop. They're going to continue. And so this is an effort to do just that, and that is to bring some protections to the Caja de Rio. The last thing I'd like to say is that throughout this process, and I won't speak on behalf of the coalition, but I'll speak as a coalition member, it's never been about property ownership, right? You can get into some deep, dark places when you get into property, when you start talking about property ownership. It's really about how is it that we, again, protect the Caja de Rio, the nature out there that exists, the traditional, the things that local Hispano and Indian communities have participated in up there. And so that's it. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair. Carmichael, I just want to say thank you for the years of service that you've given to the city of Santa Fe, and as a counselor and as my colleague. And I am grateful to join you as a former colleague serving our city and county.
Well, Commissioner, if I hadn't been so out of breath, I would have started off by saying thank you for the work that you all do, because it's easy to run for office, and it might even be easier to get elected, depends on who you are. But it's not always so easy to spend time to study the issues and make the decisions that you make. So thank you very much for the work that you do as well.
Yes, thank you, Carmichael. I remember you being on the city council as well. Is there anyone else in the audience? If not, is there someone online?
Mr. Chair, we have 2 speakers online. The first, well, 3 now. Chris Michels is our first speaker.
Okay.
I guess I'm unmuted. Yes, hello. This is Chris Michels again. I'm a resident of Tasuki, and I'm bringing you a problem that we've had before. This is first. I'll say the first problem is with the Open Meetings Act, which we have more violations. And the first violation I would mention is the violation today, which is the fact that this meeting, because you changed the date of the meeting, you should have had a 10-day notice, and that 10-day notice was not provided. So this meeting ostensibly should not have been held. It should have been delayed until you could notice it properly. The county commission is aware of this and chose to do nothing about it, which is unfortunately typical. The other violation of OMA, which is Open Meetings Act, occurred at the last meeting, where what you did is you posted changes to the agenda and didn't meet the 72-hour requirement, because what you did is you posted it after you locked up the administration building and locked the county administration offices, which is where people are supposed to get the information. And you posted after you'd locked those buildings, so the 72-hour notice, which you are required to give, was actually something more like 30 hours notice. Again, I brought this to the attention of the county manager, I brought this to the attention of the commission, and their response was, sadly, a big yawn. I don't think you people really care about the law. The other issue I have is with the county clerk. I've been trying for 18 days now to gain access to the materials provided to the presiding judge at the last election. And it seemed initially that I was going to get it because I was told to come back in a day and pick it up. I'm now 18 days waiting to get that material because of some reasons which I don't understand. First, the attorney was blocking them, then they had to redact them, then this, then that. Fact is, they're in violation of the Open Meetings Act. I should have had them at maximum in 15 days. Here we are, 18 days, looking for the presiding judge's materials, which are obviously open to the public. They're the directions for how the election was conducted, and yet they seem to be afraid to let me see the materials. And this, again, is totally illegal on the part of the Santa Fe clerk. I've raised it with the commission. Again, no action. So here you have the commission, the county manager, and the clerk in continuing violation of the Open Meetings Act and the EPRA Act, Public Records Act. Please, at least when you swear in the next commissioner, see if you can get them to care about the law, because the current commissioner don't seem to, even though you're sworn to it. So please do a better job of this. Follow our laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is William Mee.
Okay, go ahead, William. Unmute yourself.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I just want to put in a word for our retiring Commissioner Anna Hansen. She believed in Agua Fria as a unique and special community. She celebrated our carencia, our special sense of place, like no other leaders before her. She funded improvements to our little old village when no one else thought we deserved it. She believed in our people and appointed Charlie Gonzalez to be a county planning commissioner for many years, and myself and Tim O'Malley to the Transportation Advisory Committee, and so many more. She protected our land and water from numerous pollution threats, like the 6 pollution plumes under the city of Santa Fe and the Los Alamos National Lab legacy waste at White Rock and Los Alamos Canyons. She asked that the WIP route be made safe when the U.S. Department of Energy backed out of completing the 6 interchanges on New Mexico 599. She actually had hearings on this at the Nancy Rodriguez Community Center in our village. She helped to protect the Caja del Rio Grand Mesa and Area 1B. And then there's infrastructure. We can all remember Anna saying during her first campaign that she likes to help building roads. And then she started to say, I know it isn't sexy, but I like to build sewers too. She took great care of us in the village by repaving all the roads and repairing the buckled sidewalks. It was an attention to detail that I don't ever think we've seen before. And I really just have to thank her from the bottom of our heart. And we had a meeting on Monday, December 2nd, and a lot of people gave kudos to Anna, and we'll miss her. But we're hopeful that our new representative, Lisa Kakari Stone, will be able to follow her lead and do some great work for us. We've already been pestering her. Thank you, Anna Hansen.
Thank you, William. Anybody else online?
Mr. Chair, we have one more speaker online, Sid Monroe.
Okay, go ahead. Sid, unmute yourself.
Okay, I figured that out. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, County Commissioners, Attorney Young, and Manager Schaefer. My name is Sid Monroe, and as you recall, I have been representing a broad coalition of Area 1B residents. As the year comes to a close, I am here to thank you for your efforts to support us earlier this year, and in particular, to thank our County Commissioner, Anna Hansen, for her unflagging dedication to us, her constituents, over the past 8 years of her term. You may have seen the article in the Santa Fe, New Mexico newspaper 2 Sundays ago. Residents of Area 1B, county residents, I remind you, were appalled to see blatant false statements from the city mayor. You will recall Area 1B submitted a petition with 71% of the registered voters in favor of remaining in the county and becoming part of the traditional historic village of Agua Fria. The city challenged that initial petition on a technicality, and within 48 hours, we recanvassed and resubmitted to this board another petition with a sufficient majority of residents. For the mayor to dismiss this reality is frankly infuriating. You will also recall the demeaning way the mayor and some of the city councilors and staff spoke to this body during our hearings. The city's continued contempt for Area 1B residents and our rightful and legal pursuit of remaining in Santa Fe County is just another example of how they feel about the residents of Area 1B. This board is responsible for engaging with and responding to the concerns of the county's residents. It is critical to engage the public in all decisions. Inclusive government is vital to the preservation of a democratic society. As we prepare for the next chapter in our determination to stay part of Santa Fe County, we ask that this commission continue to hear and represent us. On behalf of Area 1B, wishing everyone a very happy holiday season. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Mr. Chair, there are no more users online.
Mr. Chair, we've received a letter, but maybe Commissioner Bustamante would like to read it from. It's from Mike Taylor, retired National Park Service. Since he lives in La Cienega, I thought it would be a more appropriate for you to read it.
Is
Do
it
you
in
have
my
it?
email? I apologize. I haven't seen it. Oh, I do not see it, but I did receive one now from Echo that I would like to read. And then you can read Mike Taylor's, is that okay? Is it
Okay, of
public
course.
comment? Okay.
3 minutes.
3 minutes, 3 minutes. Hispanics enjoying camping, hunting, and the outdoors, Echo is committed to amplifying Hispanic voices and ensuring meaningful participation in public lands management decisions that impact Hispanic communities. As a longstanding member of the Caja del Rio Coalition, Echo has consistently advocated for the permanent protection of this significant landscape. We urge Santa Fe Board of County Commissioners to carefully consider and incorporate all the perspectives and concerns of the local traditional Hispanic communities in its letter in the request to President Biden administration for the designation of the Caja del Rio as a national monument. Any protection action must honor to deepen the historical and cultural connections of the Hispanic traditional communities have with the land. For Hispanic communities, the concept of querencia represents a profound love and stewardship of the land that goes beyond a user group. It is intrinsic connection to a place and heritage. If a national monument becomes a chosen method for Caja del Rio, Echo advocates for preserving and protecting the traditional land uses that have been integral to Hispanic American communities for generations.
Okay, you want to quickly read the other letter?
Yes, dear Santa Fe County Commission, I am writing to support the Caja del Rio designation as a national monument by the President and for the U.S. Congress. I have been a resident of La Cigana for the past 42 years, and my ancestors have been in the area for over 4 centuries. I consider the adjacent Caja del Rio wildlife and cultural management area to be a sanctuary where thousands of residents seek serenity, recreation, and discovery. Many of us are responsible stewards of this shared heritage. It is a unique place in northern North America that evokes millions of years of geological formations, thousands of years of human use, and serves as a wildlife corridor that is essential link for many natural migration routes. The Caja del Rio is also a very accessible destination for over 12,000 school-aged children from the Santa Fe area to learn about their heritage and the wonders of the great outdoors. The Caja del Rio is our querencia, a special place where we feel at home and a sense of belonging. Many of us northern New Mexican residents feel that the Caja contains our DNA. Along the old road our ancestors traveled, such as the El Camino Real de Tierra Adentro. The recent approved U.S. Department of Energy's 115 kilowatt power transmission line across the Caja will impact this sacred land and crack the door open for more such intrusions through deep and adding a similar adverse impact over time, resulting in the gradual desecration of our commonwealth. I respectfully request the Santa Fe Commission adopt the resolution supporting the designation of the Caja del Rio National Monument. Sincerely, Michael Romero Taylor, retired National Park Service.
Thank you. And that should end matters of public concern. And we'll move to item 6D, request approval of amendment number 1 between Santa Fe County and Reunity Resources. And Michelle Caskey.
Commissioners, we are here because the county has been leasing 2 acres of agricultural land to Reunity Resources for the last 3 years to give them an opportunity to expand the amount of land that they can farm. And this is an in-kind lease where they are donating their produce to different agencies in Santa Fe that deal with food insecurity. And we are here to ask for permission to extend their lease for an additional 2 years. And Juliana Ciano is here from Reunity Resources to answer any questions and to, I think, thank you.
And are there any questions? Or is there a pleasure, what's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like to hear from Juliana.
And I'd like to say thank you for your incredible service to District 2, and all commissioners, thank you for your service to our beautiful county. This lease began as a food security response in the pandemic to increase ag land access, increase knowledge of high desert farming, and increase local food for those in need. The project is thriving, and we would be extremely grateful for the continuation of this lease. It allows for soil health research, it's remediating desert soils, it's holding water in our water table, it's reducing erosion, promoting biodiversity, and allowing people to come together on the land to learn, connect, practice both modern and traditional agriculture, connect to each other, the land, and our food source. So thank you all for considering the continuation of this lease.
Thank you. A quick request before we make the, do we have, first the question, do we get the data on how much food is actually grown and how much is produced and provided to community groups, and how much do we give to each one? Do we have those reports?
Not in front of me today, but I can email you those.
So we can, as
Yep.
the year goes, we can get
Exactly.
that type of information and support more growth, et cetera.
Exactly. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, any other?
Oh, also, Commissioner Bustamante, if we extend past these additional 2 years and go for a longer term period that needs to be reviewed by the Board of Finance, then Reunity Resources would have a quarterly obligation to report their donation. But because of this lease, in terms of this lease, it wasn't a requirement.
So would we be amenable to ensuring that we get data on the amount of produce provided, actually grown and provided, and any, I would call hurdles or barriers that would make it more difficult for you to produce? I think that's helpful as well.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
Commissioner Green?
Thank you. Juliana, how do you distribute and how do you get the word out? How do our constituents get to know what's available, and where do you distribute?
That's a great question. We work with a number of partner distributors, so we aren't directly distributing all of the produce. We work with the Food Depot, Many Mothers, the Santa Fe Indigenous Center, the Birthing Tree Collective, but also outside of our front gate, we have an anonymous 24/7 community fridge and pantry that anyone can access at any time, no questions asked. So that is our other distribution method.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I would like to make a motion to approve amendment number 1 to lease agreement number 2022-10157 PWMM between Santa Fe County and Reunity Resources for the lease of a 2.0 acre tract of real property located at 1901 San Ysidro Crossing in Santa Fe for the use of agricultural farm to meet the food needs of the community.
Second.
Sorry, does that include and provide data on the hurdles or barriers and produce provided during that period?
Yes, I accept that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green, I believe.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Yay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so in our convoluted way, I think we will move to 6P. If
Sorry, Bill.
6P, the resolution updating the strategic plan for Santa Fe County by repealing and replacing Exhibit A. Do we have Cindy McKee online?
Yes, I'm here. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Hello, I'm Cindy McKee, and I'm here to request the adoption of the updated Santa Fe County Strategic Plan. At the Strategic Planning Summit held at the end of September 2024, the Board of County Commissioners and county staff collaborated and revised the strategic plan. The updated plan reflects the priorities of the Board of County Commissioners, progress made on several strategies, revision of strategies to reflect strategic goals rather than operations, and SMART goals whenever possible, and always start and end dates for our strategies. Staff recommends the adoption of the updated strategic plan, and of course, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Okay, any questions? Commissioner Hamilton.
It's not a question at all, but I want thank you for this. It was a great update from what we did, and I just wanted to thank you for the incredibly important and great work you did in helping us advance and develop our strategic planning over the last few years. Really, really, really appreciated. Made a big difference to the county.
It truly has been one of the most interesting jobs I've ever had, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, and I would add to that, I really appreciate the way you did the strategic planning and the result.
I feel very confident that you'll fill my shoes and we'll bring them on board and it'll just continue to be as productive.
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, I too, Cindy, thank you very much for your all your work at the county, and thank you for caring so much about the strategic plan and making it so accessible.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you as well, and I appreciate all the work, and it was great to get to know and work beside you over these 2 years, and you're sorely missed already, but nice that you're watching over us from above over there. So thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you. I do miss all of you. Thank you.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Since everyone spoke, I'd like to make the motion to approve the strategic plan as written. Since Commissioner Hughes won't let me sing Wishing You Were Here.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Now let's go back to,
Mr. Chair, your resolution number
oh yeah,
is
resolution number.
2024-175.
Okay,
It's great seeing your face.
now we are on 6E. Request approval of agreement 2025-031, Tierra right-of-way agreement with Select Row On-Call Right-of-Way Consulting Services. Bill Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here before the committee, or the board, excuse me. We're here to ask approval to award 2 contracts for on-call services for right-of-way acquisitions of properties. We did an RFP, received 2 proposals. We found both proposals acceptable and qualified, and they will be utilized on an as-needed basis throughout the county for right-of-way acquisitions and other property acquisitions. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, this is a sensitive topic when we're going down this route, and I know that some of my constituents up in the Amet area that Select Row is working with have had concerns about a lack of communication and a sort of some perceived heavy-handedness when people are accessing the property. So I would ask that anytime we enter into somebody who, an agreement with somebody like this that is acting on our behalf, that they definitely find a way to communicate early, often, and again with everybody to say that I need access to your property to do surveying or whatever we're going to be doing or they're going to be doing on our behalf, and so that we reiterate with them whenever we put an assignment out to them that they have to communicate not once, probably not twice, but probably 3 or more times to make sure that people know that what's coming and that there's strange people potentially on their property and that or around their property, and that's why they're there.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Rain, absolutely, I agree, and documented. It is in their contract to communicate and have open communication and meetings with these constituents during their reviews, and Public Works project managers manage those, and they do a good job of making sure that everyone is informed of the activities that are going on. So that's noted, Commissioner. We will make sure that that occurs with these on-call contracts. We'll reiterate it as we assign a project assignment to it.
And if there are ways that we can help them, right? You know, we have mailing lists, right? Or email lists. We have communication tools that might be of assistance to them. So let's hit it from every angle that we can.
Thank you.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
I will make an motion to approve item 6E, request for approval of agreement number 2025-0031-A-PW/DK with Tierra right-of-way, and agreement number 2025-0031B PW/DK with Select Row for on-call right-of-way acquisition consulting services.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
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 Hanson. That might be the last time, but that won't be, probably.
Thank you.
A last meeting that I'll confuse you to. Seconded by Commissioner Hanson. Okay, that passed unanimously. We move on to item F.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, if you want to go back to that item of business number 7C, Sarah Smith is going to hand out a red line version of the resolution that we believe captures what the board intended, which was to adjust the salaries at this time only of county commissioners and the county clerk and the county treasurer. So you'll see that the resolution does that. We also propose to include a simple statement explaining that the board wasn't addressing the salaries of the assessor or the sheriff or the probate judge because it would have no impact, and that going forward the board wants its decisions to be guided by the Compensation Commission. And then finally we included the requested verbiage directing staff to bring back an appropriate resolution or ordinance establishing the Classification Commission in 2025. So hopefully we captured what the board intended, and if so, we request a motion to approve the revised resolution.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hanson?
I'd like to make a resolution providing a salary increase for elected officials for Santa Fe County.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And one abstention, I abstain.
Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2024-174.
Okay, now on to 6E.
F.
7F. 6F, sorry. You're the right person, though, Bill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're before the board to request approval to award 13 on-call contracts for engineering services. We issued an RFP. We did receive 13 respondents. We felt that the committee was in consensus to award all 13 contracts as they met all the criteria. And these contracts will be used on an on-call as-needed basis and not only provide engineering services, much-needed engineering services by our Public Works Department, but any department within the county to provide third-party peer reviews of design. Growth management, for instance, gets developers who send in their design of their developments. We can call in and have a third-party review by these engineers. So it allows the process to help us out, and rather than have our own solicitation of on-call contracts that will expedite the action for design of projects and not have to issue an RFP for each capital outlay project, for instance. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Bill, and thank you for Public Works for spinning this up. I think this is, you know, at a time when time is money and getting these projects out the door faster, you know, with the rapidly increasing cost of development and construction, having an engineer on call is a key aspect of being an efficient county operation and public works department. I will say completely supportive of this. I would also add that I would love to see some on-call architecture staffing as well, with specifics to road design, community building, urban design, with an aspect that allows us to review plans. Just like you said, you're going to review plans that come in for some developers' work. The same sort of thing should happen for developers' work with an eye towards community building and architecture. But I'm some support of this. Great step in the right direction. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, Commissioner, that's our intent. We're going to kick these out from purchasing to have on-call service for architect, landscape architects, surveyors. We have them currently for surveying as well. So yes, thank you. And we will be spitting that out if you will. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
I will make a motion that to approve item 6F, request for approval of 13 agreements for on-call design and professional engineering services, numbers 2025-0101 A through M CMO-BT.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, that passed.
Thank you.
Now we're on to 6G, and I guess that's you too. Approval of contract award for agreement number 2024 with Bohannon Associates.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This contract is for construction observation services by Bohannon Houston for sections 2 and 3 of the Arroyo Hondo Trail segments and development. So this contract is for them to provide the quality assurances needed during construction required by NMDOT and by the county, of course. And that contract, the construction, the IFB for construction is scheduled to go out the first of the calendar year in January. So we had to have this contract in place so they can be involved with the IFB for construction. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Standing for questions. Any questions? Commissioner Green, question?
Just to thank you for making sure that we have advocates for good quality work. It makes life a lot easier, especially getting them on board before we go out to RFP for construction. It's great for them to have their eyes on that review process. And so thank you and good job.
Is there a motion?
If there's no other thing, I'll do it. Sure. I will make a motion to approve item 6G, request for approval of contract award for agreement number 2024-0148-PW/TS with Bohannon Houston Incorporated in the amount of $561,265.25, exclusive of NMGRT, for the construction management services of the Arroyo Hondo Trail segments 2 and 3, and item 2, delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed unanimously.
Thank you.
On to 6H, agreement with the Santa Fe Recovery Center for Adult Detoxification Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before you is contract with Santa Fe Recovery Center for Adult Detoxification Services in the amount of $300,000. We did issue an RFP for this. We only received the one response from Santa Fe Recovery Center, as they are the largest operation as far as nonprofit organizations that provide this service. The committee found them as responsive to the RFP and recommend award to for the contract. With that, I do have Alex Dominguez to answer any questions regarding the services provided, and I'll stand for questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any questions? How about a motion?
Sure. You what? It's fine. I'm feeling it today. So all right. So I move to approve item 6H, request for approval of agreement number 2024-0257 CSD/MB with the Santa Fe Recovery Center for Adult Detoxification Services in the amount of $300,000. And 2, delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, very good.
Thank
That
you.
one passed as well, unanimously. We're on to 6I. Paul Olson.
They're mine.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm here before you today with an item for approving of a grant award agreement for the Nueva Sequia 4 project. This is with the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas. The grant award is in a total of $2 million. And with that, in October, we received notice from the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas that we would be receiving the award. They have a standard agreement form that we basically have to accept or, work through, and we made a couple of tweaks to it, and we may make a couple more adjustments. But we're asking you today to give the county manager signatory authority to execute that agreement and make any other additional changes. Also, with this agreement, we are acknowledging that the project sponsor is Santa Fe County, and that's I think the LLP. No, this is the LLC. It would authorize the clerk on behalf of the county to execute and deliver the certificate in the name and on behalf of the county. It also would ask the project owner, which is Nueva Acequia 4 LLLP, to additionally authorize the clerk to, on behalf of the county, to execute and deliver the certificate in the name and on behalf of Nueva Acequia 4. And we're asking for approval of the resolution. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Any questions?
So I want to thank you, Paul, for all your hard work on this. I am incredibly grateful. I am grateful to see this moving forward. It's something, as you well know, that I have pushed very hard on to make sure that Nueva Acequia affordable housing be developed, because it is in desperate need for our constituents. And with that, I would like to make a motion to authorizing Santa Fe County as project sponsor and Nueva Acequia 4 Santa Fe County LLC as general partner on behalf of Nueva Acequia 4 LLP as project owner to enter into affordable housing agreement, etc.
Second. Oh, did you want a second?
No, that's good. Commissioner Hanson made a motion. Commissioner Hamilton, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No? Okay, you have that one. Next one, Paul.
Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2024-176.
176. Okay, and that moves us on to J, which is again Paul Olson.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Paul Olson. This is a nearly identical resolution to the one we just passed, although it's for the Nueva Acequia 9. And it would have the same certifications from the county clerk, and it would also grant the county manager signatory authority.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to authorize Santa Fe County as project sponsor for Nueva Acequia 9, Santa Fe County LLC, and general partner of and behalf of Nueva Acequia 9 LLP as project owner to enter into affordable housing agreement for a rental project with the Federal Home Loan Bank of Dallas and Southwest Capital Bank for Nueva Acequia 9% low-income housing tax credit project, and granting the county manager signature authority to execute the agreement on behalf of Santa Fe County and Nueva Acequia 9 Santa Fe County LLC.
Second.
Okay, under discussion. So these two agreements that we are entering into are incredibly unique for the county to do this. And I think it sets a good example of what counties can do and how they can use their resources to provide affordable housing. I want to thank you for organizing the housing forum with Ancorum this last week. It was really helpful to be there and see all the people who are working on these kind of projects and helping local governments, because as we move forward, it is going to be local governments who are doing this work. You know, I'm afraid that the federal government and the state government are not always going to be our backup. And so I think that we are making a bold step and doing the right thing. And so I just want to congratulate us and congratulate you and County Manager Schaefer and all the staff for being innovative.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Paul?
I just wanted to clarify that this grant agreement, I didn't mention it, is for $1,855,000, not the full $2 million, but that was the maximum award we could get on the 9 project. And that both these agreements have been reviewed both by county the attorney as well as our tax credit attorney.
And hopefully at the next legislative session, our legislators will see how innovative we are being and also give us more money.
Okay, we have any more discussion? Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No opposed. It passes.
Resolution number 2024-177.
All right.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just address some of Commissioner Hanson's comments. You know, the whole Nueva Ezequia is a giant team of really smart people, and I'm kind of the guy that carries the papers around and has people sign them. So I want to thank everyone, including the county manager's office, the legal office, our whole housing team, as well as our consultants and our development partner. So they all deserve credit. But we'll invite you, Commissioner Hanson, to the ribbon cutting for sure. And to the housing symposium, that was also a big team effort. And we worked with CSD and we worked with growth management and a bunch of others. So I got to acknowledge, again, a team approach and everyone supporting each other.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton.
So on that approach, it is the same approach that we used when you led the rehabilitation of this building. It was a team approach, but also you were there leading the effort and collecting all the papers or whatever needed to be done and making sure everything was done. And since this is my last meeting, and Commissioner Hamilton's last meeting, I think we both want to recognize the hard work that you have done on behalf of the county. And even though we do give you a hard time, we also appreciate all of your good and hard work.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul Olson. And now let's move to item 6K. We voted, right? Okay. No, we got a resolution. We got everything. Right.
I have a question. Did we get a resolution number for
Yes.
C?
Yes.
Okay, what was it?
For what?
174. We held that one in place until we could come back to it.
Okay, I'm just checking. Thank you.
Okay, item 6K. Bill Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're before the board to ask approval to utilize a project delivery method of design build. That's per the county's purchasing regulations requires that design build as a project delivery method be approved by the board. This is for a project utilizing a state price agreement with a facility build contractor that's on a state price agreement, but we have a scope of work that's been put together by the department for the development and improvements of the Pathway Shelter facility near Espanola for housing, transit. Yeah. Thank you, Paul. Come on. So anyway, Mr. Chair, I apologize. I'll stand for any questions regarding this contract for design build.
Any questions?
Delivery method.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Paul. Pathway Shelter introduced me to themselves early on in my tenure as a commissioner and to what they're doing up there. And this facility is pretty amazing in its supportive housing model for folks coming needing transitional housing up there. And as we were giving ourselves pats on the back for being innovative in how we worked on Nueva Sequia, I think we should also acknowledge that we're doing what we can to work with other partners outside of the county who are doing good works in our community and, batting above their weight. And these guys at Pathway Shelter have gone to the legislature and to the governor and to the county to get support for this project, and it's very happy to see this getting out the door and into construction. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Okay. Any other questions?
If there's nothing, I will make a motion to approve item 6K, request for approval to utilize design build product delivery method with Facility Build Incorporated for design and construction services at the Espanola Pathways Shelter Eagle Village facility in the amount of $1,572,900, inclusive of New Mexico GRT, and 2, delegation of authority to the county manager to negotiate and execute the contract and sign the purchase orders.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. Any discussion? I just want to add this is very important work. I'm so happy to see the Pathway Shelter get started in Espanola and that they're doing good work such as this. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that passed.
Thank you.
Next is request approval of amendment number 1, the agreement between Santa Fe County and Bella Luz Apartment. Paul Olson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Paul Olson with Community Development again. This is an item to approve or request approval of an amendment to the agreement between Santa Fe County and Bella Luz LLC or LLLP, and it's for the Lamplighter Inn conversion from a hotel facility into again another long-term housing facility. It'll create approximately 58, I think, rooms, and the county did put in $1.5 million in funding for the project. And along with the county, the Christus St. Vincent's or Ancorum St. Vincent put in $3.5 million. The state of New Mexico put in $4.2 million. The city of Santa Fe put in $3,037,399. And then, as I said, the county's $1.5 million. Specifically, this agreement amendment provides a way for the county to meet all federal reporting and regulations, and it enumerates the AARP and other funding requirements. It refines the scope of services and allows the scope of services to be modified by mutual agreement. It provides for accounting and reporting, project activities, expenditures, and milestones, and allows the contractor an ability to cure any default, and it allows the county to recover funds if the agreement is breached by the contractor. So again, this is just an amendment clarifying items within the previous agreement that was signed, I believe, in 2021, November. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Paul. I do agree that this is an important project, but I also recognize that this is in my neighborhood, and as president of the Casa Alegre Neighborhood Association, Loathly Association, you know, we're concerned. And we're concerned to make sure that this is workforce housing and housing and not another shelter. And I don't believe that that's what its intention is in any way, but that is definitely a concern of my constituents in my neighborhood. And also that corridor from St. Mike's to Siler is heavily impacted already. And I think that we are carrying and sharing our burden for the unhoused. And I would hope in the future that we're paying attention to that also and supporting things throughout the city and county.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, understood. And this facility is for low to moderate income, up to 80% AMI, and 25% of the units would be for special services. And J.L. Gray, who is will be the operator of the facility, is a well-seasoned and well-regarded company in property management as well as affordable housing development.
Right, and he has come to our meetings, and we are grateful.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I'm just putting that on the record.
I hear you. I understood.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I'll make
Mr.
a
Green.
motion.
No, I'm going to pointing to you to make your
Okay.
motion there. That's
Yes.
One other thing I should mention is
6L.
with approval of this agreement, it also allows the county manager to execute the agreement.
Okay, so L, request approval of amendment number 1 to agreement number 2022-0201-CDD-KE, the agreement between Santa Fe County and Bella Luz Agreement, LLP, and authorizing county manager's signature?
To execute.
To execute.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Passed.
Thank you.
6L. On to 6M. Request of approval of an agreement between City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County to wheel water to Santa Fe County through the City of Santa Fe Water Transmission and Distribution System.
Good evening. I'm Travis Soderquist. I'm the Deputy Utilities Director. So this first one is a request to approve an agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County to wheel water to Santa Fe County through the City of Santa Fe's water transmission and distribution system. So the main meat of this agreement is just detailing how much we're going to pay for the wheeling fees when we get water from their system into ours, and when we're going to pay for it. And so in Exhibit A, it tells you when we're going to pay for the wheeled water, and Exhibit B details what the process was for going and setting the rate per 1,000 gallons that we are going to be paying. In Exhibit B, you'll notice that it's a retroactive payment back to 2021 when we went into the wheeled water agreement originally. And so we are going to have to pay a difference of the $1.40 that we have been paying and the $2.04 that we will be paying. So I don't have that exact number for you off the top of my head, but doing some rough back of the napkin math from the cost of service study that is Exhibit B, it's roughly going to be an additional $420,000 for the water that we wheeled from 21 to now. Any questions?
Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hamilton.
Hey, Travis, can you just go a little bit into why there's the retroactive charging?
So I can only speculate on that a little bit, but it's back to when they did the cost of service study to figure out what the actual cost of the service would be. And then, so that was completed in 2021 at the same time that they went into the agreement. And I think there had to be some more further analysis on the cost of service.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, what I would add to that is that that was the earliest date that the city was authorized to impose a wheeling rate charge under the settlement agreements that the parties agreed to in or about 2016. So if my recollection holds, about that time, the parties had entered into some agreements where the county made a one-time payment in lieu of a wheeling charge, and that was the first date that the city could impose a wheeling rate. So when the city gave notice to the county, we had some questions and concerns about the proposed rate, and we invoked the dispute resolution mechanism under the Water Resources Agreement, and ultimately we agreed, while we worked in good faith to come up with a number, that we would start paying a placeholder, which is the $1.40 and change. But once we reached agreement, we would go retroactive in order to true everything up. So it was by mutual consent, and again, it was to avoid protracted disputes if we could, but this allowed the parties to work in good faith to come up with a number that everyone could live with.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Thank you, Travis.
Any other questions? How about a
Mr.
motion?
Chair, I move to approve this resolution. Oh, are we needing to read the whole thing? Okay.
I think it's okay to say 6M.
Move to approve the agreement between the City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County to wheel water to Santa Fe County through the City of Santa Fe Water Transmission and Distribution System, SFC Agreement Number 2024-0246 PW.
Second.
All right, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously.
Can I oppose?
What?
You can do whatever you want.
I didn't hear you opposed.
I'm opposing.
Are you really opposed?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, did not pass unanimously. 4-1.
I'm sorry. I just.
6N, request approval of a memorandum of agreement with the City of Santa Fe to collaborate on a water and wastewater planning program.
So this is also known as Santa Fe 2100 Water. And so this is the agreement that we're looking to enter into with the City of Santa Fe. Because our systems are intertwined, we want to try to plan for the future and make sure that we are taking into account all of the things that we need to look at while we're growing out our system, while we're growing as a county, as the city is growing, and it's going to be taking an assessment of our water rights, what we have currently. The city is going to be incorporating our data into their model, and they're going to be looking at 40-year supplies and 100-year supplies. And then so there's going to be $246,000 tied to the water planning portion of the agreement. And then there's going to be $25,000 for the wastewater portion. The wastewater portion is going to be focusing on continued county conveyance of our wastewater to the city's wastewater treatment plant, and then also participating in future reuse planning. So we have wanted to have a lot of community engagement with this as well. And so I have tentatively, because it hasn't been approved yet, put it on the staff work plan for the WPAC committee. And so there's going to be people with the WPAC helping come up with the direction that they are hopeful for and represent their districts and bring that to the county so that we could take it into account when we're working with the City of Santa Fe on what direction we want to head with this project.
Any questions, Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, I just wanted to contribute my 3 cents, or maybe it's 3.5 cents with inflation now, that this kind of long-term planning with this city that we're so intimately involved with in terms of water supply is really important, and it's going to become more and more important as water resources become more scarce. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I think all of the things listed here, from the reuse planning to the water supply projections, are really, really important. And there are no easy answers, but having this in place, I think, is really valuable and really responsible.
I agree.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Travis. The question that I have is, how do we define where the scope of this ends? So the county's really big and the city's relatively small. And does this stop at where our collaborative systems stop? So for instance, for the water, it's a BDD sort of scope. Does it extend beyond that and maybe include the Pewaukee Valley system and how that impacts the regional water situation?
Yeah. So I think that we really have the opportunity to kind of mold the direction that the city wants to go to. As you know, we have shared sources of water where they rely on some of our water, we rely on some of theirs. So they're concerned about our well-being as well. In addition to that, we are going through a current project right now called the Santa Fe County Utility Master Plan, and that is factoring in some of those developments that you're bringing up there. And in the talks that I've had with the city so far, they want to incorporate our findings from our master plans and current projects that we're working on.
Okay, and when do we expect a sort of result from this? Is there a timeline set for when this report and when these things are going to be completed?
I don't think anybody's really sat down to talk about a timeline for us because this agreement has been so long in the making that the city is kind of, they've moved ahead with their portion that they're primarily concerned about. And right now they just want to incorporate the county portion so they get the whole picture. And so where they're currently at, I'm not exactly sure, but I do know that they've been working on it pretty diligently for a while now. So I think that once we can supply them our data and get the ball rolling, it will be a pretty quick turnaround.
Okay, one more point, but to that point first is if it's possible for you to reach out to the city and try to get a timeline so that we can, be no expectations met, and then understand that we might be able to hold them accountable. If it's going to be a year from now, that's fine, but let's know when that is. If it's going to be 3 years from now, that may be not so fine. So whatever seems feasible, and to have a report back to us as a progress goes on that. And then second, to the wastewater space as well, making sure that if we're going to contribute some money to this, even though it does seem pretty small compared to the freshwater portion of this, I would hope that we would get much more participation and reporting from them as to where they're going with their wastewater treatment plant, because we are one of the largest clients for that, and we should be, a stakeholder at the table. Yeah. And as I've been told by the folks from the EPA, there's a lot more money for their very expensive plant if it's a partnership between the city and the county, as opposed to the city just trying to do it themselves. And so any way that we can help them make better decisions, let's help them.
Of course, and I think it is such a small amount because they want us to have some skin in the game before they start letting us really start helping with the process.
Okay, well, let's make sure that we have a seat at the table and that we're able to, not necessarily throw our weight around, but give them good advice.
Yeah, will do.
Thanks.
Any other? Oh, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. So if you're going to be doing outreach, I am a sitting City of Santa Fe River Commissioner, and I would like to request that you present what we're doing to the River Commission, possibly with Mr. Dupuy, but I think it would be beneficial to the River Commission to understand the county's role in this. And I understand that on this agreement, our role is very limited with the wastewater, and I think that is the way that we should begin until we get some real data from the city about, or they have real data about what they're doing with their wastewater. So I appreciate that. And with that, I will make a motion to request approval of a memorandum agreement with the city to collaborate on a water and wastewater planning program.
I will
This is not
second
the
that.
same
I
as the
know,
last
I'm
one.
joking. I'll second that. Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. We move on to 6O. Resolution repealing and replacing and establishing a records retention program. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. This is Naomi Solomon again, and I've seen y'all a couple times this fall, so thank you, and fall and winter. Thank you very much for your help. I'm here to present the records retention schedule that I've updated with the help of Deputy County Attorney Rachel Brown, as well as elected officials and department heads. You might remember that 2 weeks ago, Clark and I were discussing some more changes that were needed in her section of the records retention, and so we went ahead and had a conversation about the additional details that were needed for confidential and sensitive information, and we talked as well about some of the content that is found in email records and how we're going to treat those moving forward, as well as how they're going to be categorized through the retention schedule. So I'm here today to hope that you might help me adopt an updated retention schedule.
Any questions? Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Naomi. I'm incredibly fond of you.
Sure.
I don't even know you, but I just love you.
Sure. Thanks.
And thank you for being at the county.
Sure, thank you very much. Thanks for your
Okay,
service.
and I'm going to,
Can I ask one quick question before you do the honors?
Okay,
Or
go
we
ahead.
can do it under discussion,
you're
too.
going to go. I'm going to make a motion to repeal and replace Resolution 2013-60, establishing a record retention schedule tailored to the records of Santa Fe County.
And I'll second that and under discussion, if I may.
Commissioner Green, under discussion?
I just want to, just for the record, ask the clerk if everything has been, yes, that's an affirmative, I saw that.
Yes, we had some statutory changes that we just wanted to make sure were smoothed out, and all's good.
That's fabulous. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you, Naomi, and I hope you stay at the county for a long time.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, you have your new records retention schedule.
Resolution number 178.
178. Okay, we skip over P because we did that already. Q. Yvonne.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I guess I missed P. Q is a resolution requesting a budget increase to the Capital Projects Federal Fund 305 in the amount of $2,415,293, and a budget increase in the Capital Outlay GRT Fund 313 in the amount of $992,952. And with that, I stand for any questions. Was that too short?
That was perfect. Any questions?
Yeah, I just want to make sure with all this swapping around of money for, isn't this for the ARPA?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, can you repeat your question?
Isn't this for part of the ARPA money?
Yes. So the bar was originally focused on addressing the we have 7.1 million that we still have to encumber and obligate, and as we were working through that, we swapped funding sources between Capital Outlay GRT and ARPA funds between projects, and then on the Turquoise Trail bulkhead water, the project needed an additional just under $1 million, and so we swapped funding for the Romero Park water line, Hondo bulk water station, and Agua Fria wastewater, and replaced that with Capital Outlay GRT. So everything is still funded. We were just kind of moving money around so that we can ensure that we can get that, those
So
funds
we're-
obligated.
We've gotten the 9 million, we've gotten the additional 9 million or 7 million.
In ARPA funds, Chair Hughes, Commissioner Hanson, in ARPA funding,
Yes,
the county received 29.3 million total.
yeah, so we'll get all of that, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, we have received all the funds. We just now have to get it obligated and spent.
So is this the last obligation?
We have to have everything obligated or encumbered by December 31st, and then we have to have everything spent by December 31st of 2026.
Okay, and so have we done that?
We are, so far, we've encumbered 22.2 million, encumbered or spent, and we have 7.1 left to do that, and I believe all projects are on track to encumber by the end of this year and have it spent by December of 2026.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I'll make a motion. I move that a resolution requesting a budget increase to the capital project fund, federal fund, in the net amount of $2,415,293, and a budget increase to the capital GRT fund 313 in the amount of $992.92.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, that passed.
Thank you.
Your resolution number is 179.
179. Very good. On to item 6R.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and County Commissioners. I'm Melinda Jagels Mokino, the Deputy HR Risk Management Division Director. I'm here to present and request approval of the subject resolution authorizing the county manager to secure multi-line law enforcement and other insurance coverages for calendar year 2025, to finalize negotiations for such coverages, and to execute all documents necessary to effectuate such coverages. The contributions and premiums for the various coverages will individually and/or aggregate exceed the signature authority for the county manager in the attached Exhibit B. The recommendation from our hub broker, county's broker, insurance broker, has recommended for the county for all lines to select the maximum deductible for all lines of coverage. And with those selections, the county's total cost of risk is estimated to increase $376,416 from 2024 to 2025, an increase of approximately 11.1%, from $3,386,457 to $3,762,873. In making the recommendations, HUB analyzed the county's claims history and estimated the county's total losses at a different level of deductibles in statistically low and average and high claim years. It's illustrated in the document that you received in your packet. It recommends the deductible level, and that would yield the lowest total cost of risk with acceptable deductible expense was added to contribution levels for that deductible. New Mexico County's Insurance Authority excess liability limits at $5 million throughout the layered program, $2 million with New Mexico CIA, $2 million New Mexico Reassurance Incorporated, and $1 million with a shared limit of 50-50 between New Mexico CIA and the 4 eligible counties. HUB recommends accepting the additional $1 million in excess of $4 million. Thank you for your attention. I stand for questions.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hamilton.
I'll make a motion. This is always difficult, but I do want to thank both Melinda and the county manager for tracking this kind of, difficult to implement process. so effectively. So I move to approve the resolution authorizing the county manager to secure multi-line law enforcement and other insurance coverages for calendar year 2025, to finalize negotiations for such coverages and to execute all documents necessary to effectuate such coverages.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Resolution number 180.
Okay. On to item 6S.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commission, good evening. I'm Juan Torres, Economic Development. The purpose of these items is to provide an overview of a proposal to provide matching funds to select projects and expand broadband access in unserved areas, and ask the Board of County Commissioners to approve evaluation criteria in the proposed notice of funding opportunity. And I have a short presentation. So on November 15th, the Office of Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment released a notice of funding opportunity to help deploy $675 million in federal funding to different projects in the state. Full project funding is primarily focused on unserved last mile locations contained within the draft project area units, which the county helped define through the BEAD program challenge process back in May. Funding for unserved areas will be made available, but will require a matching share identified in the application. In order to seize this opportunity for funding and help expand broadband, staff recommends the adoption of a project match program to partner with internet service providers interested in projects within PAU's project area units in Santa Fe County. This is a map showing the challenged areas that Santa Fe County submitted, and I should note that all project area units are still draft form and they have not been finalized. So we're operating on the assumption that hopefully these will be finalized. Matching share requirements, 25% minimum for consideration, with additional consideration given to projects that provide 27.5% match. Matching funds can be either in kind or cash, and waivers could be sought for areas of high cost. And so this would impact the final selection. The main purpose is to identify the criteria and to get feedback on the criteria that's been developed through the broadband working group. Right now, there's 2 additional criteria beyond the slide that I'd like to point out, but basically these are the criteria we're looking at, and we tried to match as closely as possible the OBAE criteria so that we didn't get too far afield from their application process. But basically we'll be looking at project type, technology, coverage, cost-effective budget, inclusion of unserved areas in community anchor institutions, inclusion of designated county critical infrastructure. Additionally, we're looking at project area units with demographic information to try to target at-risk or vulnerable communities in terms of the response to the ISPs. And we also added other criteria established by the county and agreed to by the applicant. So right now, just to get a little bit more on the matching grant, there are some other matching opportunities, and we will be utilizing all non-county opportunities prior to any county funding. There's a matching grant program at the state through the Department of Finance Administration, a project implementation grant, and there's also federal compliance offset grants. In the case of the DFA matching programs, we've been unable to confirm that those funds would be used in this program, but we are continuing to speak with staff at DFA to determine final whether that would be allowable or not. And we have set a tentative schedule. Obviously, this is a very truncated timeline, but we're asking for your approval so that we can release a NOFO by tomorrow, if possible. with a timeline laid out in the slide, ultimately bringing a notice of intent to award back to this body for final approval. So no agreements will go forward until they're presented to this body for final approval. And with that, I stand for questions.
Any questions? Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Juan. A couple things. One, I appreciate the large sum of money. $5 million is significant. I also appreciate us going to try to get state matchings to leverage that $5 million. I want to put a word of caution and maybe put something in here that says that, you know, $5 million probably should go to at least 10 projects. I mean, like, we should not put it all into 1, 2, or 3 projects. I think that there's a bunch of areas in the county that need this, and so making sure that we spread it out would be one of my objects of this. And then also in the scoring for the folks that do apply for this, I would hope that we would create a request for an affordability aspect of this. And so when an ISP comes to us and says, look, I can go do this, but I'm going to make it expensive, sometimes we don't ask that question. And so if we could make sure that we ask what an affordable program would be available for anybody to just have basic, you know, broadband. Of course, if it's BEAD funding, it has to achieve 120, but that is basic broadband these days. And to make sure that somebody that has 100 downstream, 20 upstream, creates a really affordable plan for what we would call basic broadband, and give these folks a higher score and more money if they can do that. So, thank you.
Commissioner, Mr. Chairman, so absolutely the affordability will be part of it. It's actually part of the BEAD application. So essentially, they wouldn't be awarded BEAD funding if they didn't meet the affordability criteria. However, we'll definitely make that an item to be reviewed by the Broadband Working Group as we consider other projects. And to the extent of the dollar amount, so yes, we appreciate that. We should spread that out as much as possible. And this body will have the opportunity to make that determination once we bring those projects forward for consideration.
If it's possible, with that affordability aspect, to ask very specific questions to that and set some goals of that, but also in the amount per project, that it breaks it down into amount per unit served. So there can be some very expensive places to get to, and if it's only 15 homes and it's $1 million, that's really expensive to get to those. So to have it in some sort of ratio that shows that, hey, this proposal is 500 homes and it's $1 million, so that works out to $20,000 a home. That makes a little bit more sense than $50,000 a home just to do some very difficult to do places that might have a better solution with wireless or some other things like that. So thank you. This is great.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Green, we absolutely will include that in there. Wireless gets scored like less, so it'll be a criteria for the application, but we certainly do take that into consideration, and we will, working with our broadband consultant, who's working on our plan and also helping us in this case, we will definitely include those factors.
Is our broadband consultant on the job?
I think they're online if you're interested. I early on, I gave them the link. I'm not sure if they're on. Tony Flores from Motiva and Krista Kelly from Motiva. I did give them the information, and I don't know if they were able to stay on. So would you like to?
Introduce yourself, please.
Good evening, Commissioner Green. Thank you for inviting us to the meeting this evening. We are excited to be the consultant on the broadband plan for Santa Fe County and to be working with the county on this. We do see this scoring criteria to be essential to ensuring that we bridge the digital divide for residents of Santa Fe County, and to ensure that we make the best use of Santa Fe County's dollars in implementing the broadband expansion.
Thank you, Krista. Welcome to the team.
Thank you so much, Commissioner.
Okay, do we,
Mr. Chair, I have one question.
Commissioner Hamilton?
So I have a question that's partly for Commissioner Green as well as for Mr. Torres. I liked all the things you said. Like I appreciate, especially the second half and affordability, all the detail. And part of the concept of like spreading the money out as far as you can, like not just doing 1 or 2 or 3 projects. I like that concept too, but my question that I was hoping you and Juan could both maybe reflect on is, does that put you in a position, would that be taken to where you're in a position of spreading the money out and not getting a little support for a lot of people, but not enough to do a job, finish a job to anyone? Or how would you incorporate that?
Was that for me first?
That was for you first.
Yeah. So as you can see, there are these thresholds that are put in here, the 27.5%. So you would try to get somebody to be a highly qualified proposal. In my, this would be my perspective. Of course, the folks, Juan and Krista and the folks would package these things and try to massage them to get the minimum qualified, the minimum input of money by the county to get a highly qualified solution for the state to approve. And so that's a little bit of consultation with OBE and understanding what other proposals are going out there. And just having a mind to saying, if there's just one big project that's great, maybe it's worth doing only one, but honestly, let's try to do lots of little targeted ones so that we can actually get out there and get it to little remote villages, and like in your area in Glorieta, that is a target area. There's so many different little areas that we need to work on here. So that would be my thought on this. I'm sure Juan has some other thoughts on this as well.
Commissioner Hamilton, commissioners. So we will carefully evaluate all the projects that are submitted. I should caution that there may be no submissions because the project area units are rather large. We've had some initial conversations with internet service providers, and the difficulty is that there is a very tight timeline for deploying the funding, and there is a very strict criteria for once that funding is deployed that any ISP would have to connect anyone within that project area unit within 10 days. And several ISPs have expressed that is very difficult criteria. So we will be evaluating those very carefully, and if and when we bring any match requests before you, we will demonstrate the criteria that was used to evaluate those. In some cases, a higher cost for a bigger area or a more strategic advantage might be called for, but we will identify those when we bring those forward.
Mr. Chair, Krista Kelly is raising her hand on WebEx.
Go ahead, Krista Kelly.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hamilton, I did want to weigh in on that as well. Part of what Motiva will be providing is the ability to assess the responses once they're received. And I think that is what we will bring to the table, is the ability for the county to really know and understand the best sort of value for the investment.
That's great, and I appreciate the responses. And I have no doubt that, like, I'm not the only one who thought of that kind of thing. It's a common consideration when you're trying to fund projects and spread the effort around, that there's always this, that you reach a point where there's a liability of not getting any of them done because they're underfunded. And so I appreciate that, but I kind of wanted to ask the question and have it in the forefront because I think it's important. So thank you, Krista.
Mr. Chair.
And everyone.
Is there a motion?
I will make a motion. I just want to bring one concept up. If there's an interim sort of solution that might be viable for OBE to accept, if we can't deploy fiber, which is the preferred solution for a lot of these areas, in 10 days, which nobody can actually do because I don't think we have a fiber deployment in Santa Fe County at this point anyway. But if we get an ISP that might be able to deploy a wireless solution as a bridge and say, look, I'm going to deploy wireless for 2 years while I am developing this fiber solution, maybe that there's a way to work with OBE to sort of accept this so that the stress on these ISPs is less on these proposals, because otherwise our proposals are going to be tough to get approval. But anyway, if we are ready, yes?
Yes.
I will make a motion to approve item 6S, a request for approval of evaluation criteria in proposed notice for funding opportunity to provide matching funds for potential broadband equity access and deployment BEAD partnerships in Santa Fe County program.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's passed.
Thank you.
On to item 6T, request approval of agreement between Santa Fe County and the Santa Fe County Firefighters Association. And I'll take my back.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Rachel Brown, Deputy County Attorney, accompanied by Valerie Park. Pleased to present to you for possible approval today an agreement between Santa Fe County and the Santa Fe County Firefighters Association, Local 4366, International Association of Firefighters, for a possible 4-year collective bargaining agreement. We began preliminary conversations with the bargaining unit as a management team in January of this year in preparation for negotiations, and started negotiations in earnest in April. And we have met diligently over these months for very professional and productive discussions about all aspects of the current agreement and how it should be revised. And we were able to reach agreement just at the end of last week regarding the contract. We gave you a matrix that laid out the elements that had changed in the contract, and I'll just highlight a few of the most significant revisions. The first of which is Article 7, which added a commitment to create a program to address supporting the mental health of our bargaining unit employees, including establishing critical incident support when there are significant events that our members attend, and also establishing a peer mental health support program. Those are likely elements for the mental health program. So that was a very important component of the contract to add, and it is a voluntary program. It is not a mandatory program. I'll also indicate that in Article 12, the acting incapacity provisions, where we pay additional funds when an employee steps up to a higher level of position briefly to gain experience in that position and provide support when there are vacancies or absences. We added an opportunity for engineers to step into paramedic roles when they are licensed as paramedics and receive an 8.5% increase to their compensation for the time they're acting as a paramedic. We also made revisions to the light duty provisions, which is Article 18, Section 18, so that light duty will occur specifically within the fire department when it's available, and that we'll make efforts to make those assignments really meaningful to the department, focusing on ensuring that we can leverage the resources of the people who can't be out in the field to provide training or other significant contributions while they're on light duty. The other elements of the contract that I'll emphasize are that within 23, the drug and alcohol testing provisions will remain the same. However, we've reached agreement that should the laws related to use of cannabis for first responders, including those who might drive ambulances, should those laws change, and should the scientific advancements to testing change such that we have scientifically reliable testing to determine impairment while on duty, we might reopen that article and come back and discuss changes to it. So that is one opportunity to reopen the contract during the 4-year contract term. In addition, we have included in 24 the insurance provisions, the new tiers of insurance that you approved for others earlier in this meeting. so that the firefighters could gain the benefit of those increased tiers as well. And finally, within the wages section, the most important element of what we change in any contract, or perhaps not the most important, but a significant one, the wages have increased almost 12.5% across the board. Not exact, but approximately. We've given you a table that shows how that compares to city-based wages, as you've requested in the past. We've also increased the longevity provisions within that article so that there are higher increases for longevity, and we added a tier for those who have been with us from 2 to 4 years, that they would also receive a slight increase in pay. And this is a 4-year contract, but we have a reopener in 2 years to address some financial element of the contract. It is possible that that will be exploring a 14-day pay cycle as opposed to the current 28-day pay cycle. We don't know whether that will happen, but we did put in specific provisions allowing for that, because if that were the topic to come up, it requires exploring more than one article, because that topic would touch several of our provisions. And with that, we'd stand for questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Hanson.
I just want to say that over the 8 years that I've been here, we have, I believe we've worked incredibly diligently to improve the salary of our firefighters and EMS and the whole public safety division. And it was nice today to see Commissioner Robert Anaya come to the luncheon earlier and remember that was an important thing that we did early on, and that we have continued to invest in our firefighters and our public safety. And I am incredibly proud of that, along with Commissioner Hamilton, from early on, and the work that we have done, and that this commission has continued to do that and to make that investment, which is really important for our constituents.
Mr. Chair, if I could
Commissioner
just-
Hamilton.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I forgot to note my thanks to the union bargaining team and the efforts that they put into reaching the proposal we're bringing forward to you today.
Thank you.
Now, Commissioner Hamilton.
So to both you, the union, and the two of you for and everybody who was involved. I mean, rumor had it, it was a heroic effort on the part of many people. And it seems like it came to a really good end, so effort well spent, but, you know, no less strenuous for the fact that it had a good outcome. So, and I'd be happy to make a motion if everybody else.
Sounds good to me.
I'd like to move to approve the agreement between Santa Fe County and the Santa Fe County Firefighters Association, Local 4366, International Association of Firefighters, December 9th, 2024 to December 31st, 2028.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No opposed. Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we have, this takes us to 7B, since we've heard 7A and 7C already.
Commissioners, good evening. My name is Juan Torres. I'm with the Economic Development of Santa Fe County. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the proposed 2024 Economic Development Action Plan. And I have a short presentation.
I hope it is short.
It's as short as I can make it for you. So on May 14th, the staff previously presented the updated economic development plan to the Board of County Commissioners. The updated plan was prepared by Economic Planning Systems Incorporated. At that time, the commission requested that staff develop an economic development action plan that would identify innovative and galvanizing economic development activities, projects, and initiatives within the target industries, sectors that could be undertaken in the next 5 years and would have a significant impact in the economic development for the county. This slide just demonstrates where the plan emanated from in terms of the strategic plan goals, and then the economic development plan and the other components from that. So it's a 5-year action plan, primarily focused in the critical target industries and high-value infrastructure identified by the commissioners during economic development plan feedback sessions held in May and June of 2024. The plan includes annual reports to the commission and allows for adjustments based on commissioner feedback. Staff has already been working on some of these action items, but the official start of the action plan will be January of 2025. A request for proposal and selection of a contractor to conduct commissioner input, community-wide listening sessions, and data gathering to develop a new economic development plan will begin in January of 2028. Work on the new plan will begin no later than January 2029 with delivery by December for review by the commission. So the feedback that I got was not enough time, not enough input from the commission. So we will be walking this commission through that last year to make sure that you have enough opportunity to chime in on the next brand new economic development plan, which would be put forth at that point. The feedback, this is actually a very cool kind of word cloud of all the feedback that I received from all the commissioners in one place. So, you know, it's a nice, it was kind of interesting to see that. So I'll go kind of feedback and then response, if that's okay. So generally a lot of feedback on the creative industries and arts. Thank you very much for the resolution earlier. We incorporated that concept into our work, and we pulled the LOI out to make sure that we aligned that with the desires of that resolution. But I think there was a lot of information there that was discussed in terms of the Arts Council. Also, South by Southwest was one of the areas in terms of large-scale festivals, et cetera, and making sure that we incorporate smaller communities outside of the city, and then facilities to accommodate various types of creative industry activities. So we have developed a letter of interest for the Arts Council contractor, and so that entity will hopefully be coming online when we have the new commission situated and we have new Arts Council members appointed. And so we should be able to align those activities together. Currently, as you're aware, there's an amphitheater study being done with the city of Santa Fe. And so we will be committing to working with the results of that study to make sure that if there are actionable items and direction that we get from your body, that we can definitely move ahead with what the desire is. We learned a lot from the film office work on the Sundance relocation project, and that starts to inform a lot of the kinds of things that we want to build on, those lessons that we learned talking to all the different entities in the creative industries that we believe will help us make Santa Fe an internationally recognized destination for high-profile festival events, such as South by Southwest, and obviously working towards being able to support that sort of a activity. We'll start right away in 2025 to look at following up with all of the entities that we spoke to with the Sundance project, including the opera and other stakeholders, to make sure that we can align their expectations and our development over time, with the general target of 2028 to 2030 to actually have an event here in the county that really is a galvanizing world-class event on top of the existing world-class events that we have right now. So in 2024, we sponsored 4 creative industry events. We intend to sponsor at least 10 events in 2025, obviously based on budgeting considerations, and that will be throughout the entire year. We are continuing to identify creative industries collaborations with the city and other private sector entities. We place a number of advertisements, and will continue to place advertisements in local, regional, and national publications to try to gain exposure on these areas that we're trying to get some movement on. And we are collaborating with the Northern Rio Grande Heritage Area. We have this past year. And I believe that slated to go up to Madrid, but I think their light festival will be going on this year, and they were able to utilize that funding from the legislature, and we will work with them to kind of build on that momentum and look at other areas for expansion. So some of the consensus we got was on value-added agriculture or agriculture in general. A lot of feedback on the aggregate website and what are we doing with it and what should we be doing it. Also addressing food desert issues in Rancho Viejo and other places where we need to have fresh food. Explore food incubator. We've been exploring food incubator programs such as the Taos Kitchen in South Valley to try to determine what sorts of things we can reproduce here for Santa Fe County or we can bring here to develop. And also we got some information, on, we're starting to gather information on community gardens and supporting other farm to table activities. That was the feedback from this commission. So we are collaborating with Reunity Resources. We have in the past through the Main Street program on their design for their facilities. We're following up on that piece to see what the next steps are and where we can help to keep moving that project along with the knowledge that it's also part of the River Trail project. And so these are going to be multiple things that are happening there. And we'll be following up with Reunity, hopefully within the first and second quarter of 2025 on that specific piece, and also moving their agendas forward on what they want to do in terms of expansion. Working with to update and validate information on the aggregate website. So we've been meeting with the Farmers Market Institute and had some general conversations. It seems to be bubbling up into something like a cold storage warehousing food distribution concept. And so we've also been communicating with the Community Development Finance Association that is using New Mexico and Minnesota from a USDA grant to look at these sorts of issues, and we'll be accessing their financing expertise going forward to figure out how we can fund some of this stuff. I toured an existing aquaponics business with the farm to table folks and was amazingly impressed by the low impact and the high value of such a project. And so we're having conversations about potentially things like, are there properties that the county would be considering to use that could support the activities of an aquaponics. And so we'll continue to look at that in 2025. So feedback on consensus regarding expanding outdoor recreation, improving bicycle trails, outdoor recreation infrastructure, et cetera. And so we're doing a lot on that right now. We just finished the Gravel Adventure Field Guide, which is a gravel guide that created 12 bespoke gravel trails in Santa Fe County, comprising over 700 miles of adventure travel. And we're getting an amazing amount of feedback on that. People love it. It's been very well received. And so we're looking at a number of things associated with that specific piece of marketing material, including considering perhaps sponsoring a event or some sort of a competition for people to travel through all of those gravel trails within a certain amount of time. So those sorts of activities we are currently discussing right now, and we have a contractor on board, or we will have on board very soon, for assisting us in moving those things forward. We also did some half marathon sponsorship this past year, and we are looking to repeat that as well as expand that into a wellness event multi-day expo for wellness. And so we're actively working with that contractor to determine how to best move that forward. We're having conversations with the Las Golondrinas, the Santa Fe Opera, Santa Fe Mountain Center, and other locations to determine how we can work with them to expand the opportunities in outdoor recreation. And we'll be working on that over the next 12 to 24 months. We're working on a grant request through State Trails Plus to request funding to build multi-purpose skateboarding infrastructure at Romero Park. And we've been talking with Public Works about the bond issue that passed. It seems to be something that they're interested in. I think we got some general feedback from the community on that kind of an activity. And hopefully we can have something built that wouldn't just be single use, but that could be possibly available for some sort of competitive or sort of demonstrative public things that we can bring people to. So a skateboard park is one of the things we'll be working on in 2025. We're working with the contractors I mentioned on outdoor recreation activities, and we'll continue to prioritize backbone trails. We're meeting with trails and with land use and establishing regular monthly check-in meetings to follow through on the different infrastructure needs in outdoor recreation. Broadband, we just finished talking about broadband, so really we are doing everything with the current funding available, and we are lightning focused on getting the plan done, getting projects identified and funded in this next year. Motiva is the contractor, and they will have a broadband plan completed before June of 2025. Again, I think the presentation before addressed most of this, which is the 25% cost match, and we thank you for approving that. So hopefully we'll have some response very soon, and we'll better understand what opportunities there might exist. But we'll continue to work on all aspects of how to expand broadband, and currently working with legal, Public Works to develop a franchise agreement ordinance, of which there's a couple of different parties that are interested in that right now. So actively moving towards that, and hopefully completion of most of those activities by 2025. In terms of, I got some feedback on examining microgrids deployment and landfill collaborations and solar installations for county operations. And I think sustainability has a kind of good handle on that aspect of things in terms of expanding solar for the county. But we've been working with the Feynman Center. They have a new program called New Mexico LEAP. And so the New Mexico LEAP will be available to assist with postdocs. And we're also looking at other collaborations through their quantum agreement with the Quantum Tech Hub that opened up in Southern Colorado. And that includes some recently announced funding through the state for quantum startups. So we are continuing the conversation with Feynman, figuring out how we can keep the ball in the air, moving on those sorts of technology collaborations. And if there's an opportunity to set up a facility, we'll certainly do that. Looking at, we've spoken with the incubator about their needs and their future needs and potential expansion. So trying to figure out what kind of a role we can play with that. And of course, we're a little bit later this evening, we're going to bring the LEDA ordinance forward. Hopefully once that passes or is approved at this point, we'll be able to engage in some LEDA activities that we couldn't have before. The CPACE legislation has been very popular so far. We've got 2 projects that have gone through that. There's another 3 projects that are waiting for the city, if I understand correctly, for their resolution. But there's a lot of interest in that program, and it's been really quickly addressed. We've worked on at least 1 bid proposal this last year, and we look forward to expanding public financing opportunities through different mechanisms in the future. Working with North Central, EDA, county staff on infrastructure for specific targeted industry activities, and basically backbone infrastructure as a catalyst for housing ultimately. Continuing to meet with a lot of
developers and trying to gauge their interest and direct them towards possible projects they may consider in Santa Fe. I'll have a meeting later this week on that subject. And that is the action plan. I stand open for questions.
Any questions? Mr. Hanson.
Very ambitious plan. So good luck. I know you talked about the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area. In the past, the staff member used to attend that board meeting. So in the future, I hope that you can attend that meeting. I will continue on that board as a community member. So the New Mexico Main Street and the History, Arts, and Culture Center that we've been talking about has kind of shifted, and so I hope that the next meeting we have with Main Street that you can attend, because we're talking about a History, Arts, and Culture Center at the Nancy Rodriguez Romero Park Complex area, and I will make sure that Nancy and Phoebe reach out to you. And then on the skateboard part, you know, I think Romero Park is getting a little crowded, but if you could, I don't know if it's possible, if you could put the skateboard park on top of the area where it's remediated over behind the La Familia. You know, it's kind of, the road's kind of paved there, there's a parking lot. It might be a good location if it can go on top of a brownfield, or, you know, I don't know if that's possible, but I'm just throwing that out. And good luck.
Commissioner Hanson, Chairman, absolutely, we're working with Public Works on the appropriate spot. The only reason I mentioned Romero Park proper was that they had a project that they were looking at, and then they determined that it wasn't cost effective. And so we are starting that conversation, but obviously where that's most appropriate, one of the things that has emerged on the skate park is the concept of a skate park water catchment system, which is something that is apparently exists in the world. So you build this kind of concrete thing, but you have a mechanism to capture water when you're not using it for a skate park, and you have that water stored somewhere. So we're going to be meeting with Public Works very soon to determine the availability of that and what's most appropriate. And I did want to mention very quickly, because I didn't include it in my presentation, but so we are discussing with Currents Technology Art, their festival, and as part of that, we've been discussing the potential to utilize an unused county facility for a 1-month exhibition, and I think we're very close to coming to agreement on that. So as soon as we can get closer on that, we'll bring you more information, but we're very excited potentially to sponsor a 1-month exhibition of the Currents site-specific exhibition at a county facility that's not being used.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, I hope that you will keep the commissioners informed about all the activities that you do on a more regular basis, and invite them to these events, because sometimes we don't even know what you're doing, and we'd like to know.
Commissioner Hanson, Mr. Chairman, absolutely. We will be working that into our work plan to give regular updates as well as invitations. I've reached out recently on the New Mexico Gay Men's Chorus. They had a production that was on Saturday. They gave us 4 tickets. So I'm trying to get that information out, but I will do a better job in the future of including the commission on the activities in terms of all of the economic development.
I mean, as you well know, I won't be here next year, but I'm just trying to keep my fellow commissioners included, so that they have the opportunities to attend some of these events that you're attending, that we're sponsoring. So, because I think it's good for elected officials to show up at things that we're sponsoring.
Absolutely, Commissioner Hanson and Mr. Chairman. In fact, the next opportunity is going to be, we're co-sponsoring the Santa Fe Winter Brew Fest for the New Mexico Brewers Guild, and I will definitely make sure that everybody has a personalized invitation.
Thank you very much. And Paul told me I had to be nice, so I'm doing my best.
Anything else? Any other questions? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Juan. Thank you. This is a much more targeted and broad scope to what we had talked about. And I think you addressed probably everything that we threw at you, and I appreciate that it's all in there. I just have one area that I'm worried that as in my family that we have an expression which is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And so there are certain things that are potentially locked and loaded, or at least it could be set ahead right now. And those are in the broadband area. And so while we're going to go into the heavy brain damage of a full-on broadband franchise agreement and things like that, that's a heavy lift. And if that's going to start in January and be done optimistically by the summer, I think that we have some people that are ready to invest that we might need to do a one-off on, whether it's using previous versions of the franchise agreement or previous versions of the co-location agreement. I would hope that we could get legal to just look at these one-offs and see if, we have old franchise agreements, they may not be up to date. We have old co-location agreements, they may not be up to date, but whatever it takes to get these things out into play. So specifically, there is a broadband fiber group here that is bugged me about it today, that is looking for a franchise agreement to potentially go into the Agua Fria Village and into the La Cienega area, but they're just waiting for a franchise agreement. And I don't want to make them wait any longer, and I would hope that we could get something to them sooner than later. Same thing for a co-location agreement. We've had a co-location agreement, and you can ask me questions about that offline so I can put you with those folks if necessary, if you don't know. But for a co-location agreement in the La Puebla fire station that is on the ReadyNet fiber area, and they know that they would really like to put an antenna up there and serve an area. It's a pretty low impact area, but it could have a high effect on the area up there. And I don't think they've already waited probably 6 months to get to today, and waiting another 6 months for the perfect co-location agreement is probably too long to wait. So I'd ask that you can sort of expedite those two things so that we can get these people that are here ready to invest in our community to into play.
Commissioner Green, Mr. Chairman, so yes, we are meeting with, I believe it's probably the same fiber company, and not this week, but the following week.
Okay.
And we have had conversations with legal about one-off agreements in the short term. Once we understand better about that company's needs and their time frame, when we meet in 2 weeks, we'll be able to better determine what's the appropriate way to go forward.
I think that's fabulous. Thank you very much. And if they're going to make us jump through hoops to meet their time, then make sure that you make them jump through hoops to invest, right?
Yes.
If they want us to get something ready for them, let's give them a short leash to get a project going.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So I understand this is a plan, and it sounds a lot like a plan to make a plan so we can plan. And I'm hoping, big time, that when we have proposals for any kind of planning, and as we initiate projects, that we're looking at economic development indicators, such as jobs created, income brought to the area, jobs protected, other indicators such as vacancies filled, return on investment. That's what I expect to hear from an economic development plan. And I hope that next spring, we can get something that actually attaches. And there's modeling software. I'm familiar with EMSI, the EMSI. I do believe they've been bought out. I hope they're still there. I know that there are other economic development modeling tools. It's great to be involved in a lot of different initiatives, and we can, at I would say presumptively assume that it's a benefit to the economic prosperity of our communities to be involved in such events. But without modeling identification of what a return on the investment will be, given a particular plan, we're all making assumptions. So I appreciate that you've heard what the requests are. I am grateful to have heard them back to us, that it was noted that we have made those requests. But sincerely, I'm looking for some depth and detail on how the economic development plans, like any element, be it a partnership, what our portion is, what their portion is, and what the economic impact is, proportionate to the commitment of the county, etc. So I'm looking forward to that. I will be here next year. I look forward to seeing and hearing about how any of these initiatives are having a positive or negative or flatline value to our community, because that's what I expect to see in an economic development plan. And it's not to be disparaging, but I'm just asking for a little bit more information when we move forward on any type of initiative that's called economic development. In what ways are we measuring that? And that's pretty well defined in economic development strategies. Who are our partners and how are we actually investing and getting to a developmental phase? So I look forward to seeing action. What are the actions taken and what were the benefits to the community as a result of those actions? Thank you.
So Commissioner Bustamante, commissioners, I spared you the details, but we are working on economic development modeling software as well as other economic impact tools. I've been doing economic development for about 15 years, and in all cases, when I worked with the state, we had metrics and very clearly defined.
Those are the details I want to see, so I appreciate it. Thank
So
you.
we're
Not to cut you off, but that's what I want to see.
Yes, so we're working on it. We'll have those to you soon.
Okay, anything else? I just want to add something from myself. I think the agricultural economic development is much more important than the tourist. I think we have an abundance of tourism in the community. I don't think we have an abundance of agriculture, and there's a balance to be had. And so I would like to see an emphasis on aggregate and other agricultural aspects.
Mr. Chair, if I may address that as well. One of my concerns, given my fear that I'm not going to be able to have avocados as frequently as I have in the last several years. Why? Because we're going to have tariffs with Mexico. And we're going to have tariffs potentially. Now, we've been told we're going to have these tariffs. And if that is in fact the case, these local food measures, these local food initiatives are going to become even more important. So when we look at what those aggregate types of initiatives are, where we may have not seen more fresh food, I barely call it fresh when it's coming from Mexico because it's actually ripening on a truck, but what does it really mean to our communities? And those are some opportunities for economic development to start looking at what are the impacts of these tariffs and how can any of these initiatives that have been presented here today do something to feign off some of the pain I think we're going to feel if in fact some of the promises that have been made with regard to our economic ventures with other countries actually do follow suit. So, you know, there's an opportunity for that as well, and I appreciate Commissioner Hughes is bringing up the importance of aggregate. I think, you know, I'm not going to be able to grow an avocado, but if we don't believe in climate change, maybe it'll get warm enough and I'll start growing avocados. But right now we're not going to have access to locally grown food. Well, I'm sorry, we will have access to locally grown food. We won't have access to food that we've been seeing coming over the border. And then frankly, if it's grown regionally and it's been picked by people who've been deported. So there are a lot of things when we look at jobs lost, when we look at economic development, what are those impacts of the people who are going to be sent out of our community who filled jobs and now they're not here? Those are big economic development ventures that we have to be or have top of mind. And I hope that that's also something that we can integrate into our into our project 2025. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So, Commissioner Bustamante, Commissioners, I'll refer back to my presentation, and I talked about food systems. We're going to having a conversation with the Farmers Market Institute in January, specifically on identifying the infrastructure needed. I mentioned cold storage, potentially distribution. So all those factors would be in terms of strengthening the food systems that we have. To your point, Commissioner Hughes, we've been examining the options associated with agro-tourism. So one of the concepts that is kind of low-hanging fruit, not to belabor the pun, is that we have people that come to these hotels and families that have a disparate interests. And so maybe one person goes to Meow Wolf, the other person goes to a concert, and perhaps one person might want to tour a farm and maybe have lunch or help out by working. We've had some really light conversations with Reunity Resources because they're the most direct farm in town, and they would have the direct access through the concierge system in the hotels to have people brought out there, spend an afternoon, potentially buy a lunch or help out in the farm. So we are looking at all those things because it's more of a value add to the existing tourism without getting more tourists in. And cross-connected through the outdoor recreation is the idea of, hey, you're on your bike, why don't you bike over to one of the farms? And maybe you can, while you're there, pick up some produce or learn more about that. So again, working with trails to try to figure out if we can make those kind of connections via trails or other mechanisms, but certainly aggregate as a website becomes a centralized point for that sort of activity.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Torres,
Just a
I'm
minute.
sorry, but I'm just going to ask, and what difference are you going to make? And I think you're starting to hear frustration in my voice. I apologize, but what difference will it make? That's all I'm asking for, because it's great to have a plan for somebody to cycle and to show up to a hotel, and what difference is it going to make? And those are the measures that I'd like to see in a report. And I apologize for my frustration, but I am frustrated. I'm not going to apologize for my frustration. I'm going to just say, please provide the difference that it's going to make. These are great ideas. What difference will they make?
Commissioner Bustamante, this is the beginning of the work, and we'll definitely put into the work before we move forward. We'll bring these items to this commission, and we will project ROI and other things. So I can only address your frustration by saying that we've just begun, and as we go forward, we will incorporate metrics, return on investment, economic outcomes, and projected going forward so that you can make appropriate decisions.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I think
Thank you.
that's it. Is that it? Okay. Would we want to skip to matters from county attorney now, or after? Do you want to make your report, Commissioner? I can't remember your name. Manager Schaefer. Okay. Does anybody object to going directly to matters from county attorney and doing matters from county commissioners after?
Don't I get updates?
What do you want to do? You all agree? Yeah. All right. Well, we'll go to county executive session. Can I have a motion to go to executive session?
Move to, so we should ask the attorney to make the motion or to give us some guidance.
Yes,
Jeff.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few items for executive session. I'd ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7 NMSA 1978. And discussion of purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 10-15-1H8 NMSA 1978, including the NRA aqueous film forming foams product liability litigation, MDL number 218 MN 2873, City of Camden versus Tyco Fire Products, case number 224 CV02321 RMG, City of Camden versus BASF Corporation. Those are in the United States District Court, District of South Carolina, Charleston Division. And then secondly, acquisition of real property interests for the Poiquet Basin Regional Water System.
Mr. Chair, I will make a motion to go into executive session to discuss the items mentioned by the county attorney.
Second.
Take a roll call.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes. Okay, we'll go to an executive session. We'll be about 45 minutes. We'll come back to the public hearings, and then we'll do, at the end, the matters from county commissioners. Don't care about you. I do care about you. Welcome back. We will do quickly matters from other elected officials. Catherine Clark.
Mr. Chair, before we go to that, we need to have a motion to come back into executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to come out of executive session. Nothing was discussed except the matters that were presented in the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And then there's a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion authorizing the county attorney to initiate a prosecuted condemnation proceeding to acquire specific real property interests for the Powahki Basin Regional Water System.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Mr. Chair, your resolution number is Resolution 181.
A
Thank
magic
you.
number.
Okay, quick announcement from the county clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to remind everyone that while we're going to be in BIPO, I'm also next week going to be representing all of our counties at our National Association of Counties 2024 election debrief with the Election Assistance Commission, CISA, for our new incoming congressional and senatorial staff. So we're hoping to be able to discuss what went well, what didn't, and sort of setting an agenda, a bipartisan agenda for the next congressional session. Thank you.
Okay. Now we will go to item 13, public hearing on administrative adjudicatory matters, case number 255230. And that would be Ken Quintana.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Before you today, we have Univest Rancho Viejo, the applicant, Jenkins Gavin, the agent, requesting preliminary plat for a major subdivision with subphases for La Entrada Phase 2. The property is known as amended tract LE-C, consisting of 212 acres, and is part of the Rancho Viejo Village West Master Plan and Master Plan Amendment. The property is zoned Village and Fringe Zone within the planned district, Santa Fe County Community College District. The Village Zone consists of 190 units within 53.86 acres for an allowable density of 3.5 dwelling units per acre. The Fringe Zone remaining acreage is amended tract LE-C. The Fringe Zone consists of 101 units within 101.43 acres for a density of 0.99 dwelling unit per acre. The remaining acreage is amended tract LE-C, will be placed into required open space. Additional dedicated open space shall be provided from the 111.91 acres of Lot 4. The proposed project shall be phased with 7 subphases for a total of 264 lots, including 1 lot for multifamily. On March 9, 2006, the EZC granted master plan approval for the Rancho Viejo West Village West. On April 11, 2006, the BCC granted final master plan approval of the Rancho Viejo West master plan. The village zone portion of the proposed project consists of 190 units within 54.11 acres for an allowable density of 3.5 dwellings units per acre, satisfying the minimum required density of 3.5 dwelling units per acre. The fringe zone portion consists of 101 units within 101.43 acres for an allowable density of 0.99 dwelling units per acre. The remaining acreage in amended tract LE-C shall be dedicated as open space with additional dedicated open space provided through the 111.91 acres of Lot 4. The applicant's preliminary plat proposes 264 lots to be developed in 7 phases, with 1 lot to accommodate a minimum of 28 multifamily units. This application was reviewed for the following applicable design standards as per Chapter 7 Sustainable Design Standards of the SLDC: access and road design standards, fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, utilities, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, operation and maintenance of common improvements, and affordable housing. Building and Development Service staff has reviewed the application for preliminary subdivision plat for compliance with pertinent Sustainable Land Development Code requirements and found that the facts presented support the request. Review agency comments conditionally support the request. The application meets the submittal requirements illustrated in the SLDC. Staff's recommendation: staff recommends approval of the request for preliminary subdivision plat for 264 residential lots, 263 single-family lots, of which 96 lots can accommodate accessory dwelling units, and 1 lot reserved for a minimum of 28 multifamily units to be completed in 7 subphases on 212 acres with the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter these conditions into the record?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I stand for any questions.
Any questions for him? Mr. Hamilton?
I'm sorry, just a quick one. Condition 5, does there have to be an updated water service agreement? Was there not enough information now to finalize it, to make an agreement?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, for preliminary plat application, they only need to have the ready, willing, and able application submitted.
Okay, yeah, got it. Thank you, sorry.
Of course.
Any other questions? Okay, is there a presentation from the developer?
Hi, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid. Name and address.
Okay. Colleen Gavin, 130 Grant Avenue.
Okay, and that you understand you're under oath.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. Appreciate your time this evening. And so we have a pretty succinct presentation that kind of mirrors what Kenneth presented in the staff report. But first, I just want to quickly introduce our team. I'm Colleen Gavin with Jenkins Gavin, representative of Rancho Viejo, Univest Rancho Viejo. I also have Angelica Reed with Jenkins Gavin, our project assistant. We have Warren and Cass Thompson here as well from Univest Rancho Viejo. We have Carl Vermillion. He is our traffic engineer, if there's any questions regarding traffic. We also have Yolanda Moyer is on the WebEx. She is remote in case we need. She is our civil engineer. And then we also have Joseph Charles and Faith Akuma from Surroundings, our landscape designers and architects. So I'll go ahead and start with the presentation. Here again, just introducing our team. And so what we're here to discuss here is La Entrada Phase 2. So in 2022, we were before this governing board for the final subphase of Phase 1 of La Entrada. So today we're here to discuss Phase 2, which is the southern portion here, as I'm showing on the screen, that sits just south of Rancho Viejo Boulevard. And to the east, we have Avenida del Sur. So you can see here that tract LEC is our phase 2, and lot 4 is included because it is actually part of our dedicated open space and open space calculation. Next slide. Oh, I can do that. Okay, so again, just wanted to show you the existing conditions. Currently, it's a vacant parcel. To the south, we have Cañada del Rancho Arroyo here that currently does have some trails along here within the Rancho Viejo development. And again, you can see this is Rancho Viejo Boulevard that comes over to Highway 14 to the kind of northwest, and Avenida del Sur here. And up here, this is La Entrada Phase 1. So the most recent subphase that was approved before this governing board is right here, and this is subphase 4. So this is just an overview of all of the various subdivisions within Rancho Viejo. So you can see here's La Entrada, phase 1. Here we are with our subject property for phase 2. And then you can see the community college just for context and for direction here. So you can see the various villages. IA is here to the southeast. And then you can see the roadway network within Rancho Viejo here. So this is really key to our request for preliminary plat for La Entrada Phase 2. This is as Kenneth mentioned, this is our Rancho Viejo Village West master plan that was approved and recorded in 2006. And within this master plan, it identifies, this area here is La Entrada Phase 2. And it identifies 2 areas within the community college district, the village zone and the fringe zone, which has 2 very different density requirements. The village zone has a minimum of 3.5 dwelling units per acre, so a much more dense development pattern. And then the fringe zone has a maximum of 1.0 dwelling unit per acre. So the idea is that, and this is really based on the terrain, looking at the terrain and what is most appropriate for development, whether it be a little less dense or a little more dense. So I just want to go through our program here. So again, our subject parcel is tract LEC. It is approximately 212 acres. We're within a PDD in the community college district. As I just mentioned in the description of the village versus the fringe, the village zone has just under 54 acres. The fringe zone within our parcel has just a little bit over 101 acres. And then we have arroyo corridors and open space within this parcel, tract LEC. We have about 56.5 acres. So back to the density, which is really key to our proposal for the preliminary plat. The village zone, currently we are proposing 190 dwellings on that 54.11 acres, and that calculates to 3.51 dwellings per acre. So satisfying the requirement for a minimum of 3.5 dwellings per acre per our approved master plan from 2006. So this is a very unique density requirement because it's a minimum. Typically, when we see densities, they're maximum. But with the community college, when it was developed, the idea was to take the terrain and the land that is most appropriate for a denser development. So having that minimum of 3.5. And so that creates, as you see throughout Rancho Viejo, it creates that really tight-knit community and the existing subdivisions that you see as you drive through. The fringe zone is completely the opposite. The idea there is your traditional maximum of 1.0 dwellings per acre is required per our master plan. So we're proposing 101 dwellings on 101.43 acres. So that calculation is 0.99 dwellings per acre. This project is proposed to be in 7 subphases, which will not necessarily be developed in sequence. The idea is to establish subphases that meet all of the requirements for access, for connectivity, for providing for the requisite infrastructure, but allowing for some flexibility, in particular to the multifamily tract, which I'll show you next, is allowing that flexibility so as the market demands, and if there's a developer who comes in who really wants to do certain phases, we can allow for that flexibility. And again, as Kenneth mentioned, our affordable housing requirement, we are meeting that 15% requirement within the 263 single-family lots. So that equates to 40 affordable housing lots. Real quick, I just want to touch on the affordable housing because I know that that is a subject of much interest and much need in our community. Pardon me. So Rancho Viejo has, throughout the years since 2006, has distributed affordable housing throughout the various subdivisions. So you can see here that we've identified the various subdivisions that have been approved and constructed and meeting that 15% throughout the development. So currently, let me get to the next slide. We can actually read it. So currently, Rancho Viejo, sorry, I hit the wrong one. Currently, Rancho Viejo, out of the 1,517 lots, has 230 affordable units. That's 15, just over 15%. Let's see, did I lose my, oh, there we go. And with La Entrada Phase 2, we'll be adding an additional 40. So that'll give us 270 affordable dwelling units. And again, we're at 15.2% in our allocation. So this is our proposed site plan. And once again, at the top of the page, we can see here, this is Rancho Viejo Boulevard. To the east, this is Avenida del Sur. And you can see the connectivity that we've established with the existing road network to bring in a major road here to the north to Rancho Viejo Boulevard, and then here to the east connecting to the street here. And then distributing our development with 3 lot types. We have the estate lots, which are the larger ones that you see. We have the conservation lots, and then we have the residential lots. Conservation lots are the smaller, and then the residential lots are the ones kind of in the middle. And you can see here on this graphic that subphase A is here to the east, connecting to our existing roadway at Avenida del Sur. Subphase B is adjacent to it, just to the west. C is here, kind of just south of Rancho Viejo Boulevard. And subphase C is the phase that is identified for multifamily. We have, of course, D, E, F, and then finishing off with G here. So I was talking about the different housing types and lot types. So again, looking at our subphases, looking at our acreage and our number of lots, and then the distribution of those lot types within the total. So again, A is identified as our initial phase, subphase, pardon me. So we would have 43 lots within that subphase A with 17 conservation lots, 21 single-family lots, 5 estate lots for a total of 43 again. And so this is a really important thing to point out. We have identified the estate lots to be the appropriate lot type because of the size to offer accessory dwelling units. So what we've done is on estate lots, you can see here, the ADU count mirrors our totals. So with full development, the idea is to have 291 total dwelling units. And within that, we would like to propose that we have 96 ADUs on those estate lots, only on those estate lots there. open space. So open space, per the Community College District, we're required to have 50% open space with all of our subdivisions. And because we don't necessarily know what our sequencing is going to be, what we decided to do with that lot 4, which is where the Arroyo is, to go ahead and in our initial phase, in subphase A, our tract is 40.12 acres. Our requirement is only 20.06 acres of open space. But what we decided to do is take lot 4 and apply it to subphase A so that we're satisfying our requirement and we have a surplus of open space. So the idea is that as we subsequently develop through, whatever the sequences of these subphases, we know that we have adequate open space, we've satisfied the requirement, and there is no question that open space is not being provided. So at the end of the day, when we've developed all 212 acres, we will have 115.68 acres of surplus of open space that will be reserved for future use. So you can see here we have satisfied all of the open space requirements with our first subphase A. So this is just a graphic to help explain the open space allocation and calculations. So the pink identifies subphase A, and then you can see the kind of tan color is B, and then the other colors for the different phases. But here you can see that lot 4 with almost 112 acres is being applied to the open space calculation with A to satisfy it. So after A, if we decide that it's appropriate to go ahead and to develop, F, we know that we will have plenty of open space allocated as part of our subdivision plat application. This is just a graphic to give you an overview of the very comprehensive network of trails and parks throughout Rancho Viejo. Rancho Viejo has always been very generous with the identifying parks, whether they're community parks or smaller parks based on the master plan. And you can see, it's a little hard to see, but there's the little dashed lines. That's the trail network that we are connecting to, as well as to the countywide trails that are over here. So again, for La Entrada Phase 2, this is our allocation of parks within the neighborhood. You can see here with the different phases, and then identifying the trail connections. And this is just the slope analysis, just to show the compliance. We really worked with the terrain. As you can see, the darker area, just to point it out, is the slopes that are 30% or greater, of course, where we cannot have development. We have all development is within developable areas, and of course, we've concentrated the smaller lots in areas where the terrain is much more gentle and allows for that type of more dense development. And this is our grading and drainage, just showing that how we've identified our drainage ponding here to address the new impervious area throughout the subdivision, but really spreading them out and making them more localized as opposed to having a large retention pond, which is not always very attractive. Traffic analysis. So this is our traffic analysis existing. Everything is functioning according to the standards, and you can see at full build out, we again have functioning intersections throughout the subdivision and neighboring intersections. So with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it seems to be a little light on the parks. I mean, I know you've got this big piece of open space. It makes me nervous that you have this big piece of open space, because are you going to develop it later?
So Commissioner Hanson, fellow commissioners, let me get back to this. So Commissioner Hanson, just specifically, are you addressing for La Entrada Phase 2?
Yes.
Okay. So in La Entrada Phase 2, first of all, to answer your question in regards to Lot 4, where the arroyo is, that is not to be developed. Ever. That is open space. Dedicated open space, not to be developed. There is a connection to, there's a trail here at the edge along the flood, kind of the floodplain.
Okay.
There, but otherwise, no, it will not be developed. And just to answer your question about allocation of parks within La Entrada Phase 2, we have complied with the requirements for this, for the number of lots within the subdivision. I do want to point out, here, let me get to this one. So this is really important just to look at what's happening within the overall Rancho Viejo development. Right up here, this is La Entrada Phase 1, Subphase 4. As I mentioned, the subphase that was approved in 2022. Within that is a 5-acre plus community park here that serves La Entrada. So per the SLDC and the Community College District requirements, that community park is required for the number of lots within the proposed Phase 2 and Phase 1. And then, of course, as you saw from the enlarged one, get back to that, you can see that we have identified improved parks spread out amongst the different phases, subphases, pardon me.
So when I look at this, I see that Lot 4 is actually a flood zone and is the arroyo.
Yes.
So obviously you can't build on it.
Yes.
I think that's kind of cheating. But there does look like there's some open space in between some of these houses on the estate plan.
Yes, Chair Hughes, Commissioner Hanson, fellow commissioners, yeah, you can see here that we have strategically placed the estate lots so that we can have these some connectivity with trails coming in between the lots, so that a resident either in La Entrada Phase 2 or maybe a resident in a neighboring community can walk along their localized trails, connect to the roads and the trails here. You can see this one here. And then get into the trail that hugs that northern boundary of the arroyo.
Okay, so one of the things that I noticed that people were concerned about was that your traffic study was from 2021 or 2022. It was like at one point you said in the documents it was from 2021, and then it says it's from 2022. So I want to make sure that I know when the traffic study was done.
Yes, Chair Hughes, Commissioner Hanson, fellow commissioners, I would like to invite Carl Vermillion, our traffic engineer with Bohannon Houston, to address that question, because he truly is the expert on the traffic.
The clerk needs to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Got a lot of paper. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Carl Vermillion. I am at 7500 Jefferson Street Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I do understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Yes, to address your question, this traffic study was done in 2022 was when the traffic counts, the initial traffic counts were gathered for the study.
And then I thought it said that you thought possibly there might need to be a roundabout situated somewhere, probably along Avenida del Sur.
Yeah, so that's correct. So there is an intersection, the intersection of Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard.
in the future, it will need some attention. So either a traffic signal or a roundabout at that intersection.
So it just seems there's a lot of development being done here, and I'm worried that the traffic studies are a little out of date.
Yeah, so to answer your question, there are other developments that were included in the traffic study. So we looked at some of the development that is occurring out in this area with or without those other developments. So without those other developments, everything functions acceptably.
Yeah, well, those other developments are going to happen.
Yeah, but with Essentia, it may not, right?
Right. Right. But the original traffic count, sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah, certainly. So there was some iterations that occurred with the traffic study. So the original counts were, in fact, in 2022, but we have updated, and the latest version is dated September of this year. So.
Does that include the impact of Essentia on your intersections?
So yes, there is the impact of Essentia on these intersections.
Okay, but you didn't show us the table with that, because some of that would show meeting F.
Right, correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'm good for the moment.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe for Colleen. So, you show a neighborhood center. What sort of activities are adjacent or on the neighborhood center?
Commissioner Green, Chair, Chair and fellow commissioners, let me just go back. I'm not quite clear what you're asking about.
Not that one, but...
Let's see, a community center, you said?
Yeah, you label it as a...
There's a community park. Is that what you're referring to?
Call it a community center plaza.
Oh, I understand. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, let me switch to
There you
this
go.
screen. There we go.
Perfect.
Okay, yes, so within La Entrada Phase 2, in the, sorry, I keep pushing the wrong button instead of the pointer. Right here, this is Phase C, our third phase. This is the phase that incorporates multifamily with a minimum of 28 units. Of course, with the ability to have more, so it's a viable multifamily development. We've identified a community plaza that would be incorporated in that multifamily development. So the idea is to have a community plaza, which is very different than the community park. It has a different definition within the community college district. So the idea is to include that in that subphase.
What is adjacent to it? What activities other than... What's going on around it?
Well, we have a neighborhood park here across the street.
Okay.
Right there. And then we will have housing, multifamily housing.
Right.
Of course, there's the road here that is to the south, and then the other neighboring properties.
Okay, so I guess the urbanist in me says, what can I do on that plaza other than just hang out on hardscape and maybe skateboard? Like, is there a coffee shop? Is there anything that I can walk to from any of your housing that isn't just more housing?
Well, thank you for bringing that up. So let me go back. Let me go back to our master plan. Here we go. Okay, so in the Village West master plan, if you look at these red squares here at the intersection of Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard, those are the neighborhood centers where mixed use is permissible per our development plan. So, per our master plan. So as you can see, we need to comply with our master plan. So tract LE-C, which is in here, is identified as Village and Fringe Zone. So that is addressing housing, but those two red squares there to the northeast is our neighborhood center. So that would allow for that mixed use for the things that you're just speaking about. Coffee shop, maybe there's a little cafe, maybe there's a bookstore, maybe there's, I don't know, a tea place, whatever it may be, maybe there's a little community center. But that's really where it feels more appropriate, because then it's on two of the more major streets within Rancho Viejo. And it allows for all of these residents to be able to ride their bikes, walk with their families, walk with their dogs, or even if they need to drive, they can drive, so it allows for that. So there is that type of mixed use in close proximity.
Fabulous. Thank you for pointing that out. I wish I had seen that earlier and
Yeah,
understood.
and I apologize. Maybe I should have gone a little more into the master
on
plan.
my scorecard, you've got the ADUs, so I won't even ask you about that. Good job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But walkability is a big aspect of this, and especially for Rancho Viejo, which sort of, it's a tough sell to get commercial until you're all built out, but you can't preclude it, right? You can't sort of give up all of the housing, or all of the commercial just for housing. You need to keep 1, 2, 3, 4 lots for a mixture of different types of commercial uses, whether it's a coffee shop, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a grocery store, whether it's a child care facility, whether it's a doctor's office. You've got thousands of people that live down here, and at some point you're going to wish you had more commercial, walkable commercial, not necessarily getting all the way to Highway 14, where it's going to be a whole bunch of fast food, sadly to say. So
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm.
Commissioner Green, is this commercial in the red, is this already developed? Is this a commercial that's already in Rancho Viejo? I'm not sure. I see Camino de la Paz, and I know there's a little commercial center already with a park in front of it. Is this what the red is that I'm looking at? Or is this a different location?
Commissioner Hanson, fellow commissioners, this is a different location. Okay. So it's across the street. So the existing commercial development is right in here, right across the street.
Where it says the village at Rancho.
Yes, that's already built out.
Okay.
Okay, and then so these are identified as additional parcels to kind of, if you look at it, it's kind of like bookends to that intersection, right? Creating. So with commercial and mixed use, the more the better, right? It kind of like it feeds off each other. So having that kind of more dense zone of potential commercial mixed use really allows for it to become viable.
Okay, I have a couple quick questions. For Lot 4, open space, where you say you can transfer the development rights, or what are you going to transfer them to? Are they within the community college district, or outside, or what?
Chair Hughes, fellow commissioners, here, let me get to that graphic here. Okay,
Yes.
here we go. Yes, so the idea is that the surplus of acreage from Lot 4, or I shouldn't really say from Lot 4, because Lot 4 is allocated in subphase A. But as we move through all the different, the subsequent subphases, we'll end up with a surplus. And the idea is that can then be allotted to a future subdivision application within Rancho Viejo. So this will be identified as open space. As Commissioner Hanson pointed out, it is going to be undeveloped, untouched, and not improved other than a trail that runs along the north. But it will remain open space, and then it could be applied to any future subdivisions. So in La Entrada, we actually have 3 phases. So we've completed phase 1 with that subphase 4 2 years ago. Right now we're coming in the door with phase 2 preliminary plat with our subphasing. And then we have a phase 3. So depending on what the program is for phase 3, which we don't know at this time, we will have some open space that we can allocate to that phase 3, potentially. If needed, we don't know, so.
Yeah, that's within the community college district, though.
Correct, that is correct.
Mr. Hamilton?
Can I ask just a clarifying question on your question? Is it, so you're not participating in the transfer of development rights program. You're not putting this in. You're just
Oh, okay. Commissioner Hamilton and fellow commissioners, thank you. Maybe it was a misunderstanding. No, we are not putting that in. This is just being allocated as additional open space that we can apply to different projects in the future.
Okay, and can you also explain how the affordable housing is going to work, particularly that with Habitat for Humanity, how you're involving them?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, Chair Hughes?
Can you explain how Habitat for Humanity, I think that's the name, is involved in affordable housing?
Can I explain how they're involved? Well, Commissioner, or Chair Hughes, pardon me, and fellow commissioners, we are not in any agreement with Habitat for Humanity on this project. As you know, we've identified 40 lots we have an affordable housing agreement, a preliminary one with the county that's been submitted, but we have not identified how those units are going to be constructed. So because this is preliminary plat, it's a little bit premature to decide how that's going to be executed.
Okay, well, maybe they'll tell us about that in a minute. Mr. Green?
Thank you. So on the western end of your development, in that purple section, subphase E, one of those, yeah, perfect, there you go. So that cul-de-sac right there, is there any reason, did the traffic folks from the county preclude you from having another entrance into that development? It seems like you're driving an extra half a mile to double back a half a mile.
Commissioner Green, fellow commissioners, it's a very good question. And actually, that's tied directly to terrain. So let me get to our slope analysis. So it's not 100% as clear here as it is on the slope analysis map, because we've overlaid the subdivision. But if you're speaking about this cul-de-sac here, having a road coming into Rancho Viejo,
I wasn't doing that one, the one right above it, but that's
this one?
fine. Sure.
Like coming this way?
Yep.
Okay. Once again, the terrain is pretty challenging along Rancho Viejo Boulevard. In fact, part of this application is to actually have signage for Rancho Viejo, because coming in on Rancho Viejo Boulevard, there is no overall signage saying you are at Rancho Viejo. And it was very challenging just to locate an area to place that signage. So the terrain just makes it prohibitive to bring in a road here.
I mean, you're not really demonstrating it on this drawing enough for me to be able to see that it's really challenging. I see lots of white space here, not very much, 30% slope there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have in our slide deck, we don't have just the clean slope analysis, so you can see it in more detail. And of course, at this scale, it's really hard to see with 212 acres. Sure. But that document is part of our application to Santa Fe County, so it is in our packet.
Does the packet have that? Is Kenneth or somebody from the county is there a page in there that shows that slope that either proves or disproves our?
And I will say that Yolanda is our civil engineer, and she is on the WebEx. I don't know if Yolanda could, do we have the capability to share her screen or anything?
It would be wonderful, but for me, my sort of the urbanist in me says one way in, one way out does not make for a healthy, there's two ways in. But even so, when you have 200 and some homes in a development and you have to drive a half mile out of the way to double back another half mile, and again, I'm not even looking at a scale, so I'm only guessing it's a half mile, but it might even be more. It seems like you have a good opportunity to make another entrance into the development. Yep. It's
so
the 30%, which she's claiming is the reason.
So, Commissioner Green, fellow commissioners, I could ask Yolanda to get sworn in, and she could address this as our civil engineer. I think she would be the appropriate party to address this, as Kenneth is looking for a graphic.
That'd be great. I am pulling up your submission here, so I bet you it's in here, or it should be. No. Wow.
And motion to dry.
Hello, Jawada with Bohannon Houston.
Can we swear in?
I don't know if you have a camera on, but if not, either way, can you please raise your right hand? Oh, perfect.
Sorry, I had my lens closed. I apologize.
No problem. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be considered valid.
Yolanda Moyer, Bohannon Houston. I am under oath. My address is 7500 Jefferson, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87109.
Thank you.
And if I'm able, I can share my screen. I do have the grading plan up to help show terrain there.
That would be great.
Give me a moment.
You've got a very busy desk.
I do. I'm trying to find out where it's at. If it lets me share. Oh, here's my entire
Chair
screen
is
right
at the
there.
bottom, third one.
I found it. I was just listing through. Do you guys see it?
Yes.
So I think this is the cul-de-sac you were talking about.
The one further to the north, but I'll take either one. The one.
Yeah.
There you go.
So this one has a huge knob through here that to cut through that.
I wasn't worried
probably-
about that one. It was the one further to the
Yeah.
north.
Yeah, so we had looked at putting a connection here, but really the terrain, like Colleen was saying, is prohibitive. It's extremely drastic, like 14 to 20% through there. And to make that connection, we thought was unsafe due to the snowy weather that Santa Fe has. For a safe condition, I don't know. The fire access is usually 10% max. So just with those types of criteria, we didn't, like Colleen had mentioned, it was just prohibitive to try to put an entrance there.
Okay. Are we almost ready to hold a public hearing?
Sure.
Let's go ahead and have a public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes apiece to talk. You have to get sworn in. Are there people online, or is everybody in the room? Or
Mr. Chair, nobody is indicating that they'd like to speak at this time.
okay, I think they can swear you in all at once, correct? So stand
Sorry.
up and raise your right hand if you're intending to speak.
All right.
You got to get sworn in first. Yeah, everybody who's going to speak is standing up, right?
Yeah, thank you. And then when you approach the dais, you can then do the next part where you give your name and address. Do you, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath in order for your testimony to be valid.
My name is Judy Ross. My address is 31 South Arroyo Ridge Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508, and that address is within Rancho Viejo.
Thank you.
Okay, and do we have a timer? 3 minutes, I think.
Same address.
No, now you get to speak. Okay, well,
Okay.
Chairman and Commissioners. My concerns, the major issue is the traffic impact of La Entrada Phase 2. The major issue is that the plan that was sent to the adjoining properties that I received does not show the roads nor the road improvements. Therefore, this summary focuses on the existing road situation and problems that need to be resolved as part of any development approval. From Rancho Viejo Boulevard, from Highway 14 to Avenida del Sur. This is the major entrance into all of Rancho Viejo. This is a 2-lane road with no shoulders and no bike lane. The edges of the road have broken down and drop-offs of 5 to 6 inches at the edge are common. Rancho Viejo Boulevard is unsafe for the volume of bicycle and car traffic which is currently on the road, and the new development will exacerbate the situation. There is a substantial amount of bike traffic on this segment of the road that forces all vehicular traffic to significantly slow down or come to a complete stop so that the bicycles are safe. At present, there seems to be no other choice for the bicycles. The section of Rancho Viejo Boulevard from Via Punta Nueva to Avenue del Sur, that's the last section to Avenue del Sur where there's a bunch of houses, travels in front of numerous houses that face Rancho Viejo Boulevard, and all traffic must stop at 4 stop signs. It is not uncommon to see parents and their children playing facing Rancho Viejo Boulevard. In addition, Rancho Viejo Boulevard is the route for all heavy road construction trucks traveling to bring materials to the Richards Road, Falcon Way, College Avenue, and Avenida del Sur extensions, and this work is not completed. I would also make a side comment, which is that I have noticed since the northeast-southeast connector was finished, the amount of traffic has increased. So I would suggest that the traffic study that was done needs to reevaluate after this work was completed. These trucks pose a safety threat and are creating major wear and tear impacts on both Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Avenida del Sur in front of the Amy Beale Community School. The traffic from the workers at IAIA creates a traffic jam every morning on Rancho Viejo Boulevard at about 9 o'clock. Then let's look at the section from Avenida del Sur from Rancho Viejo Boulevard to Avan Nupo, which is the east-west section that goes to IAIA. This is a 2-lane road with no shoulders and no bike lane. The terrain slopes approximately 5 to 10 feet from the edge of the road to the fields where the terrain levels. This road is fairly straight and has become an evening racetrack for performance cars. The development plan should include the addition of speed humps. At the southern end of Avenida del Sur, near the intersection of Avan Nupo, Estancia Holdings has planned an approximately 710-lot subdivision. At their preliminary plan review, they have agreed to have all their construction traffic come from Highway 14 via Vista del Monte.
Thank you very much. Next.
I was looking at the map and I
Please, sir, into the microphone if you'll state your name and address now.
Try again?
Into the microphone if you'll state your name and address.
Ted Wagner, 31 Arroyo Ridge Road, Santa Fe, in Rancho Viejo. Anyway, I saw it.
No, he did. He swore earlier, so we just needed his name and address.
Again? Okay.
Go
Anyway,
ahead.
Justin was commenting about the road going all the way, the one turnaround going all the way down to Rancho Viejo Boulevard. Originally, and the terrain generally, from what my observation of the map she showed, the building of the whole place isn't as severe going from that one turnaround down to Rancho Viejo Boulevard. And originally, and like you were saying about the traffic and the county ordinance comments are typically 4 trips per day. If there's 250 homes, that's 1,000 cars a day going through 2 exits. That's not sufficient. Like your comment, Justin, is it should be going all the way down to Rancho Viejo Boulevard where it originally was going to be by the firehouse. But that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next. And state your name and address. Just a reminder.
Hello, my name is Valerie Alarid. I reside at 58 Via Punto Nuevo, 87508.
Okay, and you understand that you're under oath?
I do understand that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Can I give you a visual map? I'm speaking on behalf of 47 households in the La Entrada subdivision of Rancho Viejo. I have signatures from fellow neighbors that also have the same exact concerns. And the main concern is traffic safety, especially in around this area that I'm showing you. So if you'll look at the map, it's from Rancho Viejo Boulevard to Via Punto Nuevo. Now, Via Punto Nuevo will connect to Calle Agua Clara, where they're proposing to open up that small little section to go into the Phase 2 tract LEC. That's that subphase A. Currently, the road dead ends at the corner of Calle Agua Clara and Via Punto Nuevo, which is basically at the crossroads of 235 and 199 Avenida del Sur, which is on the map for that Phase 2. We realize that this street is set on the county plat to continue into the Phase 2 subdivision. However, our greatest concern is that the increased traffic will create safety concerns for our many elderly residents with mobility issues and to young children and people who walk their pets daily on Via Punto Nuevo, Paseo Luna Blanca, and Calle Agua Clara. We also have 3 disabled residents that use wheelchairs. The projected opening is less than 1/10 of a mile from the main road of Avenida del Sur leading into tract LEC. And it's one of the main roads on Rancho Viejo Boulevard is Avenida del Sur. There are no houses that sit directly on Avenida del Sur, whereas Via Punto Nuevo and Calle Agua Clara are in the neighborhood itself lined with homes. There's a park where children can play less than 100 yards from the planned opening of Calle Agua Clara into the massive Phase 2 area. The issue is cars traveling up Rancho Viejo Boulevard will use Via Punto Nuevo as a cut-through to access Phase 2 homes, rather than traveling down Rancho Viejo Boulevard or up Rancho Viejo Boulevard to Avenida del Sur. Rancho Viejo Boulevard has 3 to 4 four-way stop signs, and it takes longer than the shortcut through Via Punto Nuevo. Google Map will route people through Via Punto Nuevo, showing it is a shorter route. I'd like to state a precedence that has been set within the recent road closure off Richards Avenue and Dinosaur Trail. Dinosaur Trail has a new road access, whereas they closed off the original road access. We ask that you please consider amending the plat and have Calle Agua Clara remain closed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Good evening. My name is Richard Martinez. I live at 58 Via Punto Nuevo, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508. I understand I'm under oath.
Thank you.
I would like to address the commission also on the traffic safety. That is a concern. My biggest concern is the traffic study I feel is outdated. The new connector has been built. The traffic has changed dramatically since 2022 out in that area there. Again, I would like to also talk about the dead-end street on Camino Agua Clara and Via Punto Nuevo. You know, because it parallels Avenida del Sur, I don't really understand the point in opening up another street so close to a main entrance. And I do feel that a reevaluation of the traffic study would be really great and possible an entrance off Avenida, off Rancho Viejo Boulevard, kind of in the area, you know, past the fire station to ease the traffic flow. There is an awful lot of traffic through there these days. We hear the street racers at night going across that road towards IAIA, and I just feel that that needs to be looked at a little closer in detail. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Randy Hibben. I'm board president at Santa Fe Habitat for Humanity, and my home address is 1399 Camino Sin Salida here in Santa Fe.
And you understand that you're under oath?
And I do understand that I'm under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to take a moment and briefly describe how our programs can assist developers in satisfying the affordable requirement in some of the projects we've heard about this evening. A donation to Habitat qualifies one to participate in the New Mexico Affordable Housing Tax Credit Program. That contribution could be in the form of cash or in kind in the form of lots or parcels. What that allow a developer to do is to contribute that lot to Habitat, receive a 50% of the value of that lot as a one-for-one reduction in the state income tax. So it's sort of a win-win for both parties here. We underwrite our partner families in a range of roughly 50 to 80% of AMI, and we can provide housing in that sector where many others can't. So quite simply, I'm here to be a proponent for Habitat for Humanity and how those contributions to the organization might benefit the developers and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience to speak? Going once? Okay, we have 3 online.
Mr. Chair, we have Chris Michelle's.
Okay. Go ahead, Chris. Unmute.
Hi. Mr. Michelle, will you please raise your right hand?
I got confused by your meeting, so I'm really waiting to testify at the ordinances.
Okay. Then he's not.
Okay. Mr. Chair, our next speaker will be Patrick.
So Patrick, unmute yourself and raise your hand.
Yeah, we're putting kids away, so sorry, we can't speak up right now, but we agree with the earlier statements by Ted and Judy.
Okay, I guess that was it. Is there anyone else online?
Mr. Chair, yes, one more person, George.
George, please be sworn in.
He's still muted.
Oh, you need to unmute yourself. He's not able to unmute? Okay. For now, we'll close the public hearing and go on back to the board for discussion. Mr. Bustamante?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not surprised that the concerns that have been stated tonight are specific to the traffic issues. Looking at the map at Exhibit B, and frankly all of them, each phase, the roadways, and looking at the notes, neighborhood meeting notes, every question, well, not every, most of the questions regarding speed and issues of traffic are punted to the county, and that the TIA would address those concerns. Looking at the map, essentially from subphase A continuing through to subphase E, we've got a very viable drag strip, nothing more, nothing less. And I see no egress, or at least relatively decent egress, out of the southern part of subphase E through tract LEC. There's a cul-de-sac, but the egress is not, it doesn't look apparently sufficient. And I do hear that, yes, there has been a traffic impact analysis that was done and something was updated in September, But when I look at the community notes that say, yes, and further evaluation by the county will be done, but I don't see that in that level of detail in the impact provided, let me look at this, in the recommendations made by staff, the traffic analysis will be required for the subsequent phases, but if we have even a 10-foot wide stretch in here, I would expect to have some evaluation and understanding of how these issues of dragway, I have no other way to say it, would be addressed up front. I think to approve a development and then say, and the county will be doing a continued analysis as we go, I think our responsibility is to identify these issues as they're coming up. I'm completely aware, very familiar with the area. I commuted from South Santa Fe to the Santa Fe Community College for 9 years of my life and understand that traffic was not easy then, and it hasn't gotten any easier with the opening of the new roadways. So I very much share the concern of the neighbors of what would need to be done to address the traffic issues. I actually very much appreciate the colored, with each street, because that's exactly what I was looking. Where are people going to go? And if in fact, and we talk about even, I see Chief Black in the back and looking at emergency egress with a number of cul-de-sacs along the way, and if there was something, there's one large artery that everyone would be going through, and two ways of getting out. And I just would ask for more evaluation of this before anything were to be approved that would say, yes, let's move forward on something that already hasn't been very walkable for people. When I would go through in the evenings coming back from the community college, some of the roads are so narrow and people just walking their dog along, and we want to really make sure that we're planning a safe community for folks. And so I'm hearing the concerns, but this is what I was looking at, and not surprised. So I say that as mostly just great concern for what it'll really mean to build this out. I think there's a huge opportunity for something that'll be really nice and make it walkable and have access to things that people will really enjoy in a community that people can love and be happy in. But I look at the roadways and it just flags concerns for me. And I have, I don't know if I have some kind of roadway PTSD for build it right to start, right? I mean, we don't have to go back and try to fix something. Right now, we're at the phase where what will it take to make sure that community can say, wow, and this is a place where we can walk our dog and people in wheelchairs can access, because some of those places are just darn narrow. And it is, if someone were to step out or feel like you're very close in some of those roadways. So that's my greatest concern here. And I don't think there's anything that you need to address right off. I do understand the topography is not really lending to a variance, like varied egress along that subphase. I guess it's subphase F, and well, it's really an E in the blue on the map that I'm looking at. But somehow to have more access and egress for people and kind of keep the flow out of those arteries, especially morning and night, right? When
Right.
people are coming and going, and then on weekends, people can walk safely without, I look at this and I go, wow, that looks just like the drag race strip I'm trying to get rid of in my neighborhood. So, how do we do that up front? So I appreciate that, Colleen.
Commissioners, may I address some of the comments that were made from the public and Commissioner Budamasti, yours as well. Is it okay if the presentation is pulled up again? We lost Daniel.
What I have open is Exhibit B, if you wanted that up on the screen, but it doesn't look like any.
So while we're waiting for Daniel, I can just explain that. So this is an application for a preliminary plat with 7 subphases. So as we come in, this is preliminary. So as we come in with each final subdivision plat, we will be required to update our traffic impact analysis and understand for each subphase what is required. So it is a very valid concern. I worked on the Community College District, and we worked on those roundabouts on Richards. And on College Drive, you know, the new improvements on College Drive and that connection. Connectivity is a very touchy matter, and it's also really important because the more connectivity you have, you're distributing your traffic in and out. The concerns about egress are very important. And so what we proposed here, and let me get to a better visual here. Okay, we'll go to, actually I'll go to the open space because it's a lot clearer to see the different subphases. So for any subdivision with 32 lots or more, we're required to have 2 points of access. So the subphasing that you see here was very deliberately done. You can see it's some pretty funky lines delineating one subphase from the other. And the reason is we wanted to, of course, it was logical to start with subphase A because we had instant connectivity here to Avenida del Sur, and then we could connect here to the existing road, providing our 2 points of access, our 2 points of egress, complying with the fire code. Very important. And then as we move forward with any subsequent subphases, we are required, and this is in our application and in our discussions with Santa Fe County Land Use, is any subphase, whatever the requisite egress requirements are, whatever the utility, meaning hydrants, stop signs, of course utilities, but when we're talking about traffic and egress, any requisite requirements that are required with that subphase will be implemented, will be part of our final plat for that subdivision subphase. So after A, if we decide to come over here, we're going to have to build everything that is required, which means this connection here to the north. I also want to point out the concerns about people speeding, drag racing. There is a roundabout that is identified here at the northern intersection of our new road and Rancho Viejo Boulevard. That has been proposed as a traffic calming device. It's not necessary, but it makes absolute sense to provide that, to slow down the traffic along Rancho Viejo Boulevard. I also want to point out that as part of this application, in this subdivision plat, we've identified a trail to run parallel to Rancho Viejo Boulevard on the south part of Rancho Viejo Boulevard there. A trail so that we're getting bikes and pedestrians off the road on Rancho Viejo, pardon me, I just went to the wrong one. So that is also, and then as we saw in the trail map, we have proposed trail connections throughout La Entrada Phase 2 so that, again, pedestrians and bikes can get off the roads. But our road sections that are proposed, which are compliant with the SLDC and the Community College District road requirements, incorporate sidewalks. Sidewalks are very important for public safety. So that has all been incorporated, and again, that level of detail is what comes out of the final plat. So I thank you very much for your concerns, and happy to answer any more questions you may have.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Gavin, I appreciate the explanation.
Do you feel that we need anything in addition to the condition that says the traffic analysis is required at each development, at each phase? That seems to sort of cover people's concerns.
Mr. Chair, personally, I feel like it does.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Green.
I look at more than half of this development exits through one exit. And so when they talk about, the SLDC says once you get to 20-something units, you should have 2 points of exit. Well, honestly, you're all congesting into one exit here. And I know that there's some terrain, but trust me, you're I know that you're already moving a lot of dirt in this thing already. So it's not, you're just literally taking one unit and moving it somewhere else and potentially putting another access point over there. It distributes some of the traffic. There's a lot of reasons why you do it, whether it's for fire purposes, for traffic purposes, for, not congesting the entrance and access. Like, your intersection, your main intersection over there, at Rancho Viejo Boulevard at 8 o'clock in the morning is going to have 200 people going to work at that intersection, as well as all of the thousands of people that are leaving the rest of Rancho Viejo into that traffic circle. Distributing it a little bit might be something better. Terrain management, I know you can do it. It's not, maybe you don't have those houses at the top of a hill. Maybe you've got to cut it down a little bit and sort of adjust that a little bit, but there's ways to do it.
So Commissioner Green, thank you for your comments. Fellow commissioners, I just want to make just a point as far as code. So as far as the SLDC, we're limited to 12% grade on roads. And as Yolanda, our civil engineer from Bohannon Houston mentioned, the terrain in this northern section here ranges like in the 15 to 16. And so what we've tried to do is to locate points of access so that we are compliant with the grading requirements for roadways. And we, do not want to ask for a variance. And when you think about grading a road in steeper terrain, you have more significant cut slopes. And with cut slopes, you have to lay them back at 2 to 1. So your disturbance to the terrain is significantly more. So that's where when you see like a mountain road, they're strategically going up in a way so that they minimize that cut. So, the standard for that cut slope is 2 to 1. So think about it. If your vertical differential is 5 feet, you got to go back 10 feet. So it's just that, again, we want to respect the terrain. We want to respect, the undisturbed area of this development. Of course, there's going to be mass grading where we have our concentrated areas, but where we have these estate lots, the whole point is to keep all of that open space untouched and keep it as we see it now, limiting our boundaries of disturbance.
It's a balance. If you want me to check your math, I'd be happy to see that topo map and try to get a scale and try to figure out if it could work. I'm not an engineer, but I play one sometimes on up here at least.
I just want to say that you're an urbanist. You live in an urban area. I'm a suburbanist, and I actually like the idea of living at the end of a cul-de-sac with no exit. Because nobody drives by my house on their way to work. I mean, I don't know. So I agree with you. Maybe there's too much traffic on this, but if the traffic study shows there's not, then it's okay with me.
Well, there are plenty of cul-de-sacs in this development. There are lots of them, and there's a variety, but there's only really one exit.
Well, 2 exits.
2, but you're 3 if you go technically and go down the road to that people want closed off. But the more the merrier. If you believe in good connectivity and public safety, you have multiple exits. You can have cul-de-sacs, but it doesn't mean you have 200 homes down or 150 homes. Everything that's on this left side of this plan is the west side of this plan basically goes through one exit.
Yeah, well, we need to see the traffic study with each of the exits. Mr. Hanson.
Thank you. So I want to address this issue with, I think there are not enough exits out of this subdivision also, but the Calle Agua Clara, I see what people mean that this is going to be a cut through because that's one of the exits out of this subdivision. although I can't quite see where it goes, I know that from this other map, it goes to Rancho Viejo Boulevard. And
See if I can. Commissioner Hanson, I'm trying to see if I can get a better visual for you here.
I want a different, I was on the visual that I could, even though it didn't go all the way. So right here, if we're on this visual, you have subphase A and you're going out to Avenida del Sur. But then you have this Calle Agua Clara. It's going north. And this is what this neighborhood up here is complaining about, because there are not enough entrances into this subdivision, at least what I can see, because people are going to start using Calle Agua Clara as an entranceway, and because there's only two ways that you get into the first phase. And that's what they're complaining about. They're concerned about their quality of life and the fact that the roads are already incredibly narrow, and that they've been living there. This is the problem. You know, you build the roads first before you do the subdivision, so you don't have to deal with this. But we're not at that place. So I think that this Calle Agua Clara issue is a problem. I mean, you've made a entrance into a subdivision that you already only have one. That's one entrance, the other one off of Avenida del Sur, and then you haven't even gotten to phase, so that's the only two for the first phase, right?
Yeah, Commissioner Hanson and commissioners, yes, that is correct. So subphase A has 2 points of access. One is, pardon me, I keep doing that, hitting the wrong button. It would be to Avenida del Sur and then through Calle Agua Clara here. So I just want to point out that Calle Agua Clara in the master plan and in the development plan for La Entrada Phase 1, that was always identified as a through street. So it was never identified as a dead end, and it was never identified as a cul-de-sac. So all of those residents were just in their disclosure statements when they purchased their property. It was identified that that was a through street that would continue in the future with Phase 2.
And it's how wide is that street?
Commissioner Hanson, I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, it doesn't.
I apologize, I don't have that information right in front of me.
People are saying that it's a really narrow road with no curbs, and it, has drop-offs already. I mean, I am concerned about the quality of the road.
So Commissioner Hanson, I just got clarification. Actually, Calle Agua Clara it's a paved road with sidewalks and curbs on each side.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so.
I apologize, we don't have the width here in front of us, but I'll just say that Rancho Viejo has used these same roadway standards for all of their subdivisions since 2006. So we've continued to use the same road sections depending on the different subdivisions where it's appropriate. So for those conservation lots, the smaller lots that have more like a townhome on them, they have a smaller road. Actually, a more narrow road actually slows down traffic.
I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
Well aware.
Yeah.
I did
Yeah.
the
But I mean,
design
that's
on
the good.
Shar Village. I'm quite aware of what that works. But I'm concerned about this road, the two, I mean, I get that the entrance off of Avenida del Sur is fine. I'm concerned about the Santa via Agua Clara, you know, because and the only other entrance then is going to be Rancho Viejo, and that's not going to be for a couple phases. It just seems like there are not, like what Commissioner Green is saying, there are not enough entrances and exits.
Mr. Green?
So as I look at what Agua Clara, the Calle Agua Clara's problem is that it connects directly to whatever the name of your main street is here.
Rancho Viejo.
Well, no, not to that. Whatever your main drag is in the middle of your development. And if you had a way to not make it as direct a connection, if you'd like, I will point for you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So imagine if instead of, oh, this is fun, connecting straight here, that this road connected to this road. And so anybody that wanted to do that shortcut ended up coming through here, and then you have another little connector somewhere in here, but it makes it where that doesn't become this main thoroughfare to connect. It becomes another connector, but it becomes at least an indirect connector. Thank you.
So, Commissioners, just for clarification, I was just handed the road section plan, and make sure I'm. So, the connection at Calle Agua Clara here, that road section is. I have my glasses. That has a 61-foot right-of-way along here. It has a standard, apologize, it's so little, I had to take my glasses off here. We have a 43-foot paved section on Calle Agua Clara. So that is a standard roadway section with the SLDC. So it is tying into Calle Agua Clara, and it also identifies, we have standard curb and gutter and 5-foot sidewalk on the other side of a landscaping section. So I appreciate and understand the concerns about traffic, and traffic always seems to be an issue when there's new subdivisions. And so what we've tried to do is to work with the terrain as best we can to have the connectivity to the main roadways. And as I stated before, at every subphase here, we will reevaluate what is necessary so that we have a successful traffic pattern. If coming in with subphase B, if it's required to build the road to the north to Rancho Viejo Boulevard, we will be required to do that. That will be done. All the requisite infrastructure will be included in that subphase at final plat.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Mr. Hamilton?
I think some of the concern that I'm hearing is that this is, I fully understand it's just a preliminary plat, but if there isn't a plan for something, it's not going to happen. And so one of my questions is, like when Chair Hughes said, well, you want to live off a cul-de-sac, it seems like maybe you could put another road going north to address Commissioner Green's thing about having only one, having everything come out on Rancho Viejo Boulevard in one place, and you could put it between two cul-de-sacs or between like the subphase G and F or someplace where there's a road coming up and it's between properties, and it may not be very far away from Rancho Viejo, but you may not, from the other entrance, you move it west as far as you can, but you can kind of have the best of both worlds. You're not cutting through a cul-de-sac, and you're not, and you're opening some additional egress. And I know I kind of am asking you, but I'm also looking at Commissioner Green, because there, you know, in terms of brainstorming some additional egress points, you know, there's not necessarily a reason to make a cul-de-sac per se the point that's, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, because this is not my area. I am not an architect. I'm a, you know, a would-be environmental person.
You play one up here, but yes.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my thought. Like, is there something that can improve the diversity of ingress egress without losing some of the suburban, you know, the traffic, the insulation of many of the lots from through traffic?
Commissioner Hamilton, commissioners, I appreciate the concerns about distributing the traffic. And I think that it might be more prudent to have Yolanda speak to the existing terrain, because again, this plan has been looked at many different ways over a very long period of time. We've been working on this with the county for over about a year and a half now. And the terrain, you know, depending on the slope analysis and the grades, you know, we're restricted to roadway grades at 12%. And if natural grades exceed that, it's a very disruptive and difficult task to take a 12% grade road and run it along. If it's 15, 16, whatever it may be, it takes longer linear distance. It takes cutting of the grades. It creates disturbance. And so I may ask if Yolanda wants to address this with you and just take a look at this area, because it seems like the commissioners, a few of you are interested in having an additional connection here. I also just want to point out that there are roadway standards as far as separation of intersections from each other, so that it was taken into account here as well. Where there may be more gentle and workable terrain, probably is too close to the proposed intersection here at Rancho Viejo Boulevard. So if I may, Yolanda, can you please address the commissioner's concerns?
Sure. So like I previously mentioned, there's standards that we have to adhere to, and one of those standards is when a road intersects another road, it's a max of 4%, so that you have a stopping sight distance. So even if the terrain is 10%, which is within the standard, I can only go 4% for a distance, and then I can go steeper. So it's not just 10% all the way to Rancho Viejo Boulevard. I'll have to go 4, and then I can go at a steeper slope in order to catch terrain. And if my slope is steeper than any of those slopes, I'll never catch. So kind of like I showed before with the grading plan, the topo is pretty severe in this area, and we had looked at it previously, but it didn't make it for a great safety purpose for driving with steep slopes, fire, weather when it snows, and those type of things. So
Sure. Thank you. I'm, checking people's math. I'm looking at a Google Streets thing. There's nothing steep out there. I mean, there's an incline, but it is not overly, it's not 20% to get up there. It's a hill. It's not a massive hill. Maybe you have to do a little bit of cut on the sides of the road, but it's not significant, and there's a way to snake it in there. Just saying, we can look at this across the street from the fire station. Perfect spot for an intersection, if you wanted to do it there.
Commissioner Bustamante?
Mr. Chair, so I think I've caught what's hanging me up on the recommendations from staff, because it says the traffic impact analysis will be required for subsequent phases. And frankly, everything I'm hearing here this evening is that this preliminary traffic impact analysis, that there isn't anything that right now is solving any questions or concerns, let's say solving any concerns with regard to what appear to be potential hazards on what may happen after each phase. I would strongly recommend that if this is a traffic impact analysis, that it is required for each phase, not subsequent, but we need to just do something right now that actually makes sense. And I would ask specifically, because it's not very clear, we're assuming and looking at, topography, etc. But we have to look very specifically, and I would hope that we could get something for this initial approval that gives the potential issues with some mitigation strategies at each phase. And, maybe going through all the phases wouldn't be necessary at this point, but I think that if we're going to do it for each phase as we go, we should identify all of the potential traffic issues, not have them bumped over to the county's going to take care of it when it gets there. That is the concern on the table right now, the traffic. So I would ask that in this initial approval that we have identified the potential issues with a TIA that people can accept, and have some suggested mitigation strategies, because that's what we're doing here tonight, and having people, say, why don't we do this, and that could work, but frankly, that should be part of what we're looking at and making an approval of. And then look at the conditions for accommodating any increases of traffic for each phase. So that would be my recommendation. I think that we need to, it's clear that there are issues. The TIA isn't sufficient, and if we're going to look at each problem, then what are the mitigation strategies at each phase, and how would those concerns be addressed up front? And that can be very general, but we don't have any of that before us right now.
Maybe this isn't ready for prime time.
Well, Mr. Quintana, do you want to?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'd like to remind the board that this is preliminary, and what they have submitted for preliminary submittal is sufficient. And based on review from the engineer on the TIA and from county staff, the submittal for preliminary plat is sufficient and meets all applicable level standards of the SLD for preliminary plat.
Mr. Quintana, Mr. Chair, I appreciate that.
I would also like to add that with each subphase that does come in, they will be submitting the TIA that addresses these concerns as addressed today.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Mr. Quintana, and I hope for future SLDC update, as we continue to develop the SLDC, it's clearly not adequate here. So yes, you can tell us that it's adequate for this phase, and we can approve it at this phase. What I hear are community members who are concerned about traffic issues, and these are the kinds of things that we see, or at least in my lifetime, I've seen get through phase one, and then we're watching it come out the door. So I respectfully disagree that if we're having this level of conversation of in how we would address the concerns of the community, it might not be adequate. So in the updates for the SLDC, I hope that we can ask for that additional information that would at least assuage the concerns of the community members, so that we wouldn't be spending maybe unnecessary time in identifying what those mitigation strategies would be, right? If we have an assessment, what does it mean to say these are the places where we may have traffic impact issues, and this is how they would be mitigated in a preliminary proposal for being published? Does that make sense?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, absolutely correct, and it is within the TIA that is submitted in the 2024, but as stated, it is only preliminary, so that information is not included in my report. For future reference, staff can provide the TIA for your review.
That would be helpful, thank you, and I think that would meet the concerns of our community members. Appreciate it.
Yes, Commissioner Green?
Just as a comment to build on what Commissioner Bustamante said. there are certain things that that this development has proposed based on previous approvals, right? So you're depending on the master plan that we did said that Agua Claras should go through. That's fine. You're telling us that some previous board approved this and is making you do this. And so you're depending on some previous board doing that. If we approve this now, that same excuse is going to be given to a future board, be it 6 months from now or a month from now, because it's a new board in a month, or 5 years from now, and it's a whole new board. And you'll say, oh, a previous board told us that this was okay in a preliminary way. And so it's tough for us to not catch these things now when we have an opportunity to say, please fix it and adjust it now. And of course, there's going to be some tweaks in the future, but to sort of say, you gave us the approval for this, we're going to go with this. And we're not going to be able to come back and say, well, you know, it wasn't adequate. And we said, catch it later. No, we can't catch it later.
So Commissioner Green, commissioners, I hear you, but I respectfully disagree with that statement because we're relying on a recorded master plan that was approved and recorded in 2006. A master plan is a governing document that is basically the skeleton of a development, whether it's a large one like Rancho Viejo and La Entrada, or it's a small project. And so that development plan encompasses entitlement. It's been codified by that recordation. And so that is something that landowners, property owners rely on so just to point out, the master plan obviously was prior to the 2015 SLDC, right? So now within the SLDC, you're required to come in with a conceptual plan, which is essentially like a master plan. So it's establishing the rules and regulations for a more detailed development, whatever it may be as you move into the future. So what I was trying to convey is that we rely on the master plan to give us the guidelines and the requirements of what we can and we can't do. For instance, like the density, like the fringe versus the village zoning, the community center, wherever it may be, where only residential or mixed use is allowed. So it is a governing document that tells us what we can and can't do.
That was
so
exactly my point. That was my point,
Yeah.
is that if we give you approval for this and you say, oh, well, we'll catch this later, it's not going to reflect that catch this later to a future commission. You're going to come back and say, that was an approved document that we as a board today approve, or, you know, if we go that way. But there are different ways to skin this cat, like with Aguas Claras. There's ways not to make it a direct road that makes it an easy cut through. It's still a connection that could be used, but there's other ways to make that connection and road network work. In that case, the previous route, there's other ways to connect through as opposed to making it the easiest way to connect through and to run down people's front yards. So, I mean, there's different ways to do this that you've been promised or that you had to promise to uphold. And this has some issues. So I don't feel comfortable saying we'll get to that later when it's not that difficult to see. It's not that steep. There are other opportunities to do it. It's not precluded by the SLDC. It's probably encouraged by the SLDC. Yeah.
So Commissioner Green, commissioners, fellow commissioners, I just want to say that the SLDC emphasizes connectivity. So the idea is to have connectivity. If you have existing roadways, you want to connect to them so you don't have isolated neighborhoods, right? And you have not only the roads, but the sidewalks and the trails and the neighborhoods blending into each other, creating a community. So what the master plan laid out that framework, that the road that you are speaking of, Calle Agua Clara, was always identified to continue to tie into La Entrada Phase 2. And so that is that connection.
I gave you a viable way to connect through that upholds what you promised to do in an earlier phase and in the master plan, but not one that then connects all the way to your main road in there, that there could be other jogs and little things to uphold that, but not make it hey, let me shortcut through somebody's front yard. I understand. I don't want to get into those things. I've made my points here.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hanson?
So I think part of what the problem is that Agua Clara and this other road, this other new road that's coming in off of, is only 2 ways in to the subdivision. So you've limited the connectivity by only having these 2 roads. And I think that is part of the issue, because you're not going to connect to Rancho Viejo until later. And so you're putting a lot of stress on this road, Agua Clara, and the road off of Avenida del Sur seems like a simple entranceway into the subdivision, but I think you just got to figure out another entrance, or just too tight.
You're going to build Avenida Margarita Rose on the first phase, right?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Hughes, Chair Hughes, which road are you speaking?
Are you going to build a connection to Rancho Viejo in the first phase? Margarita Rose? Or is that phase C?
That is phase, Chair Hughes, Commissioners, that is subphase B. So in subphase B, it was proposed to build this connection here to Rancho Viejo Boulevard.
Okay.
Yes. So with the traffic studies that we did, we looked at the 2 connections for subphase A, and then coming in with subphase B with that northern connection.
Okay. Well, I don't know, what should we table this and have them fix? I mean, there is a problem with Calle Agua Clara that the residents brought up, and that obviously has to be addressed in the first phase. So are we going to table this till next term and ask them to come up with a solution? What are we going to do?
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would recommend that we table it and we identify the potential issues with general mitigation strategies, at least for the initial phase, as we understand that those would be happening subsequently thereafter for each phase.
Okay, well, initially it has to be Calle Agua Clara, right?
And
I think we have to be very clear what we're asking them to do, or else.
I would like to see a second entrance along Rancho Viejo Boulevard. I'm looking at Google Maps or Google Street View. There's no incline of.
So
that could come later.
That's fine. Then build it later, but put it in the plan.
Okay.
You have to admit. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Because I pulled up Google Earth also, but it's not really valid to be looking at inclines from a plan view, a straight down view.
Oh, no, I'm looking at Street View.
So,
I think the civil engineer has looked at it, and it's obviously difficult. It's not.
Do you have any ideas, Colleen?
Commissioner Hanson, thank you very much for the acknowledgement. Yes, so Chair Hughes, Commissioners, I'd like to make a friendly recommendation that we revise in our subphasing. Subphase A, we will build out that north connection up to Rancho Viejo Boulevard, so that satisfies the 2 points of access and alleviates the distribution of traffic onto Calle Agua Clara.
Okay, so are you going to build a roundabout there too?
Commissioner Hanson, I'm sorry, are you speaking of at Rancho Viejo? Yes, yes, that roundabout is intended to help calm that traffic on Rancho Viejo Boulevard. Yes.
Is that road built right now?
This road here, Commissioner?
Look up there.
No.
No, it is not. That's part of our application.
Rancho Viejo.
Rancho Viejo Boulevard, yes, that is built. That is the prime access into Rancho Viejo.
Put a roundabout there.
Right there, yes.
So you do that in phase 1, along with having, I don't know what the name of that road is. You'd have an exit there.
Yes, so we would have an,
And
this, so,
then you'd have an exit onto Avenida del Sur.
correct, Commissioner.
You build this roadway. But you're still going to build the roadway on Calle Agua Clara.
Yes, we would still include the connection onto Calle Agua Clara here. Because we need to be able to access, obviously, these new lots that are being created, these conservation lots here. And we need to comply with the fire code. We can't have a dead-end road that exceeds 150 feet without some type of a roundabout or hammerhead. And so we cannot exceed 150 feet on this road and have it be a dead end. So that would have that connection, because we have a lot right there next to that existing lot that is just there to the north.
What does anybody think about that?
I think there's two issues here. There's one, the second entrance. I honestly think there should be another one up to Rancho Viejo, but also a redesign of that connection for Aguas Claras in a way that makes it less of a shortcut.
Well, it doesn't make it quite, if there's another entrance over here on Rancho Viejo and an entrance on Avenida del Sur, it's not as likely for them to go through a neighborhood when they can make a straight shot.
And I do believe that it should connect through because the master plan says so, but that's fine. I mean,
Can I make a motion?
I have, Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
go
before we
ahead.
make a motion, I just have a concern that we're listening to something. We have one issue that can be addressed on the spot and not necessarily, I mean, we can't open it up to public comment again, but I'm not confident that the community members who have raised concerns, so we all feel like, okay, good, let's find one way to address this particular issue. And everything else that has come up as a concern with regard to each phase of the TIA, which, is it TIA, TAI? TIA.
Traffic analysis.
Either way, it's like a tiny little stroke. The bottom line is we're not addressing the bigger picture of this first phase of the traffic analysis. And I think we can do it, we put a patch on it, we move forward, and then thereafter we can address those traffic concerns brought up by the community. Yes, so there will be an additional way to get in, and it's been proposed. But how do we get to a place where there's more confidence in the overall process in addressing the traffic concerns? That's my question.
No.
Other than just addressing them from the dais and getting one patch on as we go. But anyway.
So let's just add the condition that Avenida Margarita Rose will be developed in the first phase with the roundabout at Rancho Viejo Boulevard. Is that good enough for now? And then we go on to other fixes in the later phases where there may be a second connection.
And I have to ask Ms. Gavin, Mr. Chair.
Of course, we need your vote. I don't know who.
Chair, I see that Colleen has a suggestion, and I do want to make sure that as we move forward, we are adequately addressing. That sounds like a reasonable solution, if that works. But I hear you wanting to say more. What could we do to address, at least in this first phase, to get into, to get to approval of this preliminary plat? Bless
Oh,
you.
bless you. Yeah, Commissioner Budamante and fellow commissioners, thank you. What I'd like to say is just a reminder that this is preliminary plat. So we have to come back to you with final plat for every subphase. And with every final plat that comes back, we'll have a revised traffic impact analysis. So this isn't one approval and we're done and we go. This is 2 approvals. This is just the framework of La Entrada Phase 2, a subdivision with what we're identifying as 7 phases right now. And then in our conversations with staff over the last year and a half, the emphasis has been whatever subsequent phase comes in, it has to meet every requirement. Traffic, roadway standards, utilities, egress. So every subphase will be re-reviewed in a whole new lens at that final plat. So the concerns that Commissioner Green has brought up, the concerns that Commissioner Hansen's brought up, the concerns, from the public, they'll all be addressed to make sure that whatever our final plat shows is compliant per the SLDC and it works. We have to be pragmatic here. It has to work, right? In the context of our existing neighborhood and our existing roadways. So this is not a stamp to be able to do exactly what you see in front of you. This is basically, like we were talking about, it's kind of like a master plan, but with more detail, taking that master plan and codifying it into something that is basically a blueprint for a final subdivision plat for each subphase. So I just wanted, hopefully that can help clarify it.
I think I can put them into three conditions.
If we don't get this other road and we just let you go on, then we're not going to get another entrance into this. So I'm willing to move forward with the roundabout on Rancho Viejo and that road connecting
Margarita Rose.
To Avenida del Sur, because then I feel like we have connections. And we're not counting on Agua Clara as a connection.
So are you okay with that additional condition? Now, you suggested it.
Chair Hughes, yes, we are okay with that condition.
Mr. Chair, can I try to put these into three?
Well, I think it's my district. I would like to make the motion.
Well, I was going to put them, you can make the motion, I just want to throw them out there.
Amendment?
What do you want? What amendment do you want?
So I was going to say that, one, that at final plat, for subphase A, that a redesign of Aguas Claras to create an indirect route to whatever the main drag is, be incorporated into that, so that it's not an easy cut through. It's an access and it becomes a secondary cut, but it's not an easy one. So that would be one for phase A. In the case of phase E, that we would at phase E investigate and propose a second entry or a second entry onto Rancho Viejo Boulevard, and then the condition that you mentioned of Margarita Rose being built prior to any development in any phase.
Yeah, so the motion would be to, as the staff recommended, with the addition of Margarita Rose be developed in the first phase. Calle Agua Clara, I think, just be considered a redesign.
Redesign with an indirect route.
With an indirect route. I think other parts can be considered later, so we don't put them in this.
I agree.
We leave them for later, because later is the time to consider. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. You
got
have
those conditions?
So we're going to get the roundabout on
That was
Rancho
already-
Viejo. I don't know whatever that road is.
That was already part of the plan.
Yeah, okay, and another exit onto Avenida del Sur, okay.
No.
And a redesign of Aguas Claras to be an indirect route.
No, you're not going to get that. There's no agreement. What he said, it's not a second, there's no second entrance. It was.
Yes, there is.
Each phase is going to be reviewed. I'm sorry,
Right, that's what the chair said, was that considering a second.
I'm not doing another exit, I was agreeing with what he said, I was just repeating it.
Yeah, but you didn't, in my mind, you didn't repeat it accurately, so I think we need clarification.
But I did according to, because
The
where
bu-
we're
the building-
talking about the roundabout, is that right next to where it says sub C?
Yeah, both of the exits are built in the first phase.
Yes.
Onto Rancho Viejo Boulevard and to Avenida del Sur.
Yes.
And that's what she suggested.
That's
I
what she
agree, but
suggested.
that's not what I heard from you. I'm sorry. You said a second entrance
Yeah, but she didn't say that, so it's okay.
Okay, fine. I just wanted to make sure, that's all.
Just making sure everyone's clear.
Okay.
Okay.
And Commissioners, just real quick, I want to clarify. I think Commissioner Green, you mentioned subphase E. Okay. All right. Never mind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're done. Will we vote?
We voted already.
Yes. Okay, good. Okay, now we can go on to something else.
We can go on to public hearings for item number 12.
It's getting late.
Yahoo.
Ordinance approving, unless you want to do Madison County Commissioner now.
All our audience is leaving.
Well, all right. Item 12, an ordinance approving the 2024 Economic Development Plan, repealing ordinance number 2014-07, and providing detailed rules to be applied to assistance of qualified economic projects. Juan Torres, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Quick.
Yes, requesting adoption of ordinance 2024 Economic Development Plan, repealing ordinance 2014-07, providing for detailed rules to be applied to assistance of qualifying economic development projects. Staff would like to note the receipt of a email from a constituent that identified issues with regards to public notification of this item, and I'd like to turn it over to legal to clarify that point.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Nunez with Legal. And this publication was made in compliance with the law, and I just wanted to put that on record, and I wanted to walk through that briefly. The statutes regarding publication, there's two of them. One is Section 4-37-7, and that's of the current New Mexico statutes annotated, Section 4, that applies to counties. In that one, in that statute, the title and general summary of the subject matter of the proposed ordinances must be published one time in a newspaper of general circulation within the county at least 2 weeks prior to the meeting of the board at which the ordinance is proposed for final passage. So that's at least 2 weeks before today. The date and time of the meeting at which the ordinance is to be considered shall also be published. The facts in this matter, this was published in the Albuquerque Journal, a newspaper of general circulation within the county as required on November 21st, 2024, well over 14 days before today's hearing. Summary of the subject matter was included in this notice, as was the date and time of this public hearing. The time did say after 5 p.m. Additionally, the commenter cited NMSA 1978-14-11-2. That statute requires a newspaper of general circulation. If it's daily, which the Albuquerque Journal is, it must be at least 6 months prior. The language in that statute does not seem to be as on point with the county ordinance. That one just says it needs to be uninterrupted and continuously for the required time period. There are certain things that need to be published that are more than a one-time publishing, and so that's where that applies. It's unclear the exact applicability to the publication of county ordinances under this statute, especially given that the county section has their own specific requirements, as I just stated. Generally in the law, specific statutes apply over general statutes. Even if the statute is applicable to the county and this situation, and in regards to the notice of proposed county ordinances, the annotations to this statute cite State X Rel Sun County versus Vigil, and that's 1965 NMSC 12, 74 NM 766, 398 P2D 987. In this case, in 1965, the New Mexico Supreme Court held that the word published within the statute referenced in the case provided for publication of ordinances means to give notice to the public by insertion in newspaper of general circulation within the boundaries of the municipal corporation, regardless of where the newspaper is physically printed. In this case, and that just mentioned, the village of Espanola published notices of ordinances to be published in the Santa Fe New Mexican as opposed to a Rio Grande Sun. This was challenged and it was argued that it was inappropriate to publish in Santa Fe in the New Mexican rather than the Rio Grande Sun based in Espanola. The court upheld the New Mexican was a paper of general circulation and that this notice complied with the intent and requirements of the statute. The instant matter is not dissimilar. Here, the publication was in the Albuquerque Journal, which is a newspaper of general circulation within Santa Fe County and beyond. This notice satisfies the requirements of the relevant statutes and applicable case law. Additionally, I would just note a few other things. In the annotations under 14.11.2, which the comments are cited, under purpose, it states, and this cites the Sun County versus V-Hills case, the primary purpose of this section is to give notice to the citizens with provisions relating to publication, printing, and mailing privileges, referring merely to the method of carrying out the intent of the statute, i.e. notice. Published means the proper and correct meaning of the word published is that the notice must be inserted for the required time in a newspaper that will make the matter thereof a public matter or known to the people in the place affected. Finally, I would note a quote from this case that is cited regarding this statute. And it's the only case on point regarding publication. And it states, the court stated, the primary purpose of, and it cited the statutes, which have since been updated and the numbers changed, but the primary purpose of these statutes is to give notice to the citizens with provisions relating to publication, printing, and mailing privileges, referring merely to the method of carrying out the intent of the statutes, i.e. notice. To hold otherwise would be to allow the method of control the purpose of the statutes. So basically, there's the purpose and there's how you do it. And if we give too much weight on the how, we lose sight of the purpose. And that's exactly what the Supreme Court stated here. So here we did comply with the statute in Section 4 that applies to the counties. Pursuant to this case that is cited in annotations of 14.11.2, we complied with that. My understanding is that the preference here would have been publication in the Santa Fe New Mexican, but we met our legal duties. This was published as required, and I want the commission to be comfortable with that.
Thank you, Mr. Nunez. So we are okay moving forward. Everything that needed to be done has been done according to the law.
Yes, Commissioner Bustamante, commissioners, and I guess for ease, and I'll say this the next time, but I handled both of these ordinances, and they were both handled the same way. The proof of publication and the affidavit that went with that was uploaded to board docs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
We will go ahead and we'll hear the ordinance. Thank you.
On November 26th, staff made a presentation requesting the permission to publish, and at that time, the economic development, the differences between the economic development plan of 2014-07 to the one that's proposed today was presented, and on October 29th, staff presented the economic development plan, providing detailed rules to be applied to the assistance of qualifying economic development projects. And into the details. The proposed ordinance would repeal Ordinance 2014-07, adopt a new 2024 Economic Development Plan, and provide updates to incorporate statutory requirements and language. The proposed ordinance would also add overarching economic development objectives and priorities for the county, procedures for application and application review, requirements for project participation agreements, as well as public safeguards. The proposed ordinance and the accompanying economic development plan Exhibit C, are economic development tools for the county. Through participation in LEDA pursuant to this ordinance, the county invests public funds as authorized by LEDA, costs associated with land, building, and infrastructure for the purpose of economic development and job creation in Santa Fe County. LEDA requires that for a project to be approved, there is sufficient economic impact or return on investment to offset the public investment. Security is required equal to the amount of the grant award for the purpose of securing clawbacks if necessary. The proposed ordinance sets forth the simple and straightforward process, starting with an application made to the Economic Development Manager within the Economic Development Department. The application is then evaluated for eligibility under the requirements of the ordinance and state law. A recommendation, along with a cost-benefit analysis, is presented to the board for a final decision. Title and general summary are published in accordance with the statutory authority on November 21st. The affidavit of publication and proof of publication are provided in the packet material. I stand for questions.
Any questions from the board? And we can go to public hearing. But first, Commissioner Green.
So just a question. I see that Indian nations, tribes, and pueblos are eligible for this. Would we be able to put together a LEDA project on tribal land?
Commissioner Green, commissioners, technically we would. The hurdle with tribal LEDA between non-tribal entities has always been the sovereignty issue. And so if that were to be addressed, absolutely.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Public hearing then, do we have any one online?
Mr. Chair, we do have Chris Michelle's wanting to speak.
Okay, Chris Michelle's, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, would you like a timer to be displayed?
Yes, timer for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Good evening,
Oh,
Commissioners.
you have to be sworn in.
Yeah.
You need to be sworn in, Mr. Meshels.
Okay. Will you please raise your right hand, sir?
Raise my right hand.
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you're under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Chris Michels. I live in Tesuque, 1336 Bishop's Lodge Road.
And do you understand that you're under oath?
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
2 minutes? Not even 3. Well, I'll be brief. I think Mr. Nunez, of course, has made an error and now is busy trying to cover his error. A couple of facts. Until the September meeting, which Mr. Nunez also advertised, I can find no record looking back years in public notices that Santa Fe County has never published this legal advertisements in the Albuquerque Journal. That was a new thing to do on the September 13th meeting. Mr. Nunez also, coming into this meeting, decided to do the same thing again. Again, this is all breaking new ground. For years, we have never, ever published legal notices in the Albuquerque Journal for Santa Fe County. Why? Because there's no circulation to speak of. So what happens is, the result of that is, if you go looking for the Albuquerque Journal in New Mexico, good luck. And if you go looking online in the New Mexico public notices, there is a press association keeps a record of these notices. You can look back years and find that the commission never publishes these in the Albuquerque Journal. So I would say unless there is some reason to change the history of publication, what you're doing is intentionally misleading the public, or else you just goofed up and now you're covering up. I think this also covers, of course, the second ordinance meeting, because Mr. Nunez also advertised that one. I think Mr. Nunez should be congratulated on being innovative, but this idea of publishing in the journal just keeps the public from being informed. That is not the purpose of publication. It is to inform the public, and you have failed to inform the public, and Mr. Nunez is guilty, as is his boss. So with that, I'll end it. Please do what's necessary here.
Thank you. Anybody else to speak?
Mr. Chair, there are no more users online.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the board? More questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Right, motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
We
Aye.
have to
Roll call, roll call, roll call.
Oh, of course, roll call for the ordinance. I bet you can guess how we're going to vote, though.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Yes.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
Now we move to item 12B, an ordinance providing for administration and operation of Santa Fe County Fire Department and repealing ordinance numbers 1997-11 and 20,000-1.
Mr. Chair, real quick, I just wanted to provide the ordinance number for that previous item.
Previous item, yes?
It is 2024-10.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for having us this evening. At the BCC meeting on November 12th, we presented a presentation to you with a proposed ordinance, an ordinance providing for the administration and operation of the Santa Fe County Fire Department and repealing ordinances number 1997-11 and 2010-1. Both the proposed ordinance as well as the current ordinances are included in today's packet material. Title and general summary was posted on November 21st in accordance with applicable regulations. The fire department and county legal received one email inquiring about the process of publishing title and general summary that was noted in the previous ordinance. This matter was addressed by county legal during the last during the last ordinance presentation and is also available here to speak to any additional questions you may have. At this time, we stand before you for any questions.
Any questions? Is there anyone of public? Anybody signed up to speak?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Michelle's has his hand up. Yep.
Again?
Yes, sir.
Anybody in the chambers to speak to us? No.
Mr. Michelle's, you're still under oath, but you can speak.
Mr. Chair, would you like the
Okay,
2-minute
well-
timer displayed?
Yes, put up the two-minute time limit.
Go ahead, Mr. Michelle's.
Well, I guess I established in my previous comments that you folks don't care much about informing the public because you chose not to. And you chose to proceed in setting a record that you will prefer not to inform the public because now Mr. Nunez will be allowed to regularly advertise in the Albuquerque Journal, which does not inform the public. So my question to you is, are you doing your public duty? Or are you just making mischief? You haven't, unless you publish these notices in the New Mexican, as you always have, and it seems you legally must, it means that you don't really care to have the public involved, and that may well be. But why don't you just vote clearly to that effect? The other thing I would note is, having looked at these regulations for their merits for the fire department, I think Section 7 has a lot of I think Section 7, among others, has a lot of problems. It spends a lot of effort making this, pointing out again and again and again the fact that the fire marshal is subservient to the county manager. That was not always the case. That has just been one of the cases where the county manager, going back to 2010, has been seizing power. I think he must not have quite enough power seized because now he seems to be intent upon solidifying his absolute control over the fire marshal. This is all very healthy, and I'll repeat my longstanding suggestion that the board, the BCC, really needs to do their oversight, which is your duty under the Constitution and the laws, which you are not doing because you can't do it without your own staff and legal. You're just sitting there being misinformed by Mr. Nunes because you don't have your own legal staff. So why don't you just really look to your history, serve the public, get your own staff, and actually act like you care. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to approve this ordinance.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. The last motion of the year,
Or-
whole 8-year term.
Last ordinance for sure. They can make they can compete to see who wants to adjourn to make
Oh,
the
yeah,
motion for
okay.
that. So
Can we have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green,
yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen,
Yes.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante,
Yes.
and Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mr. Chair, sorry, that ordinance number is 202411.
Okay, now going back to, I think we hear from matters from county commissioners. Does anybody have anything to say? Commissioner Hanson, you may go first.
I want to thank everybody. It's kind of
Climatically.
but thank you for the time to be able to serve with you. I hope that in the future that commissioners will go to the lighting on the plaza, since I have consistently been the only one who has shown up, although Commissioner Bustamante did show up one time. Unfortunately, they were so nasty.
I would have been there. I would have been there this year, but I was.
But anyhow, I hope you will continue that tradition. There was a really wonderful book signing at the Hotel Santa Fe on the Picaris Pueblo Hotel, and the Pueblo and their history of how that came about, and it was a really beautiful event. The holiday party was fantastic. Danielle, thank you very much for all your work over the years for the employees of Santa Fe County. You do a great job. And one of the things that I'll miss the most is my parking space.
That is true.
Okay, that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Oh, and thank you for whoever gave me the roses.
Okay. Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our two Annas. It's been an honor to sit next to you and across from you.
Make faces.
Yeah, it's been great to learn from you and to be a part of the team Santa Fe County while you guys were the veterans and I was the rookie. So I will try to be as good as you were to me as to our next incoming replacements, and remind them of all the things that were important to you for your districts. And so,
all right.
But besides that, good luck, guys. I look forward to seeing you around town. And to everybody else, a wonderful, happy holidays. I look forward to seeing a few of you at BIPO this week. And I look forward to working with you guys in other capacities in the community. So thank you for your service. It's been an honor. Cheers.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, we have said it all. I want to just, re-express how grateful I've been for the opportunity to serve my district and all my constituents for the last 8 years, and for the privilege of having worked with everybody here at the county, with you guys up here on the dais. It's really been a great experience, and I'm honored to have been part of a group that has done such an incredible job trying their best to serve the county and to think of the county and all the constituents and just do the best work. I'm incredibly proud to have been part of that. And I'm really, really grateful for the professional relationships and friendships I've had the opportunity to make here at the county over the last 8 years. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
I too am so grateful to have worked with the Annas, Hanson and Hamilton. But as I said earlier today, learned so much from both of you, and I'm so grateful for your leadership and how you serve and what you mean to your communities, and how what is important is just really something that you grab a hold of and make firm, which is just an interesting perspective to see. Nothing's taken real lightly. Let's do a good job in serving our constituents. And I couldn't mean that more. I am so grateful. Do all of it for 2 years. So thank you. I mean it.
And I too am very thankful to you too, and particularly how you made the 5 of us work together. And we know it's not true of all legislative bodies, but the county commission is special because there's 5 of us and we work together, and that's important. And of course, you were, as I said before, a great inspiration to me. And I just want to say, upcoming is the Colt PAC voted unanimously to recommend that we purchase Bobcat Crossing Ranch, so that's coming up. And that's exciting to me because I used to ride my bicycle across that almost every day.
Very cool.
Anyway, with that, I think we're ready to adjourn, are we?
I refuse to make the motion to adjourn because I swore for so many years that I wanted to vote against adjourning at least once, and they made me promise to wait till the very end, and this is the very end.
I too am incredibly grateful to serve with all of you, especially the staff and to the county manager. I've worked with you, Greg, since day one, and I'm grateful for all your advice and what a good leader you are for the county, and I want to thank you for that. And with that, I will make a motion to adjourn.
Now second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, 4-1. We're adjourned.